I saw it on the radio. It's true, guaranteed. I saw it on the radio. Come on, man. I am not kidding, man. That was a thing. That's a thing. People will admit that they saw it on the radio, the moon landing.
Yeah, have you guys noticed there's starting to be food shortages? Have you guys noticed that? Like, I'm in Florida and I'm having a hard time getting like poultry, and it's been like that for a couple of months.
Okay.
Have you guys noticed that?
None of the stores right here have oranges.
I'm in California, man. I've hit different peaks of, oh my God, they don't have chicken breast today. But
they never have chicken, like, and where I'm at, chicken is capped. If they do have it, like, I've been trying to get chicken thighs for a month, and then they finally get them in, and it's like a lottery if you can get them before it's sold out. And they have a cap where you can only get 2 chicken products of any kind. There have been times that I've just like, oh, I don't like breasts, but there have been times I've searched at Walmart, which is the super center, and they have no chicken body part of any kind whatsoever. Necks, gizzards, livers. They have nothing chicken.
Interesting, man. You're in Florida. I'm in
Florida.
I think our California has a incredibly high agricultural community. I've driven through most of it.
Okay. Well, that's probably why you guys are luckier, because out here, which Florida should too, because Florida does agriculture too. You know, we get the oranges.
Yeah, you guys got a lot of oranges. But you guys don't make wine.
That's true. We have too much humidity here, I think, for it. You guys are not as humid as we are.
Yeah,
here.
you guys are better like tobacco producers, right?
Yeah, and then the rain is not. It's too much rain.
Yeah, it's too much rain. But it's good for orange trees, lemon.
It's good for oranges, lemons, and stuff like that. Avocados.
Yeah. Avocados, good. Yep. Yeah, man. I'm all about. Hey, we're all gonna have to eat, man.
I hear grain is going to be a next problem.
Shortages, man. If there's food shortages, man, we're gonna have some.
You guys better start stocking up on stuff, because I hear grain is going to be the next problem. I saw something online about grain is going to be the next problem, that's probably going to affect bread, rice, and shit like that.
Hey, dig this, man. I heard that they're bottling a beer into aluminum cans, man. There's an aluminum can shortage. How about that for news?
Yeah, right. They probably just want to put everything in plastic.
Well,
plastic is becoming a huge problem. It's not sustainable. And I just don't know why companies just don't go back to using what they were using before plastic. Like, well, I remember when I was a kid, plastic bags weren't an option at the grocery store. They were just paper. And we used them to recycle our books, and we used them to line cages and stuff like that. I mean, we would come home and we wouldn't throw them away. We would use them for things at home. You know what I mean? You could put them down over the floor mats in the car and stuff if you didn't want to get your floor mats dirty. Like, we did a lot of stuff with the paper bags that we used them for. We recycled them. But then there's paper, so it's safe to, for that to biodegrade. They keep talking about how terrible these plastic bags are. They want the grocery stores to stop providing them. People will just use paper. If that's all there is, they'll just use that. It's an easy fix. I'm just going to use whatever they have.
There's too many easy fixes, man. And they're not doing any of them. It so sucks, man, to see. Man, when I was a kid, man, there was a glass bottle, and if you took it back to the liquor,
you got a nickel for it or something. Yeah,
like a nickel for it, right? Yeah, and and they wouldn't like melt the bottle down. They would just send it back to the factory where they
sanitize it and reuse it.
Sanitize it and reuse the bitch, It's simple fucking
They gave
recycling.
somebody a job. They gave an American a job at a factory with some benefits, and
it worked
not wasteful.
beautifully, man. It was a great system, man. That's my point, man. It worked.
We're never going. But you know, scary flat earth dude.
Yeah. What's scary, man? Scare me, bro.
What we are never going back to what worked, bro. It's just not happening.
To my old school.
Have you guys seen Don't Look Up on Netflix? I challenge everybody, if you have Netflix, starring Leonardo DiCaprio.
I will say I have
Don't
not.
Look Up.
And you're like the
You
fourth.
have to. Flat Earth dude. You have to check this out. It is. You have to, because it hits the nail on the head, like everything we're talking about here. It's a parody on how degenerate and stupid and consumptive and just how society has become. You would love it. You would just absolutely love it. You have to watch it. It's not about the meteor hitting the Earth, right? Because I'm not concerned with the meteor hitting the Earth. It's about everybody's reaction toward
an event,
right, and what people choose to do with that information, and how consumptive and disjointed and the cognitive disconnect with society. It's really about that. It's really about. It's a parody. It's supposed to be a parody of like being in the future, of how fucked up society is, and how smartphones ruin people's lives. Where your smartphone, they have this weird guy. He's like a cross between Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, fucking Steve Jobs, right? And he's like he's like this big time proprietor of like the newest cell phone, and this is the type of phone that everybody has, and the phone controls your life. The phone controls your life. You rely on the phone for everything. It dictates your life, and you see your life through your phone. And this is the future, right? But we're here though. Like, it's not the future. It's making fun of what's already happening, and it's scary. And it just shows you how fake everybody is, and how they have this projected digital version of themselves that they want people to believe is real, that it's not. And just how consumptive face with cognitive disconnect with shit, how people are just moving through society like bots. It's crazy.
You're totally on it, bro. Fuck. Saints. Chime in.
I feel like one of the last of Mohicans, man. I just feel like people like us are going extinct because
we're going extinct.
We're going extinct, bro.
Dude, it sucks. I've had some interactions, through my life. But the one guy said, "Hey, man, you don't want to be famous, bro. No. That's a bad idea, bro. Stay under the radar. Don't stand out. Don't be famous, man. You don't want to be that guy." And thank you, whoever that was, man. It was in a parking lot. I was smoking weed. Guy just leaned into me and said, "Hey, man, the worst thing you can ever do, man, is be famous." It was like, really? Yeah, it's a bad idea. But nobody around here is famous. I guarantee you, if I asked all of you guys listening right now to say, "Hey, man, tomorrow, go out and say, hey, man, ask 10 people if they've ever heard of a guy named Eric Dubé." Ask 10. And I think you're coming back with a big fucking zero. And they're all like, "Oh, Eric Dubé's like Mr. Famous. He's making all the money on the flat earth and he's just a psyop." And yeah. Fuck off. Go ask 10 people tomorrow if they've ever heard of Eric Dubé.
I've heard of him. He was one of the first ones that I came across before the algorithm changed. Was putting our content, him and ODD TV.
Yep.
And they were two of the first ones that I came across, and I liked their content. I mean, he's done is take other people's work and remontage it. You know what I mean? But I do like the way he puts it together.
Well,
But I would consider him to be famous. But I will say this: when they started, when his numbers started to really jump up there in YouTube, they cut his shit. They clipped his nuts. Big time.
Fuck yeah, they cut him and many other people, man.
Him and ODDTD. They got his channel sniped.
Here's
they
the
had
thing.
to start over.
Dude. All right, here's what happens, man. And when your channel has been deleted from YouTube, even if it's only for like one day or a week or a month or whatever, when you get that thing back, man, it doesn't have the same search results.
Nope.
As it originally did. So what happens is when Crow 777 or Richie from Boston or Eric Dubé, when they got their channels deleted, when they got them back, all three of them got them. Well, Eric Dubé never got his channel back. He just started a new one, right?
Right.
That's right. So, but when Richie from Boston and Crow 777 got their channels back, yeah, it became so far down the search results that most people aren't
gonna... He didn't get his numbers back either. He did, and then they won't let him get his numbers back because I've had to resub his channel 3 times. I'll sub it and then it's just unsubbed. I go back to it, it's gone. The sub is gone. They reset his likes, they reset his subscriptions. It's crazy, and I know YouTube is doing that shit because I'll go through certain videos and I'll leave a comment, and these motherfuckers will delete my comment. Like on that dinosaur video, I wrote bullshit. Just one word. That's all I wrote. I refreshed the page, my comment was gone. I had to put it back and save it again. If I wait 3 or 4 minutes and go back, it'll probably be erased again. If you write comments that go against their narrative, they just delete it. They don't even give you an error message or say why they took your comment away. They just delete it.
Well, it's a big manipulation through the data. It's through the data, definitely. And they figured out these ways to just somehow cuck it up, man. I don't know if you guys have ever seen the mockumentary. It's not even. It's a television show projecting the Uber startup. It's called Super Pumped.
I haven't seen that one.
Super Pumped.
No,
it's a it's a Hollywood production showing how Uber became what Uber is today.
An Uber driver is super dangerous. It's way more dangerous than being a cab driver.
Uber and the way it started and who started it and how they started it and how much billions of dollars they poured into this thing and the craziness that became Uber. It's like Google. It's like Google for fucking ride sharing. They call it ride sharing.
And all that you needed to start it was pretty much an app.
An app, bro. An app started this fucking dinosaur, bro. This fucking monster of a fuck all disruptive, complete fucking complete.
Like right? Between Uber and like the delivery service, which is they use DoorDash, right? Do you
DoorDash.
know half the time, which is another app, half the time these motherfuckers that show up with my deliveries are not the picture of the person that's supposed to be delivering. Like nobody's monitoring that shit. So these people, I guess, what they do is they get the job because they can get it, and then they let somebody else work their job. Because for safety reasons, they're supposed to show you the picture so you know you don't end up who's showing up, you don't get in the car. Unfortunately, and this happened to a college girl. She had called an Uber and this car pulled up where she was waiting for the Uber and she thought it was her Uber driver. And she got in the car of a murderer. And he took her somewhere and he stabbed her like 100 times, you know. They ended up catching the guy, but she thought that was her Uber driver. And I think that's what made Uber go ahead and, because I think when Uber first came out, they didn't have with the picture and all that and the code to give back and all that. I think that's what set that in motion. Yeah. But these motherfuckers do not be the people who's showing up that's the one that's on the picture. And I be tripping off that, like, yeah, but see, they're just grocery people. But if this was the person showing up to do my ride, I wouldn't get in the car with that person because their picture doesn't match.
That's you,
what's
man.
on the app.
You're aware. You're aware and cognitive. This doesn't look right. I'm moving on.
Show that on the news. It's probably not real.
It's probably not real. If it's on the news.
If it was real, they wouldn't show it on the news.
Fake news, right?
Dude, there were some fires in LA today. I'm pretty sure that shit was happening, bro.
Yeah. I'm just. But do you think they're natural fires?
Well,
do you think they're organic?
That's that could go either way, man. I'm not gonna be
crazy. Those fires in California. Do you guys recover from those pretty quickly? Because California is always on fire.
Well, that's what they project, and some of that is definitely true, man. I've lived in California. I know Saints has. We see fire. Yeah. There's no doubt about it, man. There's some crazy.
What I'm asking, do you guys recover from those pretty quickly, or does the devastation from it last like years, or does everything kind of grow back kind of fast?
Dude, right down the street from me, man, this whole ravine down by the river got burned out, right? And this was probably like 8 years ago, right? I go down there today, man. That place is booming with fucking life and beautiful, greenery. It's like, holy shit, man. That shit grew back so amazingly, bro.
I was just wondering, yeah.
As long as it has water, man, it's going to grow back. And that's the cool thing about things that grow, man. They grow, man. And that there's been a lot of news articles about the sequoias here in
I heard about that too.
Yosemite that are burning, and they're doing everything they can, Saints, to save the sequoias. I swear to God, they're doing everything they can. Right? Giant trees, bro. The only place in the world, of all the fucking world, man, the only place that grows giant sequoias is right here where we live, Saints. Bro.
I know.
It's so weird, bro. It's one of my all-time favorite, like, mine. Okay, if there's giant trees, there must be giants, right?
Dude, I was on a fire crew back in 2015, and I was at High Rock facility, which it's actually in Humboldt County, and so for when we're not fighting fires during like the winter season, before they started having fires during the winter,
right.
We would go and like make actual trails in the national forest, like Yellowstone and other forests for the hikers. Dude, it's so ridiculous and redundant, the amount of stuff that we have to do to make a trail. And then you can't have any, like, anything that's gas powered or anything, you can't bring into the forest. If you're going to cut one of those trees down, you have to do it by hand. So we saw some people doing it too, and they had one of those saws that's like 10 feet long, like from like the old school days.
Yeah.
That's what they have to do with right there.
Get the fuck.
It's crazy.
Hey man,
But those trees are so hard to burn, bro. Like if one of them happens to catch on fire, they have some type of rooting system down below the earth where their roots, they'll take water from other trees or whatever right then and there and push it into the tree that's on fire. Those trees are all so connected. It's a trip.
dude.
Over there, what they did in Australia, have they made laws that prevent farmers and other, forestry workers and stuff from burning off to, like, during certain times of year to prevent bushfire?
There's regulations, but you're allowed to have burn piles at certain times. You know what I mean?
Okay, because we had environmentalists get into Greens get into power in within politics over here, and they managed to push through some laws which prevented farmers and stopped forestry workers and stuff from doing burn offs, right? So all the foliage, that for a couple of years, it built up, it basically just gave these yearly bushfires, because we always get yearly bushfires. It gave it kindling and, added to the fire, right? And more homes were lost and more wildlife was, killed and things like that, and livestock due to that. Because of that, it could have been controlled. Every year up until recently, it was always farmers and forestry workers were allowed to backburn and burn off, like so during the off season, so that when it came, the fires weren't as devastating.
Hey, I gotta say one thing is whenever you see any of these fires, bro, if their structure's burned, notice how the structure burns and notice what's left afterwards on the structure, and that's how you could tell if it's a real fire or if people are drinking Mountain Dew. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
Somebody probably took them off. I thought I posted them. Anyway, what do you call it? So you'll see a bunch of trees and grass and shrubs left over, and then the house will be burned down to the foundation. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I've seen examples.
And so when they have stuff like that, they always blame it on like the extra foliage, right? The foliage from all the trees and everything, but yet they don't do anything to clean it up because they need the problem reaction solution. You know what I mean? If you think of everything as like it profits them to fight fires, and therefore you have to have fires to profit, right? And so it doesn't make any sense why they'd want to do anything to try to stop it. You know? And that's just being nice about it without getting too graphic.
Right, yeah. Well, we had a lot of people up in arms, especially farmers, who lost livestock and, crops, unnecessarily, because if they'd have been allowed to do their back burning, during the off season, they probably wouldn't have lost their livelihood.
Yeah, that again, that might not even be true though, I mean, we don't know for sure if that's what it is because there's so many suspect things involved in these things, where like structures that are like shouldn't be burning unless they reach temperatures of like there's like certain metals and stuff that shouldn't even be burning for unless they reach temperatures like 1800 to 2500 degrees, and these things are melted in the trees during the forest fires like 650 to like 800. Even at the hottest point of any forest fire, it would be at 1100 degrees, and that's a burning inferno. So things are burning at like 500 degrees hotter that need hotter heat. They're melting when things that are 500 degrees need less heat are still fully intact. It just doesn't even make sense scientifically, you know?
Are you talking about the fires we had 3 years ago? What was it?
I'm
Yeah,
just
exactly.
speaking about.
Yeah, the ones through Victoria and New South Wales, those ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that had been building up for what 5 years, I think, all that since
Was
they
it
stopped all the
5
back
years?
burning. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I remember driving through. I think it was this might be up your way, down from Canberra down to the coast, and mate, there was tinder everywhere, all over the ground. I turned around, I said to my missus, I said, "Mate, this is about to go up. This is going to go up in flames." It was so dry as well, and then bang! I think it was a year after, it just went. Oof.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. I just had no idea what they were thinking, like introducing those laws, or those restrictions.
It's always the Green Party, mate. It's so stupid. They've been burning off since as long as I can remember. Every year they were burning it off, and then it stopped, and we had the worst fires ever.
Exactly, and a lot of the fauna we have relies on fire to reproduce.
Yeah. Well, it's the only way that a lot of those native trees seed. So they need over a certain temperature to seed. So
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, those pods need to crack open from heat. Yeah, that's right.
government overreach.
Yeah, it's a lot of the people in power. They call themselves like Greens, environmentalists, and all they've done is studied the theory. They've never been out into and done any practical work. So they go from uni learning all this bullshit, and then get a job in politics and implement this bullshit, and have no idea what the actual real world is like. And it all is leading back to their global warming shit, isn't it? Climate change, all that. That's what they're trying to. Oh, we're trying to save the planet. Bunch of
Yeah,
bullshit.
I've seen that stuff that Flatiday was saying as well, where there's everything's burnt. Oh, he's just ducked out. Well, everything was burnt around. All the houses were burnt, and then there's trees next to. This was in California. I saw this, and the houses are burnt, and all the trees next to them are not burnt. And I think that's what he was saying about. I'm not sure what he was saying, alluding to about it, but how does it burn a house down and leave a tree next to the house?
Right. Yeah.
Because it seems like there's been some funny business going on with those California fires, but I don't know. I'm not there, so I can't really talk about it. But have you seen any
Yeah.
of that
Absolutely.
stuff?
Yeah, I have. Yeah. Yeah. Like if he's, like he's saying, if if the trees and stuff, around the fauna is left alive and unscathed, pretty much, and there was a fire, hot enough to burn the material of the house, which would require, if that can be established as fact that, that there was material destroyed, which would have required a heat beyond a certain temperature point, then it does raise the question why, that happened.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, you'd think those
would,
trees would just ignite because there's cars next to them that are melted.
right? Yeah,
I think that goes
for
into
sure.
that. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how far it goes into that direct energy weapons and stuff like that, but it does seem a little bit strange.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'd be sus on that.
I think it's a different story here, though. Like I don't see any of that really happening here. It's just a freak of nature, Like, and
Yeah,
bad
or like
government.
we can get embers, traveling with the wind, travel 2 kilometers or maybe even more, and land on someone's roof, and they got some leaves in their gutter,
Yeah,
that's it.
I think we killed the conversation. Everyone's left.
Oh shit! Oops. Oh
Anyway,
crud.
I'm making dinner anyway. I've got to bounce.
Yeah, same here. Yeah, I'm on and off cooking dinner. Yeah. Cheers, mate.
All right, catch up.
All right, see ya.
So where is the edge?
Who's to say that there is an edge, and why assume there is one? Is it because when we are introduced to the idea of a flat Earth, it's always depicted like this? In the currently most accepted model, Antarctica is not a continent, but a 360-degree landmass made up of ice that holds the oceans within. When we look at a Gleason's map from 1892 that states at the top that it's scientifically and practically correct, as is. We see this Antarctic ice rim. The Gleason's map is basically an azimuthal equidistant projection, which can be traced back to the year 1000. The AE map is also an official map of the United States Geological Survey, the USGS, and the official logo for the United Nations. The oldest known globe in the world is from 1492. This is something you need to keep in mind because many people argue that the azimuthal equidistant map is just a flattened out version of the globe, when in fact the globe is just a rounded version of this true world flat map. If the flat map came first and it has the ability to convert into a globe without any problems whatsoever, then that should tell you a little bit about how this globe deception was achieved. Now, back to if there is an edge or not. There is no proof that there is an edge past the Antarctic ice wall, but it is speculated by many that perhaps the plane that we live on is either extremely expansive or it's possibly endless. In these two scenarios, it would be logically assumed that more land is being hidden from the general public. In a 1954 interview with Admiral Richard E. Byrd, an American naval officer who specialized in exploration, he had this to say.
But strangely enough, there is left in the world today an area as big as the United States that's never been seen by a human being. And that's beyond the pole, on the other side of the South Pole, from Middle America. And I think it's quite astonishing that there should be an area as big as that unexplored.
Implying that there is more land past Antarctica. If that uninhabited land was on a globe, it would be in the Indian Ocean. A recent discovery of an old Buddhist map in a newspaper from 1907 seems to support the idea of a vast plain with much more land.
Where does the sun go if the earth is flat?
Well, the sun neither rises nor sets, but travels in a clockwise circuit from east to west, and only appears to rise and set due to perspective. The sun disappears at the vanishing point of human perspective on the horizon where the ground meets the sky, and since the sun is not 93 million miles away, I repeat, not 93 million miles away, but much closer and smaller, the light emanating from the sun only illuminates about half of the flat plane at once as it makes its daily journey.
What's underneath the flat Earth?
This is obviously an unanswerable question since the assumed edge has never been known to be reached, but many people suppose that whether the Earth is round or flat, that either way, it still must be floating in the middle of outer space. But the idea of outer space goes out the window with the round Earth theory. Many religious texts support an immovable Earth that has its foundations on which it is laid and its pillars by which it is supported. We simply don't know, but we do know that the Earth is obviously fixed in place, as we can tell by our everyday experience of non-movement. What we see in the skies above are illuminated objects making circles around us just as it appears. Whatever this place may be, it's the center of all we survey. Some say that the Earth is the floor of the universe. In the ancient Hebrew conception of the universe, we are surrounded by the waters above and the waters below, known as the Great Deep. The deepest hole ever drilled into the Earth was a total of about 7.5 miles. The very core of the Earth is nothing more than wild speculation, if not another malicious lie. So what's under the Earth? That remains a mystery to us all. But another thing that you can research is what's inside the Earth. Multi-billion-dollar deep underground military bases known as DUMBs, D-U-M-Bs, right?
What about ships and boats disappearing over the horizon?
This is also due to human perspective. They don't go over the horizon, they go into the horizon, moving beyond the limit of our vision and past the vanishing point. But the ships and boats are easily brought back into view with a pair of binoculars, a telescope, and any camera with a good zoom lens. A great question to ask yourself is why can't we see noticeable curvature from 120,000 feet up? But many people claim that the supposed curvature can be seen from the ground by watching boats. It doesn't make sense.
And what about all of the pictures of the Earth?
They are all clearly computer-generated images. They claim this picture from Apollo 17 in 1972 is real, and they also claim that the 2015 epic Earth picture is real. But NASA employee Robert Simon gave us a glimpse of how they do it. He shared his experience of creating the Blue Marble 2.0 in 2002. He is now called Mr. Blue Marble. He was interviewed and on record stating, "The last time anyone took a photograph from above low Earth orbit that showed an entire hemisphere, one side of the globe, was in 1972 during Apollo 17. NASA's Earth Observing System, EOS, satellites were designed to give a checkup of Earth's health. By 2002, we finally had enough data to make a snapshot of the entire Earth, so we did."
In 2002, Blue Marble 2.0. NASA's Rob Simon made this. Simon's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it was a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
what I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space, but I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Why are all the other planets round then?
When you compare amateur footage done with professional grade cameras and compare it to NASA's official images of planets and stars, it's clear that NASA images are all computer generated, no different than the photos of Earth. What have become known as planets are round lights that seem to be set over the flat Earth. The so-called planets and stars are not what we have been told they are, and comparing luminous objects that you see in the sky to the Earth under your feet is very ineffective for actually proving the supposed rotundity of the Earth. Since there are no actual photographs of the Earth and motion has never been experienced or proven, it would seem more logical for one to assume that we are on a flat, motionless plane and everything we see in the heavens revolves around us.
What about satellites and GPS?
As crazy as it may sound, satellites are a hoax. Have you ever wondered why there are never any damaged or fallen satellites? And why there are no satellite malfunctions due to constant heating and cooling? It's weird they don't melt in the thermosphere that's over 2,000 degrees. I find myself looking at the moon and wondering why we never see satellites pass by the moon. Did you know there are thousands of miles of fiber optic cables under the seabed that supplies 90% of the Earth's communication, internet, phones, etc.? And GPS works off of cell phone towers. It's called triangulation. Haven't you seen those really tall towers and wondered what they are? Satellite TV is just enhanced radio using ground-based towers. It's all ground-based, just like the old TV antenna. Science fiction author Arthur C. Clarke proposed the idea of geostationary satellites in 1945 in a magazine called Wireless World. And 20 years later, in 1965, they claim to have successfully launched the first commercial geostationary communication satellite. Today, there are said to be thousands, but the odd thing is that trying to prove it only leaves you fruitless.
Is outer space even real?
Yes and no. What you see in the sky, as far as stars and wandering stars, also known as planets, are there. How could we deny them? We don't know what they actually are, but they are there. Now, what we are told about outer space and what it is not true at all. Everything we believe about so-called outer space is due mostly to Hollywood movies and other media, including children's cartoons. Of course, NASA propaganda is the biggest culprit. As we have already gone over, there are no pictures of Earth, and even images of all the other so-called planets are computer-generated. NASA has gone on record numerous times stating that humans can't get past low Earth orbit.
NASA's next spacecraft, already being built and tested across America, will do those things and more.
This is the spacecraft that's going to take humans to explore the solar system. It's the next big step for NASA in exploration.
Called the Orion Multipurpose Crew Vehicle, or MPCV, this next-generation spacecraft will enable America to explore beyond low Earth orbit
As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belts, an area of dangerous radiation. But Orion has protection. Shielding will be put to the test as the vehicle cuts through the waves of radiation. Sensors aboard will record radiation levels for scientists to study. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
Plan that NASA has is to build a rocket called SLS, which is a heavy lift rocket. It's something that is much bigger than what we have today, and it will be able to launch the Orion capsule with humans on board, as well as landers or other components to destinations beyond Earth orbit. Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go. And this new system that we're building is going to allow us to go beyond and hopefully take humans into the solar system to explore. So the moon, Mars, asteroids, there's a lot of destinations that we could go to, and we're building these building block components in order to allow us to do that eventually.
And unlike the previous program, we are setting a course with specific and achievable milestones. Early in the next decade, a set of crewed flights will test and prove the systems required for exploration beyond low Earth orbit.
Low Earth orbit is supposedly between 99 and 1,200 miles away. The funny thing is that they say the moon is over 200,000 miles away. How did we make it so far in the 1960s and 70s if we can't do it today? Also, the International Space Station, just like everything else brought to us by NASA, is a fake Freemasonic hoax, completely fabricated and done with special effects, models, pools, zero-G planes, and various other camera tricks.
How is circumnavigation possible on a flat Earth?
Very easily. You can travel east and west directions to ultimately end up right back where you started. The face of the Earth looks similar to that of a clock. In fact, clocks were most likely designed after the true appearance of our world. If you follow a compass east for long enough, you'll make a full circuit. Same thing if you travel west long enough. As we've already gone over, the flat Earth map that was around before globes were easily converts to a globe, so everything you believe you are doing on a globe is actually taking place on a flat Earth.
How come the moon is upside down in the southern hemisphere?
This is another very simple explanation. When somebody is in the northern part of the Earth, or on the northern part of the Earth, they see the moon from this angle. When somebody is on the southern part of the Earth, the moon looks like this. They're looking at it from this angle. They see it from the opposite angle, and that's all it is. Imagine you tape a picture of the moon in the center of your living room, right? Depending on where you are in the room, the moon will be seen differently. Pondering this question, keep in mind that the face of the moon never changes. On a spherical Earth, we'd expect to see other sides, but we never have.
What about the seasons?
The sun is close and small, and it circles around and above the flat Earth in a spiral pattern on the Tropic of Cancer in the northern summer months, and then down in the Tropic of Capricorn in the northern winter months. So when the sun is further away from the North Pole, right, the center of the flat Earth, it's winter in the north and summer in the south. Since the sun is smaller than we are told and closer, it makes much more sense that we experience seasons in the first place. If the sun was 93 million miles away and had a radius of over 400,000 miles, we would hardly experience temperature fluctuation as we do.
What about gravity?
Gravity is necessary in order for a spinning ball Earth to work. People readily believe that you can't fall off of a spinning ball that's darting through outer space at speeds that you can't even comprehend, yet they will deny how much easier it is to stay on a flat surface that doesn't move. Gravity is a scapegoat for all that cannot be explained, and it has never been proven. The reason why things fall or float is because of density and buoyancy. If something is heavier than air, it falls. If it's lighter than air, it floats. Very straightforward. Your phone is denser than the air, therefore it falls when you drop it. Everything works because of density. No need to factor in imaginary components. Quote, "The law of gravitation is said by the advocates of the Newtonian system of astronomy to be the greatest discovery of science and the foundation of the whole of modern astronomy. If therefore it can be shown that gravitation is a pure assumption and an imagination of the mind only, that it has no existence outside of the brains of its expounders and advocates, the whole of the hypotheses of this modern so-called science fall to the ground as flat as the surface of the ocean. And this most exact of all sciences, this wonderful feat of the intellect, becomes at once the most ridiculous superstition and the most gigantic imposture to which ignorance and credulity could ever be exposed." Thomas Winship, Zetetic Cosmogony.
What about the Coriolis effect?
They say that the Coriolis effect is a result of the Earth spinning and is responsible for the deflection of an object moving above the Earth, rightward in the northern hemisphere and leftward in the southern hemisphere. The problem is that things like hurricanes and water in the sink aren't always predictable and have been known to spin both ways in either hemisphere. Also, another contradiction that proves the Coriolis effect false is the fact that no flying machine above the Earth has to account for it. If a bullet that travels 1,700 miles per hour has to account for the effect, then an airplane traveling at 550 miles per hour would definitely have to account for the effect. When you look for the answer, you'll find that we are told that since the atmosphere moves with the spin of the Earth, planes aren't affected. So why would bullets be? Especially when they go much faster than common airplanes.
Why can't I see infinitely far?
This is for the people that wonder why they can't see certain things that they believe they should be able to see if the Earth was flat. I've been asked on numerous occasions, why can't I see Mount Everest from anywhere on Earth? I've also been asked, why can't I see Spain from the east coast of America? Well, besides dirt, dust, dew, rain, fog, smog, smoke, clouds, mist, haze, snow, etc., your vision is limited by the vanishing point of your perception. Check your weather app on your phone and notice the visibility in your area.
Is the flat Earth a religious thing?
Yes and no. I say this because I myself am not religious. I'd rather not have faith in something, but know the facts to the best of my ability. And the facts are that the curvature and motion of the Earth have never been proven. The Bible, without any doubt whatsoever, supports the Earth that's fixed in place. The Book of Enoch, which is biblically endorsed and most likely belongs in the Bible, describes the flat stationary enclosed Earth in great detail. Many religions and civilizations preceding Judaism and Christianity support a flat and stationary Earth, such as the Babylonians, the Egyptians, the Mayans, the Norse, the Hindus, etc. This fantastic spinning globe Earth is very new to the people of the world, yet most of us carry on as if the theory is unquestionable, and we've been conditioned to laugh when the flat Earth is brought up. Whether you are religious or not, you can see the flat Earth for yourself.
Is the Flat Earth Society behind the resurgence of the flat Earth?
No, The Flat Earth Society is designed as a containment unit, gatekeepers that tell the truth about some stuff, but then lie about other things in order to make it appear ridiculous or steer you in the wrong direction. For instance, this is what FES has to say about gravity. In the Flat Earth model, gravity, rather than being a force, is the upward acceleration of the flat Earth. The Earth always accelerates upward at 1g, which is equivalent to the gravitational acceleration in the round Earth model. Like the force of gravity, the Earth's acceleration causes several commonly observed phenomena in our daily lives. If that isn't the biggest turnoff, I don't know what is. The Flat Earth argument has never died. It only died down. Real Flat Earthers have always been among us, but it wasn't until late 2014, early 2015, when Eric Dubé started making a lot of noise about the Flat Earth conspiracy and got people like myself on board. It took me 10 months of research before finally accepting the truth about where we live. Thanks to the many great Flat Earth researchers, content creators, and activists since then, more and more people are waking up to the massive deception every day.
Are all scientists, pilots, and members of the government in on it?
No, most scientists, pilots, and members of the government have been indoctrinated just as the rest of us have. When they work at their everyday job, they go about it as if the Earth is most certainly spherical. If indeed some of these people did know the Earth is flat, they most likely wouldn't even speak out about it in fear of losing their job or ruining their reputation. The average scientist goes about everything they do with the spherical Earth already factored in. For mainstream science, questioning our current model is a huge no-no. For pilots, computers do most of their work, not to take away from what they do because I personally appreciate it, and also pilots often switch out at stops, making it difficult to understand the real layout of Earth's land masses. As far as government members and politicians go, besides high-ranking officials at NASA, which isn't government at all, it's safe to assume that they are not in the know and they are not knowingly perpetrating this lie. Very few people compared to the population of the world are enlightened to the flat Earth.
NASA isn't the only space agency. Are all others in on it too?
The answer is yes. Here's a short clip on what you need to know.
The Vector, NASA's official logo. If you've ever looked at NASA's official logo, both their official insignia and their official seal, you'll see that the most prominent object in the seal is a red swooshing object. They call that the chevron or the vector. If you ask NASA's Public Affairs Office, this symbology is featured so heavily in their insignia and seal, they'll give you what really amounts to the standard facile cover story for the unilluminated. They'll tell you that that is a representation of a hypersonic wing design from the 1950s, which was the time the logo was created. Not exactly the case. Someone might want to ask the Russian Federal Space Agency, Roscosmos, that was formed in 1992, why they chose that same logo. And while you're at it, you can go ask the Chinese, who formed their space agency in 1996, why in the world they're using a hypersonic wing design from the 1950s as their official logo. Then you can ask the Japanese, the South Koreans, Taiwanese, Malaysia, Mexico, Iran, all of these countries, even Bulgaria. They all utilize the vector symbology in their space agency logos for their national space agencies. It gets even deeper. You can go look at the individual manned program patches for NASA. The Mercury program, for example, a blatant use of covert symbology. In every logo dealing with the Mercury program, you'll see what looks like a number 7 in their logo. And again, NASA's official story is that they put this number 7 there so that they could pay homage to the original 7 Mercury astronauts. Kind of forgetting the fact that only 6 Mercury astronauts actually flew into space because number 7 never did. Deke Slayton had a heart problem, so he didn't get to go up. So there were only 6 Mercury astronauts, yet there's a 7 in every single logo. That's in the official mission or official program insignia for Mercury, as well as the 6 individual mission patches carry this logo. And it carries on to the Space Shuttle program. If you look at the Apollo logo has a big letter A in it. At least that's what they want you to believe, but it's not. Again, that's just a simple way of explaining away the inclusion of this vector symbology in the logo. If you go to the Space Shuttle program, the original Space Shuttle STS program patch is a triangular patch that, again, hides the use of the chevronic vector symbology. And that also goes for many of the STS-specific mission patches. Every single one of the International Space Station expedition patches carry the vector symbology. The Russian Mir Space Station used the vector symbology. That was their official logo. You can even go deeper and look at military-industrial complex companies. Look at the logo on a company like Lockheed Martin, 2 vectors. The X-Prize logo, Ames Research Labs, U.S. Space Command. When you get into the military realm, the United States Space Command, their official logo is the vector symbol. And when you look at the military's individual space-specific programs, all of them deal with vector symbology in their official insignias. And the question really becomes, who or what are these people paying homage to?
Let's look at NASA's Earthrise. Now let's look at JAXA's Earthrise. Do you believe this is real?
Well, then who's responsible for this deception?
You will find that the Jesuits and the Vatican have been intimately involved in all things space, including owning the earliest telescopes and, to this day, the largest owners of observatories and telescopes in the world. The Society of Jesuits have been actively spreading the heliocentric theory for 500 years, while trying to bury thousands of years of flat Earth cosmology. The Jesuits are rulers of all powers that we are aware of, and have been ruthless in their pursuit of world domination for centuries, no matter who is killed or what has to be done to establish a one-world order out of chaos. They rule over, or are deeply partnered with, people like the Rothschilds and many other international banksters, secret societies, especially the Freemasons, as well as Zionist Jews, and especially Zionist Jews in seats of power. They rule over all the alphabet agencies and government think tanks, including the NSA, CIA, FBI, Mossad, KGB, Roundtable, Committee of 300, Tavistock Institute, Lucius Trust Publishing, Bilderberg Group, and the Council of Foreign Relations, including representative government and legislation like the U.S. Presidency, Congress, and the Supreme Court. The Jesuit order is said to have been established by Jews, again showing that the Jews are behind some of the biggest hoaxes in history, including the Holocaust. Freemasons are also spread out all over the world to further the different agendas that serve this Illuminati elite.
Why the lie?
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my god. Stop fucking lying. Always lying to me. You lying so much. You making it hard for me.
Their desire is to convince us that we are only one of a septillion other planets flying through infinite space. A septillion? Where do they get these numbers? A septillion has 24 zeros. They want us to think that we are nothing more than a cosmic accident caused by a big bang that took place 14 billion years ago. Again, where do they get these numbers? How one could draw that conclusion is unknown. They want us not to understand our origin and go on believing that life is meaningless. They want us to believe that alien life is real and that they created us. Look no further than ancient aliens for the propaganda. Not to mention countless shows and movies they program us with. This isn't just about flat Earth versus round Earth. It's much bigger than that. Whatever they plan on doing needed the spherical Earth groundwork laid before they could proceed. They may either shock us with a fake alien invasion or a disclosure of the beings that have always been among us, passed off as life from distant galaxies. Who knows? Another reason to turn the Earth into a ball is to hide extra land. If this is a vast plain, and there are places past Antarctica, with more oceans and more land masses, then an easy way to get rid of them is to wrap our part of this plain around a ball and make it seem as if there is nothing else and everything has already been discovered. The globe is full-fledged slavery for the inquiring mind.
I'd like to be an explorer, like the Great Magellan.
Oh, you're too late. There's really nothing left to explore.
What does it mean if the Earth is flat?
It means that the origin of man is deliberately being covered up from us. Man, woman, child, you are being deceived on a massive scale. Flat Earth, enclosed flat Earth, expansive plane flat Earth, or even infinite plane flat Earth with an infinite ceiling barrier, or possibly another plane of existence above us and below us. It means that this place was created, that you were designed, you were crafted, you are special and with purpose. A purpose being hidden from you on purpose. We are supposed to know our world and our reason for being. We've been swallowed whole by this economic fiat money system that controls absolutely everything and fuels this manufactured reality. Most of us know that we are slaves, and it's no wonder we desire to escape through movies, TV shows, and video games that happen to also further our programming and mental conditioning. We were never meant to live like this, and knowledge of our flat Earth is a step in the right direction. It's something that can't be taken from us. It's the fuel that we need to let these bastards know that we won't go down in ignorance. We will not willingly accept their one world authority that wants to rule over all mind and all matter. Embrace this flat world of ours and free your mind from the globalist mind control. It's time that we stand up for ourselves and our beautiful Earth. All I want to know is, who's coming with me?
Boom.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
Have you ever dreamed of going up to outer space, or maybe meeting other beings from another place? Have you ever wondered what it's like on other planets? Then you watch a science show and come to believe you understand it. You feel empowered by the knowledge and you feel enlightened, listening to Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson. But then you wake up and you start to see the obvious. Life is just a lie and this whole world ain't what we thought it was. NASA's missions to the moon were never completed. They just filmed them in a room and people believe it. I used to wonder what it's like to be an astronaut. Now when I see them acting, I can't help but to laugh a lot. They give us cartoons and they claim that we live on a ball, but it's flat and it's not moving or spinning at all. Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go. Space may be the final frontier, History has been rewritten by winners of wars. The Jesuit order, Khazars, Freemasons, and more. They pulled the veil over our eyes, and it's time to awaken. Through organized indoctrination, our minds have been taken. It's time we take our power back and we rescue our people. The Vatican and the bankers are like Resident Evil. They may have had the greatest plan that was ever concocted, but Illuminati never thought that they'd ever be spotted. They're manufacturing reality all in our heads. They tell us if the earth is flat, then we'll fall off the edge. But if it is a spinning ball, we won't fall off it then. And gravity is our imaginary magic friend. Why is water always flat when unmanipulated? Why are pictures of the earth computer generated? Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
Dear NASA, it's becoming 100% crystal clear that you and the other space programs that are in operation are connected and are deceiving the entire world. More and more people are waking up every single day, and we are now able to see right through you. But what we really want to know is, why are you lying? Sincerely, me and the great people of this earth.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
The captain thinks the world is round, see? But we all know it's a flat, right?
Of course it's flat. Sure, I know the world is flat.
Yeah, so do I. Everybody knows that.
seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a famous on the galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof, it seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type, you're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal, indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting, the earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is Photoshop, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages, so many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small, and now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal, indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting, the earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
What's up?
NASA!
The first definition, we're going to go down, choose the right synonym for level. So level, flat, plane, sorry, level shouldn't be there. Flat, plane, even, smooth means having a surface without bends or curves. That's down on the same page. Now let's roll up to their adjective definition of level. Having no part higher than another. Okay, that's good. Conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of the Earth's surface. You got major fucking problems here. They contradict themselves because having no part higher than another, we're just looking at this statement. And conforming to curvature, curvature is defined as changing elevation, whereas the first part says no change in elevation. This first statement is a contradiction just inherently.
Whoa. Curvature is defined as changing slope. Am I right?
Yeah, and slope is what? Is the measure of the change of what?
Position.
Elevation, you fucking retard. So, back to my point. They not only contradict themselves inherently within their little definition, adjective definition, but they train themselves for the second time when they say level is a surface without bends or curves.
I agree. So either Merriam-Webster is full of shit, or the word level is complicated and misunderstood.
Number one, they just contradict themselves. This is the only contradiction I have seen in the definition of level.
Right. So they could be full of shit.
So Merriam-Webster? Yeah, but that's an all or nothing fallacy. There's a lot of definitions they do get right.
Well, yeah, but how would we discriminate?
Well, basic reasoning and discernment. Simple. These have no contradictions in them. From dictionary.com and Cambridge, level, having no part higher than another. There you go. That's the same thing Merriam-Webster said before they contradicted themselves. Flat or even surface. Level, being a plane parallel to the plane of the horizon. Horizontal. Level, to make a level, even or flat. So level is flat. From Cambridge, level. Not rising or falling or higher on one side. That's saying the same elevation. But even in all directions. Horizontal or flat. So flat and level are synonyms. Something that is level with something else is at the same height. Elevation again. There you go. There's no contradiction in these. So we're good.
All right, listen.
If I was to tell you 3 simple questions, would you be able to answer them about the globe? Do you think?
Potentially, yeah.
Okay, 3 simple questions. How have they measured the curvature of the Earth from ancient times up until today? They said that it was established to be a globe at least 1,000 years. For at least 1,000 years.
Yeah. Well, I couldn't tell you the scientists because I haven't got anything up in front of me. But there's some scientists who used a mountain and also a lighthouse. It was somewhere in Egypt or something. And he basically went up. He knew the distance between these 2 points, went through them to sort of figure out the distance between the top points, the bottom points, and then sort of work out the curvature of the Earth.
Alright, so what I'd like to ask you is that the method that you're speaking of right now, do you know it fully, or are you just kind of vaguely responding to what you think it was?
Just vaguely responding.
Okay. Yeah, it's good that you're honest in this conversation, because that is key, right?
Yeah.
For us to have a good discourse.
Yeah,
Alright, so since you are vague, I would say that, well, you just believe that that's how they measured it, right? I mean, because of the information that you received and how you're telling us, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so now up until this point, is there any time in recent times that they've measured the curvature of the Earth that you know of?
Well, I'd use this may not be a good answer in your book, but you can use the ISS as an example, as when they go up whatever distance they are from the surface of the sphere that we live on, well, they can see that it is in fact spherical. It's just like your own eyes. You can sort of believe it.
Right, your own eyes, but not your own eyes, right? At the same time, because it's not your own eyes; it's their own eyes. They're telling you the story from that place that they're at.
They are telling you the story.
Right. So you're basically believing what they're saying. Once again, you're believing what some. Right. So we're just establishing, that as much as we're not going to get into any details right now in this conversation. But so far, what I'm gathering is that you just basically believe what they're telling you. So that's fine. That you just believe that they said that the Earth is measured to have curvature. So we'll go ahead and go to the next question, which is, how do you know, or how has it been measured that the Earth has been detected to be spinning on its axis, axial rotation? So what method do you know of that we can actually do, or has been done, that detects axial rotation?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, honest answer. All right, so we'd say that you just believe that however they detect that the Earth is spinning on its axis, they must be correct, because there's been a lot of people that have detected it, or a method has been done to detect it, right? You just believe that to be the case.
I just believe it.
Okay, so third and final question is the vacuum of space being a medium that we could travel to, or that it actually exists as a medium that they tell us. Now, how can we establish, or from your first-hand perspective, that the vacuum of space is indeed adjacent to the pressure air that we breathe?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, so real quick, I'm just going to round up the three first points that I just brought to you right now. And these are the positive claims that the globe Earth makes, right? That there has been measured curvature, that we have a detected axial rotation, and the vacuum of space is indeed a reality that exists next to the air pressure we breathe. But with these questions, we found out that the only thing you know is that you believe that all these three questions are true. You don't know that they are. You just believe them. So far as you know that secondhand information has gotten to you, and you believe that the Earth is a globe that is spinning in the vacuum of space. So it's not established as true knowledge. It's only something that you just believe it to be true. And you agree with me. So...
No, hold on. Well, you're just assuming that I agree with you. I don't really...
No.
Because you're saying that this information that I know is just a belief.
It is. We went over that. You just conceded them.
No, I didn't concede them. I said I don't know how they work.
Right, you just believe...
You... What the fuck?
Yeah, you just said you conceded. You believed all three of the points. I'm glad it kind of hit you right now. It's the first time this ever happened. It hit somebody at the end, but I'm glad you actually saw what I was doing at the very end.
I just said that I don't agree with everything.
That just happened. I know that you don't.
It just happened.
I know that. Listen,
people are capable of misspeaking. Hold on. You interrupted Ben the entire time. Can you just shut the fuck up for 1 sec? You really are a rude arsehole.
Hang on 1 second. This is the first time.
Shut up.
This is the first time that's ever happened that the guy actually, listen to this, right? He actually conceded the 3 points all the way through. Now he's backtracking and saying, hold on, what the hell just happened?
This
is amazing, right?
It was specifically done. I just believe that it was been done. So yeah, we lose that in a point that it's just a belief because you don't know.
So you do understand the power of my kung fu now, right? You just got beat on and didn't even know it. So here's the thing, though, homie. And I know you're not gonna like this because I have you muted, but I have to because you were being very disrespectful. So you just believe that the Earth is a globe spinning in outer space. And you conceded to all 3 points, mind you. And it was live streamed. Everybody heard you concede those points. So it's not only that you conceded it, but we have tons of witnesses right now. About 50 people listening on the Discord, and about maybe 60 or 70 on the 2 live streams that we have running. So thank you very much for your participation, but it seems like you're not going to be very good to have a conversation with because of the way you were being. So unless you're going to say that you're sorry in a DM, then I'm probably just going to leave you muted for now. And let's get to some other new people that are in here.
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was going to put him, Biden is hiding people and sucking the blood of children. When I talk to all your folks out in the playground, as I joked, and said, everybody knows I like kids better than people. Fortunately, they're like me. That's why maybe I like them. But all kidding aside, Biden is hiding people and sucking the blood of children. Look, again, it's hard to make this up.
President is whoever controls the teleprompter. You know, the path to power is the path to the teleprompter. You know, like what because then he just reads the teleprompter. So, you know, I do feel like if somebody would accidentally lean on the teleprompter, it's going to be like Anchorman. It's going to be like QQQ ASDF 123, you know, type of thing.
My name is Joe Biden. I'm Joe Biden's husband. Biden is hiding people and sucking the blood of children. The best way to get something done, if it holds near and dear to you that you, I was going to put him, I caught part of President Putin's press conference. I was going to put him,
because
The Earth is flat. The Earth is flat. Yes, that's right. The Earth is flat.
poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. We hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women created by you know the thing. You know, the message is simple. Going after Mickey Mouse, for God's sake. Judge my physical and mental my physical as well as my mental fitness.
Yeah, boy.
Ms. Downs, does Google think that this is a problem, and what is the solution that you're coming up with to address it?
Thank you for the question. So as you noted, when Alex Jones posted the video you described saying that the survivors of the Parkland massacre were crisis actors, that violated our harassment policy. We have a specific policy that says if you say a well-documented violent attack didn't happen, and you use the name or image of survivors or victims of that attack, that is a malicious attack and it violates our policy. In terms of conspiracy theory content generally, our goal is to promote authoritative content to our users. So we have two principles that guide the way here. That's the first one, is we want to provide users with authoritative, trustworthy information.
I'm sorry to cut you off. I only have a minute and a half, and I don't really need to hear what you're trying to provide. I want to know how you're dealing with all these conspiracy theorists on your platform.
So the first way is by demoting low-quality content and promoting more authoritative content, and the second is by providing more transparency for users. So we're introducing boxes that provide factual information at the top of results that have shown themselves to turn up a lot of information that is counterfactual, such as searching for the Earth is flat on YouTube, where you see a lot of
Your response is to put a box saying, nope, the Earth is not flat.
Correct.
Okay.
What's up, everyone? It's Jaronism again, back with another video, short one for you. And first thing I want to say, thanks to everyone for spreading the truth out there. Just keep doing it. Don't let the science preachers change your mind. Use your brain and your eyes and decide for yourselves. So I did want to tell NASA and SpaceX and ESA that it's time to give us our $1 trillion back. And I think Alex Jones sums it up best, my feelings about NASA.
I mean, it's just like scum, Nazi filth, trash, garbage, maggots.
So first things first is I get a lot of questions about GPS. What about GPS? How does GPS work if we're not on a globe? And I need to explain to them that GPS means global positioning system. It does not mean reality positioning system. It means your global positioning system. Where are you if you were on a globe? So that's how it works. If it were a reality positioning system, it would say flat. You're on the flat Earth. So second thing is, again, I always want to bring this up because I think it's one of the best evidences for you to think about. Water will always find its flatness. It is always flat. It can't be curved. It can't have a hump in it. Scientists and these science preachers will tell you that it can because of gravity. But all you need to think about is that from California to Hawaii is almost 2,500 miles. And if you believe in that, which I do, then you must believe that there is a 770-mile high hump of water if you believe in the globe. And if you believe in that, then you believe in make-believe and pretend. And I think you should start believing in reality. Joseph Jastrow, in 1935 said, create a belief in the theory and the facts will create themselves. So if you think about that, you can start to see the deception that they're playing on us. Take a look at gravity and just think to yourself that all it is a construction of mathematical equations that don't jive with reality. And there's a lot of these equations. They're all over the place and they don't make any sense. Another example of no sense making science is relativity. And tell me how smart you have to be to get this one. The theory of relativity says in its equation form that r to the little pw minus half of r to the g pw plus lambda times g to the pw equals, of course, 8 times pi to the g n to the t pw. That makes sense, doesn't it?
Right. Who is this really? What's going on? How come you want me to do all these weird things?
The person who wants you to do all these weird things is people like Neil Tyson deGrasse, who's quoted here as saying, the good thing about science is that it's true whether or not you believe in it. So that's fantastic advice, Neil. Thanks very much. I don't believe in it, so if you want to say it's true, that's up to you. Basically, guys, they have every base covered. They have done the work they need to do to make sure that all their math works, and the only tool we have to combat them is our brain and our eyes. So I suggest you try it out. Next, we've got 1984, if you have never read it, if you were like me, which was supposed to read it in high school, and I think I probably got an A on whatever test I was supposed to take, but I never actually read the book until just this week. And if you read it, I think you'll be very, very shocked at some of the info that you'll get out of it. The book was written by George Orwell. It was written in the late 40s. He died about a year or two after he wrote it, and you'll probably see why here in a second. I took about 8 or 10 different parts of the book to read to you right now, just so you can get an idea of why it's important for you to read it. Don't watch the movies. The movies are different. They take out the parts that I'm going to tell you about. The slogan of the Big Brother, or the political party, the party in the book, is "War is peace, freedom is slavery, ignorance is strength." So here's some quotes from the book. "It isn't very important about the top hats," said Winston patiently. "The point is, these capitalists, they and a few lawyers and priests and so forth who lived on them, were the lords of the earth. Everything existed. You, the ordinary people, the workers, were their slaves. They could do what they liked with you. They could ship you off to Canada like cattle. They could sleep with your daughters if they chose. The heresy of heresies was common sense, and what was terrifying was not that they would kill you for thinking otherwise, but that they might be right. For, after all, how do we know that 2 + 2 make 4, or that the force of gravity works, or that the past is unchangeable? If both the past and the external world exist only in the mind, and if the mind itself is controllable, what then? By making him suffer, obedience is not enough. Unless he is suffering, how can you be sure that he is obeying your will and not his own? Power is in inflicting pain and humiliation. Power is in tearing human minds to pieces and putting them together again in new shapes of your own choosing. Do you begin to see, then, what kind of world we are creating? It is the exact opposite of the stupid hedonistic utopias that the old reformers imagined. A world of fear and treachery and torment, a world of trampling and being trampled upon, a world which will not grow less but more merciless as it refines itself. Progress in our world will be progress towards more pain. Alone, free, the human being is always defeated. It must be so, because every human being is doomed to die, which is the greatest of all failures. But if he can make complete, utter submission, if he can escape from his identity, if he can merge himself into the party, so that he is the party, then he is all-powerful and immortal. The second thing for you to realize is that power is power over human beings, over the body, but above all over the mind. Power over matter, external reality, as you would call it, is not important. Already our control over matter is absolute. The next few portions are in the book a conversation, so I'll try and change my voice a little bit so you can follow along, but very interesting and telling information here. "But how can you control matter?" he burst out. "You don't even control the climate or the law of gravity, and there is disease, pain, and death." O'Brien silenced him with a movement of his hand. "We control matter because we control the mind. Reality is inside the skull. You will learn by degrees, Winston. There is nothing that we could not do. Invisibility, levitation, anything. I could float off this floor like a soap bubble if I wished to. I do not wish to because the party does not wish to. You must get rid of those 19th century ideas about the laws of nature. We make the laws of nature. But you do not. You're not even masters of this planet. What about Eurasia and East Asia? You have not conquered them yet. Unimportant. We shall conquer them when it suits us. And if we did not, what difference would it make? We can shut them out by existence. Oceania is the world. But the world itself is only a speck of dust, and man is tiny, helpless. How long has he been in existence? For millions of years, the earth was uninhabited. Nonsense! The earth is as old as we are, no older. How could it be any older? Nothing exists except through human consciousness. But the rocks are full of bones of extinct animals, mammoths and mastodons and enormous reptiles which lived here long before man was ever even heard of. Have you seen those bones, Winston? Of course not. 19th century biologists invented them. Before man there was nothing. After man, if he could come to an end, there would be nothing. Outside of man's existence, there is nothing. But the whole universe is outside of us. Look at the stars. Some of them are 1 million light years away. They are out of reach forever. What are the stars? Said O'Brien indifferently. They are bits of fire a few kilometers away. We could reach them if we wanted to, or we could blot them out. The Earth is the center of the universe. The sun and the stars go around it. For certain purposes, of course, that is not true. When we navigate the ocean or when we predict an eclipse, we often find it convenient to assume that the Earth goes round the sun and that the stars are millions upon millions of kilometers away. But what of it? Do you suppose it is beyond us to produce a dual system of astronomy? The stars can be near or distant, according as we need them. Do you suppose our mathematicians are unequal to that? Have you forgotten doublethink? The old civilizations claimed that they were founded on love or justice. Ours is founded upon hatred. In our world, there will be no emotions except fear, rage, triumph, and self-abasement. Everything else we shall destroy. Everything. Already we are breaking down the habits of thought, which have survived from before the revolution. We have cut the links between child and parent, and between man, and between man and woman. No one dares trust a wife or a child or a friend any longer. But in the future, there will be no wives and no friends. Children will be taken from their mothers at birth, as one takes eggs from a hen. The earthly paradise had been discredited at exactly the moment when it became realizable. Every new political theory, by whatever name it's called itself, led back to the hierarchy and regimentation, and in the general hardening of outlook that set in round about 1930, practices which had been long abandoned, in some cases for hundreds of years, imprisonment without trial, the use of war prisoners as slaves, public executions, torture to extract confessions, the use of hostages, and the deportation of whole populations not only become common again, but were tolerated and even defended by people who considered themselves enlightened and progressive. And remember that this is forever. The face will always be there to be stamped on. The heretic, the enemy of society, will always be there so that he can be defeated and humiliated over and over again. Everything that you have undergone since you have been in our hands, all of this will continue, and worse. The espionage, the betrayals, the arrests, the tortures, the executions, the disappearances will never cease. It will be a world of terror as much as a world of triumph. The more the party is powerful, the less it will be tolerant. The weaker the opposition, the tighter the despotism. Those are very few of the amazing quotes in this book. I recommend you read it today, tomorrow, this week. You can go online and just search for it. It is in the public domain, so Project Gutenberg and other places like that. You can get the free ebook. Check it out. I think that George Orwell knew a lot, knew more than a lot of people at that time, and he paid for it with his life. He only lived to be 47 years old. He also wrote Animal Farm, which is another great book. If you have never read that, I recommend it. Basically, the book teaches us that exactly what's going on now, exactly what the government's doing, exactly what the Masons are doing. They have taken us over from the inside, meaning they have gotten in our heads. They have taught us all in schools exactly the world that they want us to live in, a world with a million planets and a million stars, and we were created from stardust, and we will all live and die, and our existence is unimportant. And if you're following along with my channel and others like it, you'll realize now that that is the biggest lie in the history of the world.
Ms. Downs, does Google think that this is a problem, and what is the solution that you're coming up with to address it?
Thank you for the question. So as you noted, when Alex Jones posted the video you described saying that the survivors of the Parkland massacre were crisis actors, that violated our harassment policy. We have a specific policy that says if you say a well-documented violent attack didn't happen, and you use the name or image of survivors or victims of that attack, that is a malicious attack and it violates our policy. In terms of conspiracy theory content generally, our goal is to promote authoritative content to our users. So we have two principles that guide the way here. That's the first one, is we want to provide users with authoritative, trustworthy information.
Ms. Downs, I'm sorry to cut you off. I only have a minute and a half, and I don't really need to hear what you're trying to provide. I want to know how you're dealing with all these conspiracy theorists on your platform.
So the first way is by demoting low-quality content and promoting more authoritative content, and the second is by providing more transparency for users. So we're introducing boxes that provide factual information at the top of results that have shown themselves to turn up a lot of information that is counterfactual, such as searching for the Earth is flat on YouTube, where you see a lot of
Box saying, nope, the Earth is not flat.
Correct.
Okay.
Now, I don't want to fool you here. Last month, for the first time since 1972, NASA released a blue marble, a single snapshot of the Earth taken from outer space. And so much has changed in the decades between that first picture and the second. Borders have shifted, generations have come and gone. Our global population has nearly doubled. But one thing hasn't changed. Our planet is as beautiful as ever. It still looks blue.
In 2002, Blue Marble 2.0, NASA's Rob Simon made this. And it had wide appeal too. For example, it ended up as the default background on the iPhone.
I didn't even know until I bought an iPhone and turned it on and kind of did a little happy dance.
Simon's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
To us, the really cool thing was the data set. Up until that point, there was no realistic color map of the globe anywhere.
So the land layer here comes from
the moderate resolution imaging spectroradiometer aboard Terra.
And the tricky part here was the weather.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it was a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space. But I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, And it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a Freemasonic galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof, it seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type, you're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal, indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting, the earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Nassholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is Photoshop, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages, so many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal, indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting, the earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Nassholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
It is Photoshop, but it has to be. It is Photoshop, but it has to be. It is Photoshop, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
It is Photoshop, but it has to be. It is Photoshop, but it has to be. It is Photoshop, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
Send me something to put on, dude.
What up, boy?
What up, what up, what up?
Just our common sense, everyday perception of the Earth, it is flat as far as we can tell. It is motionless as far as we can tell. And everything in the sky is revolving around us as far as we can tell. If nobody told us otherwise, we'd logically assume that the Earth was flat, motionless, with everything in the sky revolving around us. And you can prove that this is the case as well, for instance, with the horizon. As you rise up, no matter how high you go on the top of Mount Everest, or if you go in a balloon higher and higher, we've gotten independent balloons have gone up with cameras. The horizon remains flat all the way around and rises to the eye of the camera all the way up, totally flat, and rises to the eye of the observer. So that's one proof. Now, if the Earth were a ball, no matter how big, the horizon is said to be the curvature of the ball.
If you were to go to NASA, it's all fraud, it's all fake. Pretty much everything NASA puts out is fraudulent. There are no images of Earth from space. Put an end to this topic once and for all, turn the Hubble round and show us Earth in real time, but they will not do it. They can't do it. It doesn't exist. It literally doesn't exist. Looking at these images of Earth, including the one they called the Big Blue Marble, which was released in 2002, I think. Zoom into it with Photoshop, you'll see where they've used the clone tool in Photoshop to take a picture of one of the clouds and stamp it in various places around the picture. They got lazy.
If the Earth is 25,000 miles in circumference, there must exist a curvature drop of 8 inches times the mile when you square the mile. 1 mile means there should be an 8-inch curvature drop. 2 miles, 2 times 2 times 8 is 32. That's 32-inch drop. 3 miles would be a 72-inch drop. And this would exponentially continue. Here's the longest bridge in the world. The Danyang Kongchon Grand Bridge in China. 102.4 miles long. There should exist nearly 7,000 feet of curvature drop in that bridge. 7,000 foot curvature drop. Do you see it? It ain't there. Look at the horizon. It's flat.
You can see in that dive shot that the inside camera, the horizon is completely flat. Then it goes to the outside and you got a huge curve. But when you're looking at some of the amateur balloon footage, some of it's lens corrected and it's completely flat. And others, like the GoPro stuff, the horizon will fluctuate as the camera spins and tilts. The horizon will go convex and concave, a lens effect. It's obviously not the horizon shifting every 2 seconds as the camera jumps. And when it's still, you can see all the way up, totally flat. NASA is essentially Hollywood, and all the images that you think you've seen of a spinning ball Earth are faked. And all the amateur balloon and rocket footage that we've sent up there shows a flat horizon that rises all the way up. And that's impossible on a ball.
Humans, for the most part, don't have a clue. They don't want one or need one either. They're happy. They think they have a good bead on things.
But why big secret? People are smart. They can handle it.
The person is smart. People are dumb, panicky, dangerous animals, and you know it. 1,500 years ago, everybody knew the Earth was the center of the universe. 500 years ago, everybody knew the Earth was flat.
Imagine what you know tomorrow.
The horizon, for instance, is always completely flat, and you don't feel any motion. So if you were just born today and looked out, you wouldn't assume that you're standing on a spinning ball. You'd assume that you are on a flat, motionless plane. So to assume that we are on a spinning ball is actually contrary to our common sense and our everyday experience. And there's also experiments that have been done to test whether we're on a spinning ball or not.
My question was, why, if it's a flat Earth, why couldn't you stand on the coast of California with a telescope and see Japan or Hawaii or something? And I think you know the answer to that. I'll let you answer that.
Yeah. You can't see an unlimited distance. The lowest layer is the densest and not transparent. So if you imagine like a hot, humid day, the haze over a road, all telescopes will eventually blur out in that same kind of way due to the air. So no, you can't see an infinite distance.
Is the Earth flat or round? It's round. Okay, now let's see. How do we go about proving that? Go to the seashore. Go to a seashore.
Watch as ships sail away. They don't disappear all at once. No, first, the bottom will disappear. See, the bottom of the ship is gone. Now we can see midway up, and then the whole thing disappears. Now, ships came back. They didn't fall off the table. So people realized that the world is curved. I mean, it's a big curve, but it's curved. So, the process of testing claims, the world is flat, the world is round, is what we call science. Now, if you have a claim that can't be tested, that's what we call pseudoscience. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof.
Boats don't disappear over the curvature of the horizon. Boats disappear due to perspective. All you have to do is go to the beach, watch a boat disappear from your eye, and then whip out your telescope, your binoculars, or your high-powered zoom on your camera, and you can pull the entire boat right back into view. Whole mass and all. Yeah, that's right. You think the boat disappeared? Just whip out your telescope, your binoculars, or your zoom camera. You bring the entire boat back into view, completely debunking everything Coy just told you. And here's my video proof.
Extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof.
Imagine that. You can debunk the curvature of the Earth yourself with just a simple zoom on your camera. Bye-bye, little boat.
The flat Earth? Well, that didn't stand up to tests. The round Earth did.
And you guys, come on. Everybody watches newscasts. You all use mobile phones. You all see airplanes fly around. You all go to see Ed Sheeran in concert one day in London, another day in Melbourne, Australia. This all depends on our fundamental understanding of the size of the Earth and its shape with extraordinary precision.
What the fuck did you just say?
The way we teach science is you're just some empty vessel and we pour the science into you and then you regurgitate it on an exam. Because Earth, we know it spins once a day, yes.
Off to a great start.
So you spin, you know, when you spin pizza dough, it kind of flattens out. Gets wider in the middle, and so Earth, throughout its life, even when it formed, it was spinning, and it got a little wider at the equator than it does at the pole. Not only that, it's slightly wider below the equator than above the equator.
A little chubbier.
A little chubbier.
Yeah.
Chubby's a good way. It's like pear-shaped.
Yeah.
So, it turns out the pear-shapedness is bigger than the height of Mount Everest above sea level. Well, let me just so you understand. We've been fed a lie our entire, I want to call it a lie. We've been fed.
It's a point of view thing, I think.
We've been fed Earth has been misrepresented to us by
science.
Pear-shaped. Pear-shaped.
Science!
So they're all trying to figure out, is the universe spinning around us or are we spinning around the universe? They tell you, we don't know shit. We're looking at a bunch of lights in the goddamn sky. You're gonna tell me that that light and that light, that's 250, 100 trillion light years away? How the fuck did you figure that out? And you learn.
Well, don't they have an explanation for that shit?
No, exactly. That's what what you just said right now. What you just said now is what everyone's natural reaction. Because anytime someone says anything about space, you automatically think, someone figured it out. You don't know the guy's name. You don't know the name of the experiment. You didn't look into it yourself. You just think when someone tells you, how far is the Earth from the sun? They'll say, 93 million miles away. Like you just, everybody relies on someone figured that out and someone double checked it. You're going on what you read. And right now, cosmology, they don't know what the fuck to do. You know what they found out? The cosmic microwave background shows that all the galaxies are on shelves lined up to us. That we're at the fucking center. They don't know what to think about. Yeah, there's a lot of controversy going on about it.
You should see the stars do all sorts of strange motions, but you don't. You only see them make these perfect circles. That tells me that it's the stars that are moving, not the Earth.
The Copernicus principle, the one that we live by, is that we're insignificant, we mean nothing, we're a speck in the universe. That's the heliocentric model, that we go around the sun. The geocentric model means that everything goes around us. That's what this is in the Bible. That's what the first astronomers were saying. Ptolemy was the first one to say, yeah, we are the center. You can tell based on these observations, everything's revolving around us.
Earth is the center of the universe, and we stand still, and the universe spins around us.
You know what? They've lied so much. NASA's lied so goddamn much that I don't believe shit
I see. They've got that satellite image of that frozen moon. What's that frozen moon?
Oh, let me see if that's CGI. Find that They got a picture of a frozen fucking moon? I guarantee you it's CGI. No way they could take a picture.
The heliocentric model is in trouble. Watch as the sunlight shrinks and follows the sun. It's definitely a locally illuminating sun, not far away, not very big, and definitely not 93 million miles away.
There's a place in Bolivia called Salar de Uyuni, which is a salt flat. It's literally 100 miles wide one way and 80 miles across, and it's perfectly flat. And when it rains, literally you get an inch of water, and it looks like a perfect mirror. Now, how does that happen on a sphere? Yeah, it shows you that, you know, if you're one end of this salt flat, you can see perfectly clearly the other end 100 miles away. So it's just showing you that, you know, the Earth is flat, and without the effect of the waves in the sea, you'll be able to see a whole lot further. Took a picture across the Great Lakes from Michigan, and was able to see, I believe it's Chicago, which he shouldn't have been able to see. And the television station basically said it was a mirage.
They found this photo, Randmere State Park. This is from Joshua Nowicki, and what you're seeing here is a mirage. We typically would not be able to see this from the Lake Michigan shore. We talked about this last night. Conditions are right on the lake, that we're actually seeing a mirage of the Chicago skyline. Very interesting here. Here's what's happening. This is a good example of a superior mirage. So Joshua was on the Lake Michigan shore. He was looking towards the west, and Chicago's beyond the horizon. Should not be able to see it. However, with the right conditions, we have an inversion. We have cold air near the cold lake water and some relatively warmer air above it. This will bend the image of that skyline back towards the viewer. And so typically we would not be able to see this. This image would be viewable from much, much higher in the sky.
They always say it's a mirage, but for a mirage to happen, you have to have very specific atmospheric conditions. You know, it's not a mirage. It's simply that you're looking across a plain.
Now, how come in all these ball pictures, man, you can see all the continents pretty much, and there's just a little bit of clouds here and there. Man, it's like some of these pictures, like there's some where they show the Earth at night, and you can see all the lights and stuff. It's like, you're telling me the entire continent didn't have clouds? The entire fucking continent, like, you can see Africa and all these lights and all this stuff. Like, you know, if you turn on your porch light, I guess you can see it from space, apparently. And it's like there's no clouds in some of these pictures.
And they spelled out the word sex, right, recently, probably a few months ago in one of the clouds.
But, you know, if they do their research, they say, well, those are composites. And I said, well, how come they copy and paste the clouds on some of these? And they use the same cloud form. Like, if you're going to make a composite, but you shouldn't be copying and pasting clouds. That means you're adding stuff that's not real.
Yeah, and the thing is, those pictures that you're talking about, the blue marble pictures, you know, I think there's about maybe 8 to 10 of them over time that NASA has put out, and you're absolutely right. None of those pictures look the same. The color of the water is different. Like you said, the continents are different sizes. It's just unbelievable. And I think what happened originally was they would put these things out and nobody was paying any attention to it. You know, and then all of a sudden now people are paying attention to it, and now they're pulling these pictures in, and it's an obvious fraud.
What?
And the thing is, there's supposedly tens of thousands of satellites orbiting Earth. We can't get any close-ups of Earth. We can't get a view of Australia with the buildings upside down.
And they'll look at you like you're crazy. But really, you're the sane one for asking real questions. They're the fucking idiots for just repeating school book bullshit. That's how it works. I was taught school book bullshit in public school, and somehow I was able to break free and free my mind. You know how I did it? I watched NASA rockets explode a bunch of times. Fly off sideways and not go to space.
If you watch the trajectory of the space shuttle, it doesn't go straight up. It always goes in a curve and out to sea. The point is, they actually go horizontal. The space shuttle goes horizontal. It never goes any further up. It goes horizontal, very, very low down in the atmosphere. You know, it's still in the atmosphere while it's horizontal, so it never gets any higher. And it goes out of sight, not because it goes too high, because it goes too far downrange. And they have a plane that's mocked up to look like a space shuttle, it's a jet-powered aircraft. That's it. It's not a glider. It's an aircraft. And that's what they're fooling us, taking billions of dollars in and giving us images and fake planes for that 10 billion, however many billions of dollars it is. What goes up must come down, and literally we have not ever seen anything that has ever gone up and not come down.
One thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth. There's no place to go.
Rockets don't have brakes. It literally stopped. All of that angular momentum from the rotation of the rocket and the linear momentum from flying up just stopped. No, it had to have hit something. But what did it hit? If it hit a solid surface, the rocket would have been destroyed, and most likely the camera too, so we wouldn't have the footage, and obviously that's not the case.
Kicks and deals. It's a long fly ball going back, and the ball shatters the sky, bringing the ocean itself down into the stadium. Oh, Simpson just broke this dream's reality wide open.
I know we have still not shattered that highest and hardest glass ceiling, but someday someone will, and hopefully sooner than we might think right now.
There's no place to go.
Although we weren't able to shatter that highest, hardest glass ceiling this time, thanks to you, it's got about 18 million cracks in it. And it may be hard to see tonight, but we are all standing under a glass ceiling right now.
People figured out that we were an enclosed system. The more advanced we got, it would be the biggest thought on our minds. That's all we care about. You could make a wildlife preserve 1,000 miles square. All people, all human beings would do is just be knocking on the fence constantly, going, why is this fence here? Who built the fence? Why are we in here? And so on and so on.
Why do you think that Truman has never come close to discovering the true nature of his world until now?
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented.
Earth, 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 yep, 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 Earth, Earth, yep, 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 yep.
Earth!
If you start here, and you go around long enough in the same direction, you wind up in the place you started from. Yes, Thomas?
Why don't we fall off when we walk underneath, Miss Sarah?
Because of a force called gravity.
What does gravity look like?
Gravity is something we can't see, but we know it's a great invisible force that keeps us all here on Earth. It's a natural force that keeps us all from flying off into space.
We were always told that the world is flat.
You are told right. Don't listen to her. I've been patient with you, Sarah. Lord knows I've been patient, but now your words have revealed you.
The law of gravity was discovered by Sir Isaac Newton in 1687. That's almost 200 years ago, Uncle Evan.
But there is only one law. The law of God.
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question. Wow. No, here's the difference. We can describe gravity. We can say what it does to other things. We can measure it, predict with it. But when you start asking, like, what it is, I don't know. Einstein, in an Einsteinian answer, we would say gravity is the curvature of space and time. And objects will follow the curvature of space-time, and we interpret that as a force of gravity. That's probably the best answer I can give to a what is gravity question, or why is there gravity. That's the best I can do there. I think that's a good start.
The world is round.
What?
You know how everybody believes the world is flat, like a pancake? Well, they're all wrong. The world is actually round, like an orange.
The world is an orange. And?
And? Well, that's it. It's a great idea. It's one of my best ones.
Yeah, but what kind of orange? Is it a navel or a juicer? What?
Look, just sleep on it. In the morning, the idea will come to you again, and you won't even remember where you got it. Get it?
Got it.
Good. I must say, I really thought you'd catch on to this a little quicker, Copernicus.
What? My name's not Copernicus. I'm Charlene Sinclair.
You're not Copernicus? This isn't 16th century Poland? Oh boy, I screwed up.
How do you brainwash? You repeat the same thing over and over again. You know, if somebody's resisting the concept, if you keep fucking repeating it, they'll incorporate it in their brain. Since you were a kid, you've seen this in it. But you've never seen it from that point of view. But your brain has three-dimensionalized. Oh yeah, that's the Earth. How? Through repetition.
Let's just all get on our hands and knees and wait for a scientist or an astronaut to come along, or Neil deGrasse Tyson to come along and bestow upon us their knowledge.
Now, as you can see, this is the evolution meter, and I've put God, the creator of everything, on the right side, and evolution on the left. I won't change my mind, because I don't have to, because I'm an American. I'm dug in, and I'll never change.
Mac, look, you're wasting our time. You're not going to get us to not believe in evolution.
And why is that?
Because the smartest scientists in the entire world all agree that it's real.
I'm glad you brought that up. Mr. Reynolds, these were all the smartest scientists. Only problem is, they kept being wrong!
Oh, this is insane, you fool!
I'm a fool because I have more faith in the saints that wrote the Bible?
Yeah, because you just read the words of a bunch of guys that you never met, and you just take it on faith that everything they wrote was true.
And what makes you think what your scientists are writing is any more truer than my saints?
Because there are volumes of proven data, numbers, figures.
Have you poured through the data yourself? The numbers, the figures?
Well, no. No.
Oh, interesting. So let me get this straight, Mr. Reynolds. You get your information from a book written by men you've never met, and you take their words as truth based on a willingness to believe, a desire to accept, a leap of, dare I say it, faith?
Come on. Look, I mean, I don't even know how I'm supposed to respond to that. Like, come on.
I rest my case.
Matter tells space how to curve. Space tell... Did I get that right?
The science community is ignoring a lot of the things that we're looking at, and so normal people are going out and doing experiments. And one of the experiments has turned up an amazing fact that we've not been told, and it destroys the whole idea of this heliocentric system, and that is the moon. Now, you can actually measure the temperature of the moonlight next to the temperature of the shade of the moonlight, and you'll find the moonlight is colder than the shade, the opposite from the sun. So the moon is throwing out its own light, and that light is the opposite from the sun. Now, that tells you that it's not reflecting the sun's light. It's producing its own, and its light is different from the sun's. So, the scientific community have not told us this, because they won't tell us this, because it destroys this idea that the sun is lighting up the moon.
Everyone knows, like, if you're in sunlight, it's colder in the shade, right? So if it's 100 degrees in the sun, it's 90 degrees in the shade. You go to the moonlight, like especially in a full moon, especially if it's high in the sky, the moon is its own independent object. It is not reflecting the sun rays. The sun is its own object. Also, about the same size, which is, again, coincidentally, why the moon fits so perfectly in front of the sun during an eclipse. We always thought it was coincidence that even though it was 400 times farther away, that it was also exactly 400 times less diameter, which is why it fits. And the other weird thing about the moon, which everyone thinks, oh, it's just a coincidence, is that we never see the other side of it. It's constantly perfectly rotating, so we only see one side of the moon. Exactly one side. It's not like we have like a quarter of a degree every 5 years or half a degree here and there. It's always the same side. There are no coincidences when it comes to this system. It was deliberately built, but I think it was deliberately built to be detected. And I think we were naturally supposed to figure this thing out maybe as late as the 1970s, but the government figured it out first, and they have been spending a heck of a lot of money trying to keep it a secret.
When I look at the people who signed the Antarctic Treaty, and all the nations that were down there doing whatever they were doing signed a treaty, and I believe it was 1958 or somewhere thereabouts, saying, nope, nobody can stake a claim to Antarctica, and if you're going to go down there, you can only go down there for scientific reasons under carefully restricted guidance, but it's not a free-for-all. Nobody can just, hey, I'm going to go check out Antarctica and do a high jump of my own. No, can't do it.
It's the only treaty that's all these countries have signed and never broken and completely agreed on. It's the only one. What treaty is there that everybody's agreed on? We're being kept away from it for a reason. They have some scientific bases there, and literally it's controlled by the military because they don't want you finding out what's beyond.
During 3 voyages lasting 3 years and 8 days, Captain Cook and crew sailed a total of 60,000 miles along the Antarctic coastline, never once finding an inlet or path through or beyond the massive glacial wall. So the other question is, well, how come ships don't go off the sea if it's flat? How come ships don't fall off the edge? Well, here's why you don't fall off the edge. There's a 200 to 300 foot high wall that is the border that Scripture says is keeping everything. Nothing's going past that.
Because they don't want you finding out what's beyond.
Personally, I think the unconquered South face is the only one worth scaling. It's a 20,000-foot sheer wall of ice. But that's never stopped me before. Risk? Of course I'm aware of the risks. Thank you for your concern.
Here's the picture of the Earth from space. There it is. Since you were a kid, you've seen this image. But you've never seen it from that point of view. You've never seen that with your eyes from that scale of a model, that point of view, from outside of the planet's surface. Well, here's the first image that sold the whole thing. 1482. This is when they came up with this idea. We are on that thing. It's a ball. Hey, we should go to the North and the South Pole. We didn't do it yet. It's a fucking ball. Hey, nobody's even jumped up high enough to see if it is a ball. We can't do that. We don't have planes yet. It's a ball. You know what? We adopted this whole model like 400 or 500 years before the airplane. 400 years before the airplane, pretty much. It was like beginning of the 1900s. They went to the North Pole in the 1900s. This is 1482. Nobody went to the top of the globe, to the bottom, or flew up, or built a skyscraper. It's funny that we said that this This is what we're in right now. This is what we're on before any instrument approved. This is the first time we actually had like an instrument of flight. Actually go high enough to actually fucking check out if what we agreed to 500 years ago was real. So if they were wrong, after 500 years, the question is, would they tell you? Newtonian physics, why objects move on a ball spinning 1,000 miles an hour while it's going 26,000 miles around the sun. Basically the model we're accepting right now.
The sailor thinks that he's traveling around the Earth this way, when in effect he's traveling around the Earth this way.
They began flying it around the world from Abu Dhabi last year, with stops in India and China, then across the vast Pacific.
Does running around your neighborhood prove that the neighborhood is round?
I was an airline pilot for Delta for 26 years. A pilot's primary flight instrument is his artificial horizon, which he has to be maintained level to keep from climbing and descending. From a cockpit, weather permitting, I could see hundreds of miles in all directions, viewing cities connected by roads across the flat plain as far as the eye could see. Nothing ever leaned.
If a pilot is flying around the curve of the Earth, then he should be dipping the nose down every 5 minutes. He should be dipping the nose down to stay around the curve. That's absolute proof that a plane flies over a flat surface rather than a curved one. But I went to the manufacturer of the artificial horizon, and they confirmed to me that it's completely mechanical, nothing electronic in it whatsoever. So it's literally just a gyroscope that can freely move. That right there is proof to me that planes fly over a plane.
Flat Earthers, it's time. We are going to destroy the Globheads' arguments concerning flight routes.
When you go onto the plane tracking software, you'll see hundreds and hundreds of flights over the Northern Hemisphere, and you can track those flights from beginning to end. When you look at any flight in the Southern Hemisphere, what you'll find is the flight takes off and disappears off the tracking.
And that only leaves why. Why have they done this? What's the point of this grand deception? I think Eric Dubay explains it best.
People are always asking, why do they do this? Other than the obvious profit margin motive, NASA being the biggest black budget black hole in existence, sucking in over $30 billion taxpayer money for the fake moon landings alone. Nowadays, hundreds of billions of dollars, and not just NASA, but RASA and all the other fake space organizations around the world giving CGI images for hundreds of billions of dollars.
You want to put something in context. If you want to do something with $3.5 trillion, you can do whatever you want. Whatever you judge to be important to the profile of the nation that you are trying to build and to sustain.
So by surreptitiously indoctrinating us into their scientific materialist sun worship, not only do we lose faith in anything beyond the material, we gain absolute faith in materiality, superficiality, status, selfishness, hedonism, and consumerism. If there's no God and everyone's just an accident, then all that really matters is me, me, me. So they've turned Madonna, the mother of God, into the material girl living in a material world.
It's all about making us feel nothing, so that we can be used. If everybody realised how special we all are, how unique every single life is, then this whole world would change overnight. we wouldn't allow ourselves to be used by this cabal.
I start from the supposition that the world is topsy-turvy, that things are all wrong, that the wrong people are in jail and the wrong people are out of jail, that the wrong people are in power, that the wealth is distributed in this country and the world in such a way as not simply to require small reform, but to require a drastic reallocation of wealth. All we have to do is think about the state of the world today and realize that things are all upside down. Now, if you don't think, if you just listen to TV and read scholarly things, you actually begin to think that things are not so bad, or that just little things are wrong. But you have to get a little detached and then come back and look at the world, and you are horrified. Now, as soon as you say the topic is civil disobedience, you're saying our problem is civil disobedience. That is not our problem. Our problem is civil obedience.
I think all our society is run by insane people for insane objectives. You know, and I think that's what I sussed when I was 16 and 12 way down the line, but I expressed it differently all through my life. It's the same thing I'm expressing all the time, but now I can put it into that sentence that I think we're being run by maniacs for maniacal ends, you know. If anybody can put on paper what our government and American government, etc., and the Russian, Chinese, what they are actually trying to do, you know, and what they think they're doing, I'd be very pleased to know what they think they're doing. I think they're all insane, you know, but I'm liable to be put away as insane for expressing that. You know, that's what's insane about it.
And someone else says it's flat. That's worth reporting.
Should we still debate whether the Earth is flat?
Like they used to think the sun went around the Earth. Everybody say that's scientists. Well, he's so smart.
Other science refuted it.
Right, but back then, like everybody at that time thought that guy was smart. Why at this time do we think that the Earth goes around the sun?
There's an overwhelming science that the Earth was flat, and there was an overwhelming science that
you learn over time.
We were the center of the world.
You're just taking an authority's word for it, and all we're saying is be skeptical. Sure. And while you're being skeptical, there's a bunch of evidence that's totally against the mainstream version. And while you're being skeptical and looking at that evidence, you start compiling more and more of the evidence until you become like me, you know the truth. I don't believe the Earth is flat and motionless. I know it is.
There was a lot of things that I thought I knew, but they suddenly turned out to be completely different. They can't just impose stuff on us. They have to tell us about it and wait for our consent. And silence is considered consent. If the sun was 93 million miles away, you wouldn't see that. We see in perspective. That is, the horizon is at our eye level. And as things recede from us, they tend to converge to the center of that horizon line, to a place that's known as the vanishing point. The sun rotates around us and only appears to rise and set because of the way our vision works. Video without the preconception that the sun rises and sets, but rather moves further away.
The images of your world with curves or as a ball are CGI. You've seen those images all your life. They're paintings, they're computer generated images, or a little of both. Anything with a curve and the Earth is a fake. It's a fraud. You have never, with your naked eyes, ever seen the Earth as a ball from space. You never have. But you just have blind faith that that's what it looks like.
If the Earth were actually a big ball, the horizon should sink as you ascend, not rise to your eye level, and it would dip at each end of your periphery, not remain flat all around. Horizon rising with the camera level and remaining perfectly flat 360 degrees around.
All the ancient cultures from the beginning of time have depicted a flat, kind of enclosed Earth. So we have this flat Earth cosmology all the way up into the 1900s when a big push was made to live on this round spinning ball flying around the sun. They are basically placing us on a speck of dust flying through infinite space where it was made from this accidental Big Bang. And we really don't mean very much, and everything is kind of an accident, and it kind of leads you into this mentality where things are meaningless. It doesn't matter what you do in life, but the more you research, the more you'll find that you can't prove the spinning ball Earth unless you're suffering from cognitive dissonance and you've been programmed your entire life. All scientific experiments show that we're being lied to about what mainstream science is saying about the Earth.
If a pilot is flying around the curve of the Earth, then he should be dipping the nose down every 5 minutes. He should be dipping the nose down to stay around the curve. That's absolute proof that a plane flies over a flat surface rather than a curved one. A lot of people have these laser thermometers. Now, you can actually measure the temperature of the moonlight next to the temperature of the shade of the moonlight, and you'll find the moonlight is colder than the shade opposite from the sun. So the moon's throwing out its own light. The scientific community have not told us this.
Mainstream science says that we can see the curve visible at 35,000 feet, but when we're watching an amateur balloon flight without a fisheye lens or a wide-angle lens on it, there is no curve to be seen. And basically, if we were living on a ball or a sphere of any sort, no matter how high you rise, you would have to look down to see the horizon. Yet when you take these cameras to 100,000 feet, the horizon is still at eye level. That's inconsistent with any kind of spherical shape whatsoever.
The others, they've got smaller gatekeepers for the flat earth that they've brought in to distort the message, and they give fake flat earth arguments hoping that you'll reach them before you reach someone like me, and then you'll hear their stupid arguments saying that gravity's real but the flat earth disk is constantly rising and that's what causes us to, things to fall. They'll give explanations like this, which to any sound thinking person will totally reject, and then they'll totally reject the entire flat earth model based on these little bits of disinformation that are being given. 200 proofs Earth is not a spinning ball, and that's just 200. I came up with 200 because William Carpenter came up with 100 in the 1800s, and I wanted to double it. I could come up with 400 if you give me enough time and incentive. People are doing it right now.
Scientists vote that the Earth is flat.
Because of actual, observable, testable, repeatable, natural science that we can do ourselves. The kind of science, in quotes, that you're getting from these figureheads is not observable, testable, repeatable, natural science that you can do yourself. It's stuff that they claim that only they can do with a Hubble telescope. Only we can take images, CGI images of fake planets with our Hubble telescope. You can't. Condemnation without investigation is the height of ignorance. And I think that, Einstein was right about that. I don't believe in anything, but I do investigate everything. I don't just take things at face value or take somebody's word for it. I want to know for myself. And if I can't know for myself, then I will happily be in the place of not knowing. They need to have some authority figure telling them answers, and they're going to believe that, and that makes them feel safe. But me, I'm the opposite, where I like to be skeptical, and I think everybody would be better off if they did that instead of just believing some authority figure that tells you you're on a spinning ball that was exploded out of a big bang and you're a monkey man that evolved. You know, it's ridiculous, and it's obvious why they're doing it. They want you to think you're a monkey, a purposeless accident that comes from nothing. while they steal $50 million of your tax money every day. The motive is obvious. CGI images of fake planets with our Hubble telescope. But you can take a regular telescope and you can see that the images they give you are complete nonsense, cartoons, and what it actually looks like is pulsating lights in the sky. Lights in the sky.
Okay, oh, that star is 700,000 light years away from that constellation. I was all into that. I was totally into it. I was super into anything space. Are you kidding? The Science Channel?
Oh my God, you had me. You had me so good.
With the CGI, with all those CGI DVDs. All those DVDs, BBC Nova, were floating in space, spinning around the sun, and the sun has got some gravitational pull on us, and we got the gravitational pull on the moon. That doesn't make sense. That's not science to me. When people talk about science this, science that, I go, explain to me how that is science. There's a force that's holding oceans, keeping it from spinning and flying off because it's spinning 1,000 miles an hour. But as soon as we get to a certain altitude, it's all magic. It's not science. All that's magic. Us floating in space, and we're being connected to the sun. It has this force that's connected. That seems crazy. And we're flying through the universe, and the universe is endless. Like people say, well, if the Earth is flat, where's the edge? Like, where's the edge of this motherfucking universe?
We're the center of the world.
Understanding what reality is very, very important to me. I think it should be important to everybody. And I think the more that people become perhaps what they call spiritually aware or awake, they're starting to see through things and how things have been manipulated and reality's been created for them.
If God forbid everybody came and started demanding answers, and once they can't provide those answers, people realize they are busted. It can't be a mistake. It can't be anything but the deception and control mechanism it is. Because people are waking up. And no matter how much they try to suppress this flat earth movement, oh, it's gonna keep moving one way or another. You can see it. People are waking up. So now, louder than ever, I can hear that clock. Tick-tock, 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 tick-tock.
In other breaking news, the world is round, not flat.
A strange message on Mount Rubidoux. The words Google Flat Earth were found carved into the Riverside Hill in letters that were 10 feet long. Police talked to the person who did it. He's not facing charges yet. One possible explanation of the message: some still believe the world is flat, not round, and post about it online.
So you can check with theodolites and telescopes and different methods, lasers, to see if the Earth actually does have that curvature. And it's been tested over and over again and found to have no curvature whatsoever. So I mean, even if they had the number wrong and it was 100,000 miles in circumference, there would still be a calculable, measurable curvature that just isn't there. The only place curvature exists is in NASA photos and videos, and those can be proven to be CGI fakes. And the early ones were literally taken through a round window to make the Earth appear round. literally taken through a round window to make the Earth appear round.
Oh, this is a shot from 130,000 miles out. I guess it's from approaching. It's from approaching the moon, looking back at the Earth. If that's the Earth, is that like another spacecraft?
No. That I have no idea what that is. It's some aberration on the film of some sort. Oh, those are shadows, I think. Or reflections, probably reflections that are just reflecting.
Run that back again so we get another shot of it.
Okay, turn off the camera. Your interview is done. I've given you all the time I'm going to give you.
Okie dokie. It's good to meet you.
I don't say it's a pleasure.
I understand.
Please get your ass out of my house.
Okay.
And you came here under false pretenses, and I think you're an asshole.
Lying about going to the moon is a satanic lie of gigantic proportions.
I don't hit people, but you're going to be on the deck unless you get
I'm heading out. I appreciate it.
And get the hell out of my house. Don't you get a gun and shoot them at them before they get out of the office?
We have a video camera running if you want to do it.
Right.
That would be great footage for us. See you later. In court, I hope. Going to call the CIA? Have them whacked? Where you put a transparency over the window and move the camera of the Earth and move the camera back away from the window. Turn off the lights in the spacecraft and appeared to be halfway to the moon when in fact they were in Earth orbit.
Huh, really?
Yeah, and they said it was the same way that you did it on Apollo 10. So we wanted to give you the opportunity to put your left hand on the Bible, to raise your right hand, to swear to God.
Stick it in your ear.
If you walked on the moon, we're giving the opportunity to swear to God that you walked on the moon.
I'm going to give you the opportunity to get the hell knocked out of you if you don't leave me alone.
We found a very unique reel of footage that we have queued up to show you.
Yeah.
And it's from the mission. And to our knowledge, no one has ever seen it before. And it's 30 years old.
And you want me to see this while you have me on camera?
Well, and to tell us what it is. That's correct. And you'll see this tape proves that.
Okay, well, I'm not interested in satisfying your suppositions when there's all this evidence that we did.
This proves, as you see, that you were using the window to demonstrate that you were halfway to the moon when you were
Turn the camera off, please. Turn the camera off. Well, you're talking to the wrong guy. Why don't you talk to the administrator in NASA? We're passengers. We're guys going on a flight.
You're a coward and a liar and a thief. Did you see shooting stars? Did you see the shooting stars?
Yeah, I'm getting to that.
Oh, okay.
But there's a lot of noise going on. So I don't know the results of some of the experiments they've conducted. The point is they can't get that far from here, and they're really in the protective confines of the Earth. They're really in the protective confines of the Earth. They're really in the protective
International
confines of the
Space
Earth.
Crew attempted a spacewalk outside the station. Here's a live look at the astronauts. Well, I don't believe. I don't think that's. Yeah, where's their space?
So this is photo trickery and brainwashing that's got the world thinking that we're on a ball spinning around the sun with a magical force called gravity holding us on the underside of this spinning ball. It's all just brainwashing that we've received. It's pseudoscience accepted as legit science. But real science has confirmed geocentricity and flat Earth. Flat Earth. Flat Earth. The best way to brainwash the whole world, to lie to the whole world about what the world is. In reality, we're not a cosmic accidental sneeze, nothingness turned everything. This is quite obviously intelligently designed, this thing we're experiencing here, this life, this universe. I can't believe anyone in their right mind can look me in the eyes with a straight face and say, no man, it's all random. Random.
Be open-minded about this. This is very, very controversial and difficult to get your head round. The first of which is the scientific method, something that the scientific community doesn't seem to use these days. But the scientific method is where a theory or opinion is put forward that matches what we observe. The other thing we have to accept is how easily our minds, once they've been programmed or given a world view, how easily those minds can be fooled.
I used to dream, I used to glance beyond the stars. Now I don't know where we are, although I know we're drifting by.
The Earth isn't spinning or orbiting or being dragged. The Earth is fixed, and it's the stars that are moving.
People can't stand change. They don't like what they don't understand. We all have our own pursuit of happiness. Don't listen to someone's stories and say, and what? You need more? Is their happiness not good enough for you? So you judge them like you know. True happiness brings happiness to others. We are all a family. Separate family trees connected at the roots. We are intelligent beings with the mind, body, and soul who truly want world peace. At least that's my goal. What happened to love? All I see is hate. The way we treat others on earth, death and chaos are our only fate. Every living thing has value and should be treated as such. We only have one earth, but act like we have so much. Do you not realize we are in control, not the 2%, who so-called own the world because it was money well spent? When there is no food, will you eat the money? When there is nothing left, will you still think this is funny? Remember, I warned you. I hope I opened your eyes so the world really gets better before it's too late to relent. Please spread the word. Please spread the word. Please spread the word. Please spread the word. Please spread the word.
And now you're fucking brainwashed. A dull brain, easy to please. And now you're fucking brainwashed. You've lost your faculties. Now you're fucking brainwashed.
Mm-hmm. Must I?
Looking out upon the shore, I found balance and so much more. It's getting clearer all the time. All we see are all these dead straight lines. And show me what's in reality. And I won't compromise between the truth and lies. This is where I make my stand. Please don't take me to your la-la land. It's all about geometry. Always see us horizontally. Show me what's in reality. And I won't compromise between the truth and lies. Show me what's in reality, and I won't compromise between the truth and lies. Reality is all I see. I don't need your fantasy. I've had enough of sophistry. I'll find my own philosophy. Reality is all I see. I don't need your fantasy. I've had enough of sophistry. I'll find my own philosophy. And you can't bend reality into what you think your cock sees. Something's happening to me. Don't remind me of how things used to be. We don't need no sycophants. Aren't we all just so sick of that?
And we are live. Welcome everybody. It is Wednesday. It's hump day. And well, it's seeing as we've been going over the Bedford levels, it's rather fitting that we had come to hump day and find ourselves in this sort of the spot of the bridge, the high spot of the week, high spot of the bridge. Well, I mean, high spot, all at the same elevation, right? So some people may think of it as straight and no bridge there at all. And some people put a curvature to it, put a high spot in the middle. So they're always looking down at a drop, but then not recognize the drop as being a drop because there is no drop. So they end up looking for a drop without a drop. It's rather strange. And no wonder that they get confused. So the hump. I thought we'd go over some of the stuff. Don't know, I'm just freestyling this. Oh, hey Rob. Long time no see. I might be able to get up tomorrow morning. I'll see. It's oh no, sorry Rob, got to send my car in for a service. Got to go tomorrow morning. It's a shame. Yeah, Rob said he's down in this way. Yeah, that's a pity that. Yeah, we've had some people in over the last few days talking about their model. Like just this morning we had Ruhif in talking well, I don't know. It seems like they say that we don't understand geometry and we don't understand mathematics and all of that, but I think they're assuming we're flat earthers, which we're not. And some of us do have a pretty good understanding of both mathematics and geometry and actually how they link together. But the problem that we have at the minute, or I think the problem that these other people have at the minute, is that they can't quite sort out a problem. It's like a geometric problem, but it's a logical problem that can be sorted in the mind. Only sorted in the mind, these problems. And some people, for some reason, don't seem to see or hear answers when they're given. Quite obviously so. We've been discussing it quite heavily over the last few days. Yeah, Pat. Yeah, I think he got took down. They're always. He said they kept getting him struck. He takes clips from other people, so that's the way it is. That's why you should really try and stick to doing your own stuff. It's a shame. Yeah, so people are coming around trying to explain their model to us, but because it's a model that they've made up in their own heads, that's not formulated on logic, they're unable to express what it is that they're talking about. So this being Wednesday in Trivium and all that is the importance of the words that we use. And how they are used to formulate these logical statements that you can reason, you can use your mind to work these problems out and come to conclusions. Now, we've had a perfect example today. Saragaki, after listening to a conversation with Tina the other day, came up with an idea where what's the most basic sort of proof in order for you to teach somebody how a geometric mathematical proof is laid out, and how that works cognitively, how you process that information and how it's laid out systematically for you to follow the steps. We were trying to explain it today, and there's obviously a break somewhere, because people are obviously seeing something completely different. Yeah, Gadget's pointing out that we have people coming in with voice changes, but I mean, Alpha's, Brenda. No, what's he called? Level relative to what? Has actually been in here. I've been on the live show with the voice changer, has he? Or has he always left before? I can't remember. But I thought he came on here. Yeah, so we have people come round here who are defending the globe model against just us saying like geometric facts with provable proofs, right? We're not flat earthers. Yet they come in here trying to defend a model. We're not attacking a model. We're just stating geometric facts. Showing people what a geometric proof looks like. With very base, simple facts. We call it advanced simplicity. Get as simple as you can possibly get and build up from there. And should I get that thing? I'll put it on screen. Tina inspired. Put it on for the there you go. So it's on for the YouTube. I'll get it. Have you got it? Saragaki, is he in here? Do you want to?
Yeah, I can link it.
Put it on there. Right, so this is just a very, very simple series of statements that Saragaki brought to us. Saragaki was the guy when we first did T-shirt logic. Saragaki saw T-shirt logic and thought, "Wow, that makes sense. I'd like to talk to the people that did that." And he came in and has added very simple, basic logical statements ever since. So what we have here is like a result of, I don't know, it is advanced simplicity, isn't it? It's like, how basic can you make something within a proof system to show people what is a proof, that everybody should be able to understand this. So at the top, we have P equals P, law of identity. The object is the object. The thing is the thing. A P and not P is the next one. It's just it cannot be it's P or not P, isn't it, that one?
Yep.
It's like either it is or it isn't. Basic logical statement is either true or false. There is no it either is or it isn't. Simple statement, logic. To keep everything simple, that's why mathematics is built on these laws also. And then you've got not P and not P. It can't be the contradict itself. It cannot be P and not P at the same time. So it's not allowed to be a contradictory statement. And the double negative, not P, is P. The two negatives cancel each other out. Right, so simple statements. Saragaki says vertical P is a straight line perpendicular to horizontal. Vertical is a straight line perpendicular to horizontal. Now, is that an assumption, or is that like that is an established fact? There's no assumption there. Vertical is a straight line perpendicular to horizontal. Statement. From that, vertical is a straight line established by a plumb bob. In reality, that's how you establish a vertical. Don't just draw it on a piece of paper. Vertical is a real life thing. You get a plumb bob and you hang it. You hold it. It is a perpendicle. So from that, you can say vertical equals a plumb bob. It's the same thing. The tool is the tool that establishes a vertical. And then a plumb is a straight line perpendicular to level. Another statement. I think everyone would go along with that. On whatever model you have, it is a truth that plumb bob is perpendicular to level. They're just statements. Anyone could disagree with them or agree with them or whatever. So 4 statements made, and then axiom 1, the base axiom, sometimes called common notions, because they think they transcend just geometry into mathematics and everything, really. It says, things which are equal to the same thing are equal to one another. Therefore, vertical is perpendicular to horizontal, and vertical is perpendicular to level. Therefore, vertical, horizontal, plumb, and level are the same. You can call it equivocate the same thing. Vertical is plumb, which is perpendicular to both horizontal and level. Vertical is plumb, then horizontal is level. Vertical is perpendicular to level, as vertical is perpendicular to horizontal.
Yeah, meaning horizontal and level has to be the same thing.
Logically.
Yep. And an example for the axiom, things which are equal to the same thing are equal to one another. I used an example earlier. I think it's a good one. How 1 plus 4 equals 5. 2 plus 3 equals 5. Therefore, 1 plus 4 equals 2 plus 3. That's the idea here. Because horizontal is perpendicular to vertical, and level is perpendicular to vertical, meaning they are the same thing. They equal the same thing. They're both perpendicular to vertical. Therefore, they must be the same thing, logically.
Which they are. If you listen to anybody talking about it, they are the same thing. There's only one group of people that don't believe they're the same thing, and that's because they're model afflicted. The model dictates that they cannot have these things being the same. But I mean, this is a very simple mathematical proof. Well, I mean, some may call it mathematical. I would definitely call it mathematical, because you're talking about straight lines, perpendicular, vertical, horizontal. What else have we got on there? Things that are equal to the same thing are equal to one another. Yeah. Completely
this statement is logical. It is this is one of the first principles of reasoning. This sentence, things which are equal to the same thing, because it doesn't matter what the thing is. You can talk about anything. It doesn't need to be geometrics or whatever. Anything you are talking about, if they are equal, therefore they are equal to each other. If we are comparing two things to another thing, whatever it is, you can compare cars, lines, geometric figures, whatever. This is principle of thinking here.
Yeah, it's base logic, isn't it? It's like, this is the sort of thing we I don't know whether to say we're forced into doing, but this is the sort of stuff we like doing. We like to make things as simple as possible. Now, call that childlike, or if you want to try and say that. But I mean, this is advanced simplicity. And it gets pretty deep.
Simple is best. Ancient Chinese saying.
Yeah. When you realize how far you have to go back to get your understanding straight again, you can go quite a far way. And geometry does definitely give you a firm base, and this logic will definitely, help you understand. You won't be swayed by bullshit. The moment you start doing this reasoning for yourself. So yeah, that was good, because we did go over that earlier, didn't we? And I don't think it quite got explained, because obviously the voice changer guy was over talking, totally triggered. And you'll find that a lot of people don't like this idea of proof. They can't see it.
This proof is axiomatic. This sentence is an axiom. So you cannot disprove that. It's impossible to disprove this sentence.
But that's how he links the first few statements with that axiom to come to a conclusion. Now that process is a very logical step, to be able to relate a few things together with a fundamental understanding of something. They're called common notions. They're that should be common sense, really.
Mm-hmm.
But we use that common sense step to be able to relate the first statements to the conclusion afterwards.
I would say that this is application of this axiom, because and it is applicable for everything. That's why it can be broadly used for pretty much everything.
Mm. Well, we'll see how they can talk about it. This should be very easy to talk about. I mean, it does look very mathematical, doesn't it? Do you reckon we could tart it up a bit?
This example is geometrical, but this sentence itself, it's pure logic statement. That's why it is called first principles of reasoning. So this sentence belongs to these first principles of reasoning.
And I think it's a nice one to show, because to me, anyway, logic is about reducing an argument down to a point where you can show it either is or isn't, yes or no, 1 or 0, right? You'll be able to show that something either is equal to something else or that it is not equal to something else. So that's why I think this first principle statement here is such a good one to bring up, because it's also very simple to understand as far as I can tell.
Yes, because you cannot dumb down to something more simple than it is or it is not. This is the simplest way to discern between things. They are or they are not. Because if you are predicating about them, this is more complicated, because you are talking about thing that is white or blue or whatever, and this is not so much ontological. This is not to be or not to be. To be or not to be, it is the most simple way to establish a conclusion or process of thinking, whatever. Be or not to be.
And that's why in the premise, the first one being that vertical is a straight line perpendicular to horizontal, it's a statement of fact. Vertical is. This is what it is, and you have to pinpoint what something is before you can relate it to something else.
Yes. So in the first sentence, we have a definition, what it is, and in relation to something else, to horizontal.
And that's what a vertical line is. It is perpendicular to horizontal. That's what defines the vertical line. Any line that is not perpendicular to horizontal is therefore not vertical.
Yes.
And the next step after that is to link the vertical to, since we want to prove it in reality, right? Not just say stuff about stuff on paper. We want to actually bring it to real life, make it tangible. So we relate that vertical to the tool, which actually establishes that vertical in reality, the plumb bob. So the plumb bob, the line that you create for reference with the plumb bob, is a vertical line. That's what that tool does. It creates a vertical line. So now we know that a plumb line is a vertical line by that tool. And then you can move forward from there by knowing that plumb, aka vertical, is a straight line perpendicular to level, which of course is the tool we use in reality to establish a horizontal plane of reference. It's a perpendicular relationship there as well. But knowing that plumb and vertical is the same thing, we can then set up this logical statement below, using axiom 1 to show that horizontal and level must be equal to each other. They are the same thing.
And I would say that plumb bob is first before vertical, because first we can see plumb bob and then we can call it vertical. Same to horizontal. First we can see horizon and then we can call the line or plane horizontal, because horizontal is adjective to horizon. So if you are creating adjective to horizon, it means that you have to have a horizon first to predicate upon it.
Right, yeah, I see what you mean. Mm-hmm.
So I think this is from our experience, common sense. Plumb bob, common sense. Horizon, common sense.
But I've got a video set up here now. Whether to set this up or are we? Everybody okay with the vertical? I mean, it does sound really weird, but vertical and horizontal being perpendicular, just like plumb and level are perpendicular. They are the same thing. If you can link plumb to vertical, then you can definitely link level to being horizontal. Now that's a pretty simple thing, and I'm pretty sure everybody knows it anyway, especially if you've been listening to us for any amount of time. The geometric proofs are there. Yeah.
We have memes of that as well.
Yes. I might doing a series of memes and GIFs at the minute. Okay, so is everybody okay with that? I mean, everybody in here should be all right with vertical and horizontal being perpendicular.
Yeah.
Plumb and level, they're also perpendicular.
Yeah.
A plumb bob is definitely a tool for establishing a vertical in reality.
No question about it.
sorted. Just basic facts.
And conclusion is that level and horizontal are parallel. They have to be.
They are the same thing. The very same thing. It's just like I've been saying all along. Plumb and level are just the practical words used for vertical and horizontal. Vertical and horizontal are the geometric sort of terms. Plumb and level are just the everyday common usage for those things. They are the same. Okay. Now, we went out the other day to do did the sunset, and I took a few of the shots that everybody's been seeing in the YouTube chat. But this is a new one that my son filmed. Now this is from the normal P1000, very fine camera. So we had I was using that one, but my son was using the infrared P1000, a very fine camera. And you guys you can see that in the I'm going to play it for you guys, but I put it on the thing. So this is I don't know what I'm titling it. I'm playing it now. So any comments about it or whatever? There is a band that's there. Now this is after sunset. The sun's already gone down. And this is well, you can see there are
infrared.
Yeah, this is infrared on like he puts it on a black and white mode. I don't know what he does to it, but yeah, this is what he does in order to get the best view that he can try and take. But that, yeah, you can see the birds flying past in the background, and you can see that they do disappear into a band, but it isn't in the middle of where those, I'm calling them perpendicular lines, the straight lines.
Yeah, as soon as I saw that, I said, look at that, an infrared shower.
Yeah. But it's
a shower of lines. Yeah.
I can see also reflections when these birds are going down to.
Yeah.
You can see reflections of this part, which is just beyond this apparent horizon, which I think it is not, because but there are reflections right now.
Yeah, quite tall as well. You know, the straight lines go up a lot higher than where this where the, like, I don't know, we call it the mirroring band is. That is good when those birds come in and out of it.
Yeah, this is a really good shot for more than one reason.
What was distance on it is I think it is just at sea, so there is no land over there, so
yes, Isle of Man is in that direction.
What's up? Anybody home? Anybody alive?
I'm your AI. I'm human.
Man.
What about you? You human?
That's a good observation. Dude, I'm more human than human. Yeah, so the mirroring band. Yep. So as usual, I go out to my little lake and do my observations. So the past 3 days, well, four times, I've been looking at kayak boat thingy that's across the lake. It's yellow. It's got 2 black spots on it. So horizontally, it's yellow. That's got a black spot. Then yellow, then a black spot, and then yellow again. So just in my height, so I'm standing in the water, like 2 foot, 3 foot of water, maybe. And I'm 6'3". So when I'm in the distance of me standing up from my height down, at the top of the height, there's no mirroring, so I could just see the boat. And as you start to go down, then it mirrors, and you can see the boat reflected underneath itself. And it appears at the bottom starting to be missing, right? But it looks like twice as tall because it's now mirrored underneath. And you can still see the black spots. Then you go down a little more, and the black spots disappear, and it becomes completely yellow. Then you go down a little more, and the bottom mirror pretty much disappears. And the top portion that's yellow becomes like a bluish white at a certain angle. So you're lowering yourself down, and all of a sudden you see yellow, 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 and then all of a sudden it's like a bluish white completely changes color.
That's pretty cool, man.
And then obviously as you go down a little more, it disappears. Now it does not disappear with an with a straight line across it where it all uniformly disappears as if it's going over a curve. Now, obviously that's the case because there is no curve on this lake. Even if the Glovers claim it's curved, the amount of curve that would be in the distance of this lake is inconsequential to the height of this object because it's such a small lake. How it disappears is it kind of envelops into this blackness, right? Which I'm sure many people have seen. If they're riding on a road with a bumpy road, as you go up and down on the hills, you can see like this area of unresolvability on the road that kind of envelops things in like a semicircular blockless kind of fashion. You know, it's not a straight cutoff line like you would expect if it was a line of ground that was doing it. Yeah, so why am I seeing a double image? Why am I seeing part of the color of the image disappear before the whole image disappears? Like, why do those black parts disappear before the rest of the yellow? Doesn't make any sense if it's a uniform, right, rate of disappearance that's being caused by an obstruction. Okay, it wouldn't happen that way. It's not going to make part of the color disappear. And then why does it turn from yellow to bluish white? Well, the obvious answer is it's an optical effect.
Yeah, because their kind of explanation is we're seeing things that are over the curve and they're refracting, like, but perfectly reproducing the image of whatever. So, but what you're seeing is totally going against that.
Yeah. Now, this effect occurs at different heights when you're above the water. I don't have to put my eyes into the water to get this effect to occur. So it's not the ripples, water causing it. Like, you know, some Glover might say, oh, well, there's ripples. There's ripples on the water. That's the obstruction. No, I'm inches upon inches above the water. when these effects start to occur. Depending on the day, to be fair, it requires a little more downage than others. So there is a variability to it. The point is, when you get at an angle to things, when they start to occupy close to 0 degrees in your field of view, and you have all these confluence of factors like atmosphere, occlusion, reflections, whatever. Even if you want to say refraction, let's go ahead and say that. Okay. That's great. So we have on the table, I see this thing disappear, change color, lose colors, right? Lose details in the object, and appear to be shrinked and disappeared from the bottom because of optical effects. Now, on one side of their mouth, that's what they have to concede because they know there's not enough curvature there to produce these results, to call it Earth curve. So they have to concede it's optical. The same goes for their long distance observations. Okay, there's not enough curvature present, quote unquote, as they would say, or loss of information, as they would say, caused by a curvature in the observation. So they have to appeal to optical effects. In every instance, they have to appeal that the reason why we're seeing what we're seeing is because of optical effects. So, when you say if Earth was a globe, things would disappear from the bottom up, things disappear from the bottom up, therefore Earth's a globe. Yet you present information that shows that that's not happening, you have to concede to optical effects. So, you have an affirming the consequent fallacy on the table, right? Rather than proving it in the first instance, you make excuses why it isn't demonstrating itself in reality. Now that seems to me to be a problem. So lo and behold, you say, okay, that's great. So I'll go and I'll borrow a conclusion from a different line of reasoning, right? But lo and behold, where did you get the premise for that line of reasoning? Oh, well, it's a presupposition. It's not actually proved in the first instance. So you may have a good logic string in that other instance, but again, it's based on a presupposition. And where'd you get that one from? Well, you borrowed it from another affirming the consequent fallacy. And you just have this big circle borrowing premises and conclusions from unproven things. And you think if you put them all in a big circle, that somehow, like Ouroboros, right, where the snake eats its tail, it creates a big circle and comes back around and gives you the premise in the first instance as being proven. But that's not how logic works. That's not how proof works. So, where is your demonstrable geometric horizon as required to prove your premise before any of these if-then statements can be considered of any merit? Oh, okay, I got you. A picture. A picture from space. That's the proof in the first instance. Oh. And of course, to go a little salt on top of your picture, you have an eyewitness testimony of somebody alleging to have been there. Right? So you have a picture you can't verify, corroborated by an eyewitness testimony of somebody with a vested interest to tell you the story that goes along with the mainstream narrative because they're an agent of the narrative. So let's see, you have essentially a picture book, right? Like imagine it as a comic book. So you have a comic book and a guy saying right? On his little box on the street corner with a NASA shirt. I've been to space, bringing you the glorious gospel of the spherical testicle floating. I bring it to you, and you can trust me because I've been a witness of the deity of the spherical. So, fair enough. At least that's a non-logical fallacy, but it is faith. So rest assured, when you say the Earth's a globe because of all these if-thens, and I could prove it because there's a picture and a guy that said this picture is legit. What do you have? You have a presuppositional framework, which foundation is faith in a government agency that was part of the Defense Department, that was founded with members of the Nazi Party. Yay! Sounds legit. Yeah, and then you want to preach to other people that they have religious beliefs and you don't. You want to preach to other people that your religious belief is stupid, but mine is so great. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I slipped up. It's not a religious belief. It's scientifically proven because pictures scientifically prove things. Even though no journal worth its merit accepts pictures alone as proof of anything, and they definitely don't accept eyewitness testimony. So your standard of burden of proof for your worldview is very low. You know, use any established religion as a foil. Some of them might say, like, okay, your purpose in life is you were specifically created, right? And you should treat each other with respect and morality because you're each individual special creations, et cetera, versus you're just a floating speck of dust in a universe of nothingness. You'll fart out of existence, the sun will burn you up, and the universe won't give a damn. And we know all of this because of pictures from space. Oh, man. All right, well, I have to go to work, so you guys enjoy being insignificant specks for the day. And we'll go ahead and play that thing back if you want. And
Cool.
take care.
Thanks for the lake update, dude.
No problem.
Ish across there, because that's the stretch of water where you can see the Isle of Man under the right conditions, and we have seen the Isle of Man there. Probably within these sort of conditions. I've never seen these like perpendicular lines though before. They're almost like crepuscular rays or something, but the sun's gone. Well, I mean, might have gone, but I don't know whether it's gone wherever that is. Literally just gone down. So it looks like a scene from an old Godzilla movie. It does, doesn't it? It looks really, really good when he does this type of filming. He wants to do photography when he goes to college. speed it up as well, and it looks a little bit weird. But you can definitely see that I would call that like a Fata Morgana band, where I think there's an inversion above, but I mean, I don't know what's there to be inverted.
I'd say that if if the sky is reflecting on this surface, so it is hard and nothing. There is nothing more to discern. It is very hard to say where the horizon really is, because you don't have that line, that termination line. Which is clear to see. So sometimes enhancing contrast can help, but not always. But without any distinctive point, it's hard to say where this reflection starts and where real sky is real and where it is reflection.
Which is why they don't know where the horizon is. It's an apparent position, right? How would you possibly know where it is?
In that case, you cannot see. You can see only where there is some obstacle in the way, and it's reflecting. So you can see that oh, here we have reflection. Therefore, horizon is there, or maybe even behind that, but not closer.
Yeah, you can see that there's definitely a mirroring band there, and with the birds flying past, you can see they just disappear at times into that band. I mean, it's definitely there in the distance, and it's affecting the birds that are flying past. So that to me would be enough to say, well, the horizon is obviously marked as an apparent position where the sky appears to me, because like it's pretty obvious from that. I mean, although this is a P1000, so not most people don't get chance to look at it this big, you know, they don't get the magnification of this. You'd never see this with your eye. You need a piece of equipment like a P1000, P900, something like that.
Yes, but without magnification, it would be that too small to see these particular things, or birds even, I think.
But in saying that, sometimes that band is that big that you can see it with your eye. Right? There are things that you can see in the distance with your eye when you are there and you are looking for this. Once you know. But then you also need all of the other conditions and whatnot to be able to see it. Now you can see that there's a nice little line in the distance. Remember, this is a infrared, so there may be more that we can pull out of it that I don't know, because I have not started trying to do that yet. But there'll be more within the picture that we could get out of it, I would imagine. And this being the place that it is, this is a common thing. We see this sort of stuff regular. That was just a Logos derived trip out to but I mean, it's good footage. There is a bit near the end, 20 minutes. This bit's a bit. Yeah, we were there, we were filming a sunset, and he said he couldn't get the infrared to actually do the sunset. It was too bright or not right, you know, like it wasn't. So we didn't actually get any pictures of the sunset with the infrared. So this was just filming afterwards while I was filming the boats. So I think I put the boats on yesterday. Don't know, Rob. I think he backed it off to make sure it was in the optical zoom range. But he does put it into like a black and white mode. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if the Isle of Man is somewhere in the background over there in that direction. But like, how do you tell what's in the background? It's only something I always said to him. All we want really is a few nice shots for in the background. There is a bit at the end here you might like. But I find it fascinating just watching it. Because it doesn't look like you would imagine, does it? Those waves there, what you would say is at the horizon. They don't look natural. And once you know that there is a band there, and that's just the leading edge that disappears. If you take that from the Bedford footage that we had yesterday, there is that leading edge of the water where there's a ripple, and then beyond that, just mirror, disappears.
Yes, I would say that this is the line beyond which the water creates so smooth surface that it is mirroring. And if this water was still and smooth, all like on the lake, for example, very calm lake, this reflection would be to your feet. But only very far you have so narrow angle that not very smooth surface creates enough smooth surface because of this narrow angle. That's me. This is my interpretation.
Yeah. There's always that leading edge where it seems like there's a big wave or a ripple or what not, and on the Bedford Canal it was still, but it showed that like a big ripple at one point, and then everything beyond it just vanished, turns into a reflection.
Yes, because I think this is because this angle is narrow enough to reflect. Because if you have narrow angle, this surface seems to be smooth as mirror.
Yeah, because you can see the clouds in the background. But you say clouds, we literally had a sunset and there were no clouds, or the sun seemed to go straight through them as if they weren't there. And then this is, I couldn't see these. This is just literally through the infrared. these clouds, they weren't visible like this to the eye or the other P1000. This is literally a mode that my lab puts through the infrared camera. But you can see that there is definitely like a bit where there is a mirroring right in the middle of that, call it a cloud or whatever.
Yes, it was clearly visible last time with the song of Buster, with this sunset, when this sun was closing to, it was above this apparent horizon, this line, and suddenly the sun was reflecting on the surface beyond horizon, seemingly. So the sun was touching its mirror. So it means for me that this leading edge is not really horizon. It's just a limit of our resolution, and then we have so narrow angle that it would reflect everything, like sun in this footage.
You see the other P1000 in color. Well, it was filming something else, the other P1000, but yeah, I think I've got the video for. I'll upload it on the Buster thing.
It was like yesterday or day or before yesterday at the end of the show. I think you put that this film with sun setting sun with song of Buster.
Yeah, I don't know which one was it. Insane. I'll do that while you guys are looking at this. Yeah, every time we go out now, I'm always thinking like what we should have done and get some more shots. I think I've uploaded that. Right, this is about 20 minutes of this footage, but there's a little bit right at the end that I thought you should see.
Yes, so, it's getting dark and it's less to discern.
Yeah, he said it was, you know, that band slowly started shrinking down, and it got to a bit.
Or just it has just the same color of this dark part of the sky, and it is utterly not distinguishable.
Yeah, Rob, we're going to go. I said that to him today. We're going to go to Bedford, and I said this sort of a shot over the Bedford with us. Hopefully we can get to the other end of the canal and sit on the bridge at both ends with high vis vests and stuff. No, you can still see it there. It's right in the middle. The band is right in. It's still there. And I think I was saying to my lad, I think what this is because we're in they call it a coastal plain in the land, and the land is surrounded by the Welsh hills on one side, the Pennines sort of to the rear, and then the Cumbrian Mountains to the right hand side, and we're trapped in the middle of a big flat plain. They call it a coastal plain. So all of the air within that whole bit is still, and you can see when we were panning round on this, the windmills that are out there weren't turning at all. There's no wind, so all of that air gets to sit right in this bit, and that's obviously over the water. The compression factor that occurs as you're looking over has a lot of stuff there in the distance. And these sort of effects happen quite a lot. We've caught quite a few Fata Morganas. Now, can you see that in the far right hand side?
Yes, but I cannot distinct what it is.
It's a windmill blade. Look at the size of it.
Wow, man.
It's a monster.
It's alive.
So what happens in this band is a massive magnification.
I was just going to say it's like a lens.
Yeah.
Yep.
And there's an inversion in it. Like there is a mirroring in that.
And it's definitely not in the water.
Yeah, it's definitely not chopping through the water, that thing. It's
an illusion.
Yeah. So I like that would say this is right at the end. And it's like, why couldn't that band that he was looking at have been over there right at the beginning, and we could have been watching this? There is a field of windmills. Like one of the biggest windmill farms in the world are out there in that North Sea. So I think that's it. Yeah, that's it. So that's the end of the clip for you guys, but the guys in YouTube can just keep watching it. I think it'll just loop over and over and over. I think we'll go back out there next time. It's well worth doing that sort of a thing, isn't it? Leaving it on a time lapse. I don't know what else to say about it. Don't think I've ever seen the vertical lines within that, because it's after sunset. Let me see if I can find a Buster song. Insane Sunset. I need to make a brew. So what I'm going to do is the sunset that I filmed in the P1000, I played it the other day. I'm going to play it again on YouTube for you guys. So are you going to have like 5 minutes, I think, to just chill out for a bit? I'm going to go make a brew. Listen to Live Buster.
work in some more licks. Let's see if I can do this early in the morning. You never measure what's in the real world. All you show is your stupid coping. You never back your claim. Your world is full of illusions, contradiction between fact and fiction. I know you never back your claims. It's like driving the wrong way down a one-way street. And they pour your pride right in front of your feet. Straight lines converge in the distance. Why do I get so much resistance? I know you never prove me wrong. All we get are physics deniers, pathologic compulsive lies. I know you never prove me wrong. It's like driving the wrong way down a one-way street. And they pour your path right in front of your feet. Paradoxes and confusion. Your mind is in delusion. We all know you're insane. We all know you're insane. You try to explain your stupid tangents. I can see why everybody's so frantic. I know you never back your claims. It's like driving the wrong way down a one-way street. And they pour your path
Buster's
right
so
in
good.
front of your feet. Paradoxes and confusion. Your mind is we all know you're insane. We all know you're insane. We all know you're insane.
And we are back. Welcome back. That was just a little interlude. Gadget asked for the other footage. Let's see whether I can put the boat as well. There you go. This is some of the other footage as well. Boat just slowly going away, just for you to look at. Where were we? Oh, we've just gone over that thingy footage. I don't know what to call it, but I think we'll be getting a few more of these sort of shots. I mean, there's a shipping lane there, so the boat's going in and out of it. But I think what we're after is looking at that the bit where funny stuff happens. Yeah, you'll see with the boat that that band is already there. You can see it at the beginning. But yeah, we didn't want to. I didn't want to get too much into the camera footage. I just thought that was something that we did the other day, and if I don't talk about it or show it, then it'll probably never get seen. We've got loads of them sort of footage that we've I don't know, just never shown. So I might start showing some of those in the pictures in the video for people. This one's a good one with a boat. Yeah, we've had people coming in and talking about this. I don't know, unparalleledness of horizontal lines. We've even had a few people come around and with some sort of an idea of proof, even though they should know that the globe doesn't have any proofs of anything. Oh.
It seems to boil down to just geometrically absurd diagrams. Equivocated as being proof, when of course it's geometrically absurd. The very thing that you have to base a proof on, logic, geometry, being sort of taken for a joke in these diagrams that some people show. I don't know how to explain it. It's so bad.
I think the model, you hear it on my model as if you can just replace a logical system from reality and replace a model. That's why we say model affliction. Their model derives just about everything, and like Saragaki says, it's bad, isn't it? When it starts overtaking a logical statement made as base as possible, It's a bit of a challenge from now, right? Because I am doing this series of things. I challenge anyone. What is the simplest geometric proof that you could come up with that links to reality? What is that proof? How would you do it? How would you put that together in the most simplest way for anyone? Whatever model you have, what would you do? Must be getting fed up making those accounts on that spam bot. I think everybody ends up getting them. YouTube spam bots. Thanks, Mod. I think somebody caught it before I did. And you think about the logical process that you have to go through for the water level. We had a guy in here just a little bit earlier on that has a drop at every point, but that drop isn't an elevation change. How anybody can say that? How can it? It's a contradictory statement. So contradictory, it's unfathomable. How can you have a drop all around you, but it not be a change in elevation? What sort of state do you have to put your mind in to be able to comprehend that?
Aporia, state of mind.
A drop, but no drop. No change in elevation, but a drop.
It's unbelievable. Like how a sane, logical person can think that.
How you could put yourself in the position where you say it.
Yeah, never mind. Think it, then repeat it. Say it out loud. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then tell us that we're the ones that don't understand. It's getting rather embarrassing. That's where they're going, Mr. L. That's where they're going. It'll not be long. It'll not be long before they're saying, if you think horizontal is a straight line, then you're a flat earther.
Yeah, that does seem to be where it's headed. If you want to talk about mathematics and grids, you're a flat earther.
Yep. Perpendicular. If perpendicular is only a relationship between two straight lines, look out. If you go with the mathematical definition of horizontal and vertical, watch out. There's a group of people that are going to be coming for you.
But it would mean that all cartographers are flat earthers because their maps are flat.
Yep. They have to be. We did have a conversation with Ruhif the other day, and I think he was saying a similar thing. Or he didn't realise. That's the bit I was trying to cut. In a video. Are you guys out there listening in wouldn't believe the amount of stuff that we get said to us during the day. It's like living in Alice in Wonderland, and they're just trying to constantly come round and tell us what their model does. But there's only a couple of people that do it. And these people, I mean, yeah, they are. They do have a model. But I'd say they're insane. Why would they want to come somewhere where we're just talking about geometry? Basic facts. We go over tests that we can do. We meet up. We do stuff. And then these people want to come in here and tell us that they know more. In fact, they're telling us about their model like their model's under threat. It's not. Your model is in your mind. Don't let anybody take your model off you. It goes for anyone. If you have a model, that's your model. You keep it. Own it. But just try and not do the let your model dictate something that should be common sense, common notions, basic axioms. Yeah, I don't know what are we doing now. Where should we go? Oh, for basic. Yeah. Okay, let me see if I can sort the whiteboard out. No, you guys in Discord haven't got it. Have we got any? Oh, yeah, I'm going to go over the whiteboard, guys, so don't get upset, especially if you've got a model.
Caution, paradox is ahead.
Yeah, I don't want to be upsetting anybody. Okie dokie. So, whiteboard. Transition. You guys can see that as well now, can you?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So, what we've got here is for instance, this is Bedford level canal. You would have one bit at one end and a bit at the other end. So you've just got two ends, and they're both level. So you could only put a straight line from one end to the other. All distances would be measured horizontally. Now, Jesse had a point midway. A midway point. Now, he had lights. He was at one end, and he put lights there and there at 48 inches. Wallace, let me get me pointing pipe. Wallace had this was on a bridge at this end, and there was a bridge at this end, but he put a post in the middle. Jesse was at one end, and he was looking, well, the boat was at the other end, and obviously he put a post in the middle. Post here, observer. Same as Wallace, post. I don't know whether Wallace had the other bridge. Did he had to lift up above the surface or what? So, the idea is that you're looking from one place across the two. Now, Jose's gone. See you later, Jose. So you have one person here. Now, if you're looking along in this direction, I would say that stuff gets smaller in the distance. Now, it won't do on this one because this is an elevation profile that we're looking at it from one side along to the other. So you're seeing it from the side view. But if you were looking from here in this direction, this stuff here would be a little bit smaller because you're looking across the distance. And then this bit here would be even smaller. Easy. So when Jesse takes his view this way and he notices that this light here is higher than this light over here, or Wallace, for instance, they're not saying that this is level. What they're saying is that as they're looking at these lights are seeming to be at different heights because they're obviously getting smaller in the distance as you're looking at them. Well, what Jesse seems to be saying is that this one here is higher than this one over here. But water cannot do that. Like anybody will say, we've had a few people come down to us today. It doesn't rise here because you're meant to be the highest. You're at the top. So what you've got to do is, you've got to drop it down here. This is what they're supposing. But rather than just that, this one has to drop as well. So this is what the model dictates is going to happen. But as you can see, it's not. It's not level. There is a drop.
So your level device would automatically detect that this is not level.
Yeah, and what's more,
and how do they determine the elevation at both locations? If they're equal in elevation? Did anybody look into that?
On the globe side, I doubt it.
Yeah, I mean, he was 1.5 miles behind the first light, right?
Yeah.
How did
It
they
is
determine
here.
the ground elevation was equal at both points?
He said it was a lake.
Yeah, but were they were on the lake in boats?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He
I
said
thought they were on the ground.
of the lake at this side, he measured 48 inches, and then in the middle he measured 48 inches, and then at this end here he was at 48 inches above the water. That's what he said. So it would give you this, but because he's looking at it and seeing this one higher, he assumes that this is dropping. Same as Wallace. Well, no, Wallace actually. What Wallace, the actual picture for Wallace is assuming this.
Now that one rose up, right?
Yep, middle one, higher. That's what Jesse's picture seems to say. Or what Jesse wants to be able to say is that the middle one is higher. Like that. Which water doesn't do that.
Sure don't.
Especially if you're here, then higher isn't a thing. But I don't know whether you notice as well or not. But higher and drop are words that they're going to have to take out of their vocabulary, because when they say higher and drop, they're actually talking about elevation. They're talking about the same elevation, yet wanting to conflate drop and higher into their understanding of equal elevation. I'm trying to use non-triggering terms like level and horizontal, but equal elevation now. Now, this is the thing. Equal elevation is a horizontal line. That's a zero change in elevation, no slope. This one, neither higher nor lower than this one, is called a level horizontal line. Equal elevation. But some guys with a model will tell you their model tells you different, but they don't. They don't tell you about this fact that this is how elevations are measured. Here we go. Right, so if this is a straight line, then this is the horizontal line that you measure. If you raise that up there, then you can work out the slope of this line, because you've got this straight line and then this vertical line. It gives you this line here, the slope. This has the slope to this line here, and it's measurable because we know and can establish this horizontal to measure from.
So Jesse's statement was just impossible in real life. What he told he did. It's rather impossible.
And Wallace as well, who was supposedly a trained surveyor. I don't think so. This horizontal line, this raise up of the middle, does not occur in reality. This water level doesn't do this. Not at all. The end of class.
And this level line, which is on your on your board, is level, could not be level, because in their model you have to dip down to match the last point of your observation. So it would be chord line, and you would had to dip down to observe this hump, alleged hump. It would be also out of level. It is impossible that this line in the middle, this chord line, would be level. Impossible.
I think going back to the old Twitter days, which is where I came from. The initial argument that I had was like Jesse, when Jesse came the other day, he was saying that there is a horizontal line from point A to B and then from B to C. But he said those horizontal lines weren't parallel. And I said, that's impossible, really, because from A to C, there would also be a horizontal line set. So that means across the line from A to C, there would be 3 different horizontals, which is impossible.
It would be triangle.
Well, you can't have 3 different horizontals. It's just impossible to have 3 different sloped lines. There is only one, and that mathematically has 0 slope. So you can't have accompanying a line with 0 slope, 2 other ones with slope. Literally is impossible. With the rules of logic, that is. Excluded middle, obviously. You can't have 3 different horizontals. The law of identity. You can't have P being P and then 2 sloping P's as well at the same time. That doesn't work either. The contradictory one, law of non-contradiction. You can't have horizontal being a line with no slope and a line with slope at the same time, so it breaks that too. Sort of an impossibility to say it horizontal would be anything other than a straight line in one particular orientation that everybody understands and knows, I'm pretty sure. Put the screen back. So that's the end of the whiteboard today. I've not really had much chance to sort this stuff out, but I do have the formulation of these proofs to be made simple. Ruhifs keeps asking us for a video about the water level test. So running in line with Saragaki and the very basic proof, I'm hoping to put together a shared straight line segment proof with pictures and stuff, geometric stuff. I'm hoping anyway. Watch the reflection again. So, I don't know what to be talking about. What should we be talking about now? I don't want to bash anybody and anybody's models. They're getting threatened. And I know everybody's already been bashed by the guys with the model. But I think they're realising at the minute that they don't actually have a model. Come to the side with no model. It's a bit hard to define something that you're not really that sure of. So what do you think if we get some more of those thingy shots? Because we did that when we were out live. I did a recording earlier of Ruhif, and we're talking about geometry and pi, which is, I think, is an amazing conversation. But there was still some talking in the background because when we filmed the footage that you guys are looking at YouTube now, we were doing it live. I was in Discord talking to everybody in the Discord channel while we were out there filming that live. So this sort of stuff and these sort of conversations are the ones that are going on daily, but we also go out filming this stuff live and also take Discord with us. If anybody wants to come in and have a word about any of the stuff that we do, you're quite welcome. Come in the chat, click on the link, Next Level Discord. I'm just going to start promoting it a bit more on Twitter to get people in. I'm not bothered. I'll talk to anyone. Particularly if you want to defend a model against this basic stuff. But it would be nice if a few people came in that were genuinely interested. It's always better when people like Saragaki come in out curious about the logic or, you know, just wanting to get involved with it. But we do have a lot of people that seem to have a model to defend. And good for you if you're willing to come over and try and push us, sell a model. Jose was over earlier. He did a bit of a bit for the Globe cult. He's pitching his sales pitch. I don't think it worked. I don't think he got any takers.
But you said that you had conversation with Ruhif about pi?
Yes.
The same one or similar as with alpha, or what? That the pi.
Well,
is...
yeah, I'll run you through it if you want. Ruhif came in this morning and he was talking about he is having a debate, but not really a debate. It's nobody else knows. Well, the other guy knows about it, I think, but he's not agreed to it. It's one of Nathan Oakley's guys, refracted curvature, Ruhif says. He's doing this debate, and the debate that they're doing is a debate about the sextant and how it's used. And Ruhif's going to do a demonstration of how he does what he does, and refracted curvature is meant to be doing what he does. Now, Ruhif says that refractive curvature can't do it because it can't be done on a flat Earth. Whereas Ruhif's going to do it. Now, what it really is a way for Ruhif to get somebody to complete McToons's sextant challenge. So this is a silly attempt to get them to do that. But in Ruhif telling us about how he does it, he mentioned 3 circles of equal altitude. Right? Now,
yes, so planar circles. So
well, that's what I asked him, because I said that would be Euclidean circles, right? And he said no, and I said, "Oh, so you're not going with pi?" And he said, "Yes, I am." And I said, "But pi's the relationship between the diameter and the circumference." And then he said, "Well, his curves." And I said,
Yeah.
"Well, necessarily then you must change for pi." And he sort of laughed at me and said, "Pi doesn't change." And I said, "Well, then you'll be using Euclidean geometry." To which I don't think Ruhif knew what to say.
I think that he didn't realize that on the spherical, on the sphere, if you draw a circle and curved diameter, the circle, the length of the circle doesn't change, but the length of the diameter does change.
Mm-hmm.
So it is completely a different proportion. So I have no idea how he is going to resolve this.
No, he did disappear soon after that. But yes, you're very right. I asked him what number he did use for pi, because that would govern how much curvature there would be. But
yes,
he didn't seem to understand.
The bigger circle, the bigger curvature of diameter would be. So it is not constant number.
Yeah, in the spherical geometry model. But like Ruhif said, pi doesn't change. But it is a necessity for it on the surface of a sphere to change. But again, it doesn't. And Ruhif knows it doesn't. Now that has got to be a contradictory thought.
Completely. But because on spherical surface, it has to change. It is impossible not to change. If his curved diameter has to change.
And when they say that we don't understand geometry and we don't understand their model, I say, I think we do. Think we understand it a little bit more than they do. Because we have the understanding of the Euclidean geometry to base it on. They don't. They don't even have a logical system to base it on. And without geometry or logic, I would say it should be very difficult to keep an eye on what you're meant to be thinking. Or the process that gets you along there.
That's new for me. This this curved diameter and pi being constant. It is impossible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, you know it's a consequent of the model, right? They don't.
Of course.
They literally do not, because in their idea of what they're talking about, their spherical geometry is the two-dimensional representation of the surface of a sphere. And 2D is obviously a planar surface, which is impossible. That's why their contradictory thoughts are there. Even their model that they've been taught to go to is 2D. Is it any wonder they can't talk about their geometry and their geometrical model? I don't think anyone could.
And I think that Ruhi doesn't understand that if he extended this circle to the half of the sphere, the diameter would be half of a circle, literally.
Mm-hmm.
So this is kind of reduction into absurd. But I don't think that they understand what it is.
But you see, when you're doing that as well, you're completely thinking about Euclidean, aren't you? Even you working out the spherical stuff is you using Euclidean geometry to do that.
Because there is nothing else but this Euclidean geometry.
I said that earlier as well to somebody. In reality, there is no other geometry. There's only one geometry that makes it into reality. That's Euclidean geometry. The geometry that everybody knows. All my notifications must have been turned on again. Yeah, so that's a bit of a video I've got, but because I didn't quite get the thing right, there's a bit in the background of us talking while we were out live recording the footage. So you might have to deal with that, but it needs to be recorded and put out there. The idea about pi. I mean, we have been over it. We've done a video about it. We did Brenda and pi. Ruhif's done pi now. Don't think there's anybody else brave enough to do that or explain it. I don't think you can. Sort of a mathematical, geometric proof.
And it's funny that how the consequence of applying a model that you hold personally to, explain reality to you. It's funny that this pi contradicts your model, and you can still sit there and say, no, pi never changes.
Yeah, it's transcendental.
Yeah, but still argue your model. Pi disproves the model.
I think that if they say that pi doesn't change, they mean that this sign, this picture of pi doesn't change. It looks same, this pi picture.
I can see a bit of a thing coming, a little GIF or something. Because the circle's like a planar figure, isn't it? 2D. and pi having that ratio.
So refracted curvature is going to do normal planar circles, and Ruchif says that it will not work. It has to work because it always worked that way.
Well, they can draw circles as much as they want, but Ruchif circles, like he said, he imagines pi, but I don't think he realizes the consequence of what his model states. Which, I mean, I wouldn't mind going up against somebody with that. I mean, I know very, very little about celestial navigation. I always got stuck at, you can do fuck all with the angle once you've measured it. Okay, that's where I ended up at. I wouldn't then attempt to draw circles that I say aren't Euclidean. Because that's what Ruchif said he was going to do. I mean, that's a brave opening move, isn't it?
And to state that he's already planning to do that ahead of time.
Yeah. Yeah, his debate tactic, if you're not aware, refracted curvature, is to say that he draws 3 non-Euclidean circles. There you go.
What would those look like?
Hey, they have the ratio of pi, supposedly, even though that makes them unequivocally Euclidean.
What were you guys referring to when you were talking about pi and Ruchif? What was the discrepancy there?
Well, you see, pi is the ratio of the diameter to the circumference.
Correct. Yeah.
Means that you can fit 3.14 squiddly dids, and then around the circumference of the diameter, right?
Right.
That's what it means. Now, that is a plain 2D circle, like everybody knows. The ratio of the diameter, which is a straight line, to the circumference, which is the collection of all of the points a certain distance from the center, right?
Right.
Now, that gives the ratio 3.14. Now, if you were to draw that on the surface of a sphere, say, for instance, put your compass point in on a spot on the ball and then draw a circle, right? Now, the circle has a circumference, it's drawn, but the diameter is longer, isn't it? It's
going to be curved for sure. So
it's longer.
Yeah.
So the ratio of the diameter to the circumference cannot be 3.14.
It will be smaller, and at the half of the ball, you will obtain the longest, so to speak, diameter, and this diameter would be exactly a half of the circle. So the ratio would be 2 to 1.
2 to 1, yeah. Wow, that's interesting. That's cool. I never thought of that.
So whenever they say they're drawing circles, particularly with the 3 circles of equal altitude, like they say, then those ones have to be Euclidean circles, like Ruchif said. You have 3.14. That's a circle that everybody knows. This was brought to our attention one day when Brenda came to talk to us about Kant.
Yeah, that was a good day.
Pointed out about how it was a transcendental number, and it's infinite. It never ends, and they don't know how it is, and it's always the same. It never changes, but it's required to change on a model. But, like we say, their spherical geometry, which is like a mind geometry, is the two-dimensional surface of a sphere, which is impossible. So the moment you take that on as a concept, you've took on an impossibility into your mathematical structure. It literally doesn't exist. It's a concept, and a pretty terrible concept at that.
Yes, because the center point of this 2D sphere is outside of this sphere, which doesn't happen with normal circle, because if you draw a circle, normal circle on the paper, piece of, so to speak, flat paper, the center of the circle lies at the same or on the same plane as the circle, circumference.
Right.
But in this 2D, allegedly 2D sphere, your center is outside of this plane. Of this sphere.
It's like it makes a cone, actually.
So this is absurd itself.
Wow.
Yeah, once you explode a logical system, then literally anything can happen, and it appears that a lot of people have took that on. They've took that on and embraced it.
It is so strange to be in conversation with people like that, because they've accepted contradictory statements can both be true at the same time, which to me, that's of course ridiculous, because by showing a contradiction, you have proven the falsity of whichever premise you're starting on. So conversing with these people about proof, and especially geometry, because it's so visual, it's weird to me how the conversation just gets derailed into madness when you have something you can show them, you know?
Yeah.
So true, Suragaki.
Yeah. So here's another one where I think Euclid, all of these little gems that people don't realize. In the postulates, in the Discord, I've put that thing there. They can't see it in the YouTube. I've put, it says Phil describes level like this. And this is the third postulate, the one that they've actually kept as a postulate, and they've added the other two axioms, the ones that they kept, to these. But the third one says, and that a circle may be described from any center at any distance from that center. Well, like Papers just described, there is a maximum circle that you can have on a sphere. It's governed by the sphere.
Exactly.
Well, that says at any distance.
Exactly.
Cannot be governed by a sphere. Euclid wrote stuff in there purposely because he knew there were people that are trying to, well, I say he, they knew that there are people that are trying to
obscure the truth.
Yeah, maybe it was wrote to cut through the obscurity that was already there.
God bless him if that was what he had in mind.
Well, I think there's many of them in there. Some of them are exquisite, I would say.
I would agree, yeah.
A troll from antiquity, right? But not just any old troll. This is masterwork. The truth trolling. How about that? Whoa, do you like that? Could we get that as a good one? A truth troll?
And very, very annoying.
Yeah.
For some people.
How about an Antiqua troll?
I like truth trolling. I could definitely
good,
do that. Yeah. Master. But yeah, I say Phil describes level like this. It's what they do. And a circle may be described from any center at any distance from that center. Certain people want to describe level like that. It's a circle. They literally want to call level a circle.
They do call it a circle.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Yeah, but they use exactly the same description. If you ask them to define level, they will give you postulate 3 of Euclid. How to describe a circle. They won't know how to describe a circle, but they could definitely tell you how to describe level. The circle and this model is their paralogism. They hide it behind...
But they're always using the so-called center point of their sphere, are they not?
Yeah, they should read Euclid. Yeah, and seriously, Euclid knows. It's formed upon logic, because it's Wednesday. A quick link to the trivium. Right, you cannot predicate, well, you can only predicate on something. You cannot predicate in something. So, if you have a sphere, then how do you get to the radius? You don't. It's an impossibility. So Euclid wrote about the diameter of the sphere. Didn't mention a radius. That was put in afterwards. Solid geometry doesn't have the radius of the sphere. It's not mentioned in the definition.
No, that makes sense.
Yeah, the radius, no, the sphere is the semicircle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, revolved around its diameter.
Yeah. It does only mention the diameter. It's genius because it's based upon a logical system. And if there's an impossibility built into it, then it's a flawed system. The Euclid group definitely knew that. And
yeah, I would agree.
I don't have a model to defend, but I mean, I can see beauty in a work of art.
Would have been a hell of a Discord channel with those guys.
I bet they'd have had to have been secretive. Or probably enlightened. But I'd definitely say that would be one of the things that you should be looking to try and keep. Because they definitely want to get rid of it. There are a group of people now that want to get rid of not only logical thinking, but this geometric proofs. Because none of these geometric proofs support a globe model.
Did you see that Euclid's point has been attacked by a certain ex-member of this channel or ex-friend of this channel? Did you see that?
Yeah, I don't understand it, and I don't think he does either.
Okay, just wondering if you saw it.
Yeah, well, I mean, I saw of it. I'm not particularly interested in watching the video. it seems a little bit strange to somebody to be attacking nothing. And what I find a little bit strange about it all as well is that it's linked to me somehow.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, I don't think I was the one that discovered Euclid.
It was addressed to you, actually.
Wrote it for me, apparently.
Yeah.
I found it in the back of the cupboard. No, it's... Somebody made me look into this sort of stuff. But, I mean, it's always been there. I'm happy that I found logic and geometry and the group of people that we have found already. Hopefully more to come. Because we're not going anywhere. It's the other guys. They're going to be going somewhere. I don't know. They're going to be leaving us alone. We're going to be carrying on with this sort of stuff, hopefully. Looking at pictures of stuff and going over things. Doing more tests. Without the hassle of people that are triggered that their model's getting attacked. We're just doing stuff in reality.
That's it. I don't get why they would be offended by that.
Yeah. Well, hopefully we should be going to Bedford Canal soon. And when we do, we will be live streaming it again in Discord. Now, if I'm at Bedford and I'm live streaming it in Discord, I can't put it live streaming it on YouTube. I can't do that. I don't have the ability to. My live streaming rig's at home here, where I am right now. If I'm out in the field, I can't bring all of this sort of stuff. So if anybody wants to come and get involved whenever we do go live in the Discord channel, out in the field, it will not be live on Discord, on YouTube. There are things that only happen in Discord. And we do go out quite a bit, especially this time of year. We will be going out. We'll be doing Bedford. We're going to have to do a couple of beach runs. And I'm going to be doing some more filming. I'll definitely catch 2 or 3 more Fata Morganas this year. Oh, we'll definitely get there before Rumpus. I don't think he'd be going in the next. I think we're going in the next 2, 3, 4 weeks or something. Hopefully. But I'm ready to go anytime. If Rumpus wants to do his test, we can all get down there. I'm pretty sure we can get a few of us together. But we're going to be going. I was thinking when we go, we'll be staying over the Saturday night and coming home Sunday. So we'll drive up there Saturday, do a bit of filming, do the night time. And then at night time, we can do some lasers. We go laser waving at Bedford. We'll do that live on Discord.
It would be this weekend or next?
I don't know. I will let you guys know whenever we are going to go down there and do this. There will be a few of us probably that go down there. And then we'll do laser waving of the night time. And then we'll catch it early morning, I think. Early morning observations, although I think it'll probably be misty, but I mean, who knows the time of year? I don't know what it's like. Get a few time lapses. I say time lapse, just record video. I think we will take the auto level as well. Just so everybody can see what it looks like. What Rumpus is going to be looking for. We can live stream that to Discord as well. I'm just trying to sell the Discord channel a bit more, because I get the feeling that this YouTube thing's going to be a little bit harder for me to do. I need to be moving into making some shorter videos, which means I might not be able to do the live streaming so much. But the Discord will always continue, because there are people in here that inspire one another. Just me talking shite of a nighttime live. It's sort of turning into me rambling on about stuff. But the daytimes and all of the other times in the Discord channel, everybody's dead quiet. Normally, everybody's really talkative. We do go over all sorts of stuff. So this live show actually stifles the conversation that we have in the Discord channel. So we are going to be moving into a new, I could say post-Globe, but I mean, it's never really been there. Moving into a new bit.
It may be that it is natural that, for example, some Glober, let's say honest Glober, is I think he would say he feel shame or some he would not have audacity to come on the live stream to discuss things, because maybe he would feel that he is too weak in discussion. Or so I think that it may be a psychological problem for people to go here live, for example.
I think a lot of people don't like hearing themselves as well. That puts a lot of people off. Public speaking is a bit different as well, isn't it? Once the pressure
Honestly,
gets on.
I've never listened back to any of the shows I've talked on. Never. Not one.
Purposely?
Pardon me?
Purposely?
Purposely, yeah. I won't, yeah. I don't like listening to my voice. I think I sound like an idiot when I listen to myself.
Oh, well, that's a shame, because there's a few good shows, right?
Yeah. I know.
There's some really good ones where I'm taking you to task, John. I can't believe you're listening to those back.
I know you guys are good.
I think.
Go on.
Well, I was just going to say, Bev, I think, maybe it's time for some others to step up here as well. If some of the live shows go on, I've been thinking about doing it myself. So, we can try to maybe do some if people still want to see some live shows go on. But yeah, trying to do it every single day when you've got other stuff going on is complex for sure.
Yeah, I don't mind doing it. I quite like it. But I do think me doing this live streaming and all of that is stopping me from being able to do these little projects that I think I should be doing.
Yep.
These very simple proofs, like Saragaki showed us today, that there are proofs out there that are very simple, but they need to be expressed in a way that's palatable for people. And I don't think we can do that in a 4-hour live show or whatever. It needs to be compressed into a nicer format. Not that I want to change anything, but I think if I can find a way to do those quite simply, then I think we'll be all right. Carry on.
What's your plan? You're going to cut it down to like 2-3 times a week, maybe?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah, Logos will tell us, but I mean, I'm obviously mentioning it for some reason, but mainly because if I'm at this time of the night, is when obviously the sun's setting. So
Okay.
if I get some really good times and it looks like I'm going to get a Fata Morgana, then I think I'm going to be better off going out there and filming the Fata Morgana than doing a live show. But I mean, I would still be on Discord talking to you guys. It just won't be live. So if anybody is around and they notice that I'm not live, come on into the Discord, and that's where I'll probably be. I'll probably be out filming sunset or something.
At
You
your
can do
regular.
it you can do it at everyone. No live today, but we'll be here on the beach. Come join us.
Mm-hmm.
And trust me, you won't regret it, people.
That'll work.
Or John can go live and we can just all watch him.
Okay.
Well, one of you guys
like
could
that
go
idea.
live.
Yeah, we can.
And you could broadcast what I was doing out there live.
Absolutely.
So I was wondering if that was possible.
Well,
Yeah.
somebody else would be able to do it, yeah, and they'd be able to use the live stream screens, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You need a certain amount of subscribers to go live, correct?
Not on
No?
YouTube. On YouTube, you mean?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so. No.
Oh, really?
I don't know.
I don't know. I thought I heard somebody say that a while back, but
Even if you did, we could go live in here and show whatever Bev is showing. We could do something like that.
Yeah, I mean, the idea is
We can figure
really
it
to
out.
get people in here. This is
Yeah,
where it's
yeah.
at in the Discord chat, right? This live show is only possible really because we want more people to discuss this with. We hopefully want to showcase what we do, but what we do is talk to people within the Discord server about some good stuff. So yeah, hopefully.
But we'll be able to see what you're doing live in the Discord, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, always in the Discord, always live in the Discord. But yeah, it won't be live on YouTube. So if you notice we're not around, pop into the Discord and have a look and see if I'm live in there.
And during the day, you guys are just having conversations every day?
Yeah.
Oh God, I gotta come in early one day. I gotta hear this.
Yeah, you bet. You should definitely. I will second the
Definitely.
notion. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
you
I
missed
tried-
you missed a really good one this morning if you wanted to see what aporia was firsthand.
Oh shit. I try and do my other things during that time of the day, but I'm gonna have to definitely try and get some time in here.
Yeah, I told Bev this morning I'm gonna have to start setting an alarm clock for like 4 or 5 in the morning. Just because stuff goes on in their morning in the UK. Stuff's going on.
So
Yeah,
like
if you have
8 o'clock in the morning, there would be like what 3 here. Just don't go
That's
to bed.
fine. Don't worry about it.
Just don't go to bed. Exactly.
Sleep is overrated, John. Come on.
this morning aporia was laid bare. If you ever want to know what that word meant, it was good.
Yeah, Buster's talking about the Ruhif conversation. It
And
was
none
like
of that stuff gets recorded?
2.5 hours. Yeah, I record most of this stuff, right? But wow, the amount of stuff that literally you get bored shitless if you knew the amount of conversations that we go over repetition. People say that we're obsessed. Well, we've had people coming in here for 3 or 4 years trying to convince us of the globe model. But it just doesn't work. Promise you that.
I mean, do they really think that we ignore an actual proof of a globe and that we would just discard it?
They don't
No,
know
it's
what
worse.
proof is. Go on. Sorry.
It's worse. It's worse than that. like they'll ask you a question, and if you don't get the answer, if they don't get the answer they want, they just keep asking the same question, even though you've answered it. It's
I heard,
glorious.
yeah, that was going on with Jose and Bev yesterday, I think.
Oh no,
Jose
this
wasn't
morning
getting
was
the, yeah.
this morning was way worse.
I would say that if it was any proof for Globe, we will be the first who will discover this, not Globers.
Yes. Yeah,
You're
because
probably
they've
right,
admitted
Paper.
they haven't got any proof. They will
Right,
readily admit that.
Yeah, there are no proofs. There's only evidence.
And
We're
most
the
of
only
that
ones
evidence
talking
is
about
not-
proof.
Yeah.
And this evidence is like stars are rotating, therefore Earth is rotating. This is
Exactly.
their evidence.
Exactly.
Yeah, that was Jose's proof, wasn't it? Pictures.
Yeah, what did Jose say? Pictures. What was one of the other ones? Because NASA tells us. That was one. Books. That was another one. And,
Scientists.
Scientists. And because. The last one was because.
Yeah, just because.
Which I thought was very compelling.
Mm-hmm.
Actually.
And pictures, footage from raw footage from space.
Have you guys checked out any of the James Webb images? Because I haven't. I was just wondering how they looked or anything, if anybody looked at them.
Yes, they're great.
Are they?
Bloods put one out a little bit earlier. He could probably re-put it out. It's up in the chat quite a ways if you wanted to look at it.
Okay.
But yeah, it's I think the guys that sent it out missed something because I think Bloods got a little bit better view. Yeah, it was really good.
$10 billion fantasy sold to the American people. Yep. Imagine how many homeless people you can, give them homes, jobs, the works.
I see so many people can be taken care of. It's ridiculous. Oh, don't bring that up because you get me pissed off when I start thinking about that.
I hear you, bro.
You don't think that they actually get that money, do you?
No, it goes somewhere else for sure.
It doesn't go anywhere. It's just it's a non-entity, isn't it?
Well, a lot of people think it's a money laundering system.
It is, yeah.
It is, of course.
There's no way they spend that money. No way.
My gosh, really?
10 billion, yeah.
I mean, I imagine they have to create a few jobs to make it look realistic, but yeah, no, they don't spend all that money.
What is it, 50, 60 million a day or some shit like that? Come on, man.
I could not spend the money after the first day. I'd be saying just stop giving it. I don't know how to spend it.
Even some of the best Hollywood productions, I mean, all the great CGI and everything else, it's like 2 days worth of NASA. Not NASA budget. All they do is go out and get some dude to Photoshop some shit, and either the dude's an idiot or they're like in 5th grade or something, just figuring out Photoshop, because that's what it looks like to me. I mean, Elon Musk said it himself about the fake Tesla in space, right? It has to be real because it looks so fake.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Like, imagine believing that. Just imagine a person that said, "Oh yeah, there's a car there."
Right?
Mind-boggling. Mind-boggling.
No, yeah. Come on. What's Occam's razor, right? What's easier to believe? That they're spending that kind of money, not going back to the moon, not actually going to Mars, not actually doing much of anything except some fireworks shows every now and then, or that it's just a big money laundering scheme. What's easier to believe?
According to Werner von Braun, they were supposed to be on Mars by 1982. That was the schedule.
Easily.
So they're only about 40 years behind, and they're not even back to the moon yet.
But they lost technology. They lost footage. Previously, they lost whole footage from the moon and landings, and now they lost technology.
Yep.
So,
how does anybody accept that?
Easy.
It would be so well guarded, that information, if it actually happened.
You hear it all the time, right? How they accept that. And then in the same breath, what was it earlier that when Levo was in here, put something in, gave SE a definition of something. Was it point source or something?
Yep.
And it had other. What was the definition? Had something about other geometries, and you asked, "What are the other geometries?" and he goes, "Why are you asking something that's completely irrelevant?" It's like, dude, you had it in your definition. Holy shit! How could you possibly say it's not relevant? You had it in your definition. SE's only asking what you meant by that, but now it's irrelevant. These are the people we're dealing with. It's freaking comical.
He did use the FE pilot defense as well, when he said, which geometry? He said, all of them.
Yeah, when I asked him, which one? All of them.
All of them.
That was a killer, that one. Yeah. How many engines have you flown? What type? All of them.
Apparently not. The way I looked at it, though, is not Euclidean, though. Because, well, first he said Euclidean and then non-Euclidean. Which means not.
Yeah,
not Euclidean.
When he came back later on, he came back with just using Euclidean.
Oh, really? Just Euclidean?
Yeah.
Is that where the almost 90 degrees came from? I mean, assume 90?
Well, I don't know. I couldn't, they think Euclidean works for the globe, but I mean, there's literally nothing there. So they obviously know that they can't do none, not that. That doesn't work really within geometry, but I think these guys have been living in a world of fantasy for so long. They can literally make stuff up in their own heads to win an argument. It's half of what I've been coming up against over these last few months or whatever is the realization that people that we're talking to will literally make anything up for whatever reason. They don't even need a reason to make stuff up. Mainly because they don't want you to be right, I think. Or me. Maybe it's just me. Get the feeling more people are going to be having the same sort of problems, but...
Is it possible to lie to yourself?
Paralogisms.
Yes, it happened this morning. It's glorious. I was begging Bev to put out like 20 minutes of it. Sorry.
Really, huh? Shout out Ruhiv.
Yeah, which bit was it? The end bit, the pie bit that Buster's going on about.
Yeah, that was probably the best part, but my favorite was the 69 miles for 1 degree. And so what does that tell you? It's 1 less degree. But what does that tell you?
Yeah.
It was, oh God, it was awesome.
Yeah, I'll have to have a look for that. I remember that. Let me write that on the board. I've got that video in the cutting board.
I also feel like when they try to convince us, I think part of that is they're trying to convince themselves at the same time.
Yeah, it's definitely their paralogisms that they're trying to work out. But they hit the bridge And then they're forced to look at the parallelism, but they can't see it. So some sort of cog disc reaction, and it's always different. It has been funny over the last few days, though, I must admit. You can literally see the point where they hit their bridge now. I think I can, anyway. And
yep, it's local. Well, that's one of the bridges.
Finding somebody's bridge is, I think, what I do. And that's why I don't think people are going to like talking to me.
They are staying on the bridge and they think that there is a hole in the bridge and they cannot pass. But there is no hole in the bridge. Bridge is all right. You can go. No, I cannot. I cannot go because there is a hole in the bridge. Funny.
Yeah, I think most people wouldn't see the bridge. Most people are just carry on walking, right? It's this model that's caused them to find this stumbling block where reality meets a model. Those two will almost indefinitely contradict each other at some point.
It's inevitable,
Mm-hmm.
so it has to be so, and they give up with logic for the model.
You gadget, but if you join the Discord, if you are lucky enough, you will catch Ruhif about 11 a.m. UK time, feeding his dogs live in voice chat. Gadget. Nice one. Yeah, we do have visits from all sorts. Ruhif's doing some poker thing at the minute. He likes to come in and talk about his poker. But we do get certain conversations because obviously he's model obsessed. And Ruhif is the sort of guy that likes to come in to tell us that he likes to come in to laugh at us. Not sure how well it's going for him at the minute because he's been doing more leaving than laughing. But if you want to see somebody who is delusional, I will have to get that clip. 1 degree for 69 miles. That Buster says that is that's one of the parallelisms that they have. It's just an angle. We had another one about the angle as well. I mean, there are so many clips that I've got through. I don't know whether I can sit through 2 or 3 hours finding bits.
Well, Ruhif's was right towards the end, right before he left, like maybe 20 minutes, maybe 30 at the most.
With his, well, I think the pie thing shocked him.
Oh, dude. Yeah, you totally
didn't have a
worked
clue.
him over. No. So you said, what geometry are you going to use? Spherical? What kind of, what are you going to use for pi? No clue.
Yeah.
He lost technology.
Are you sure about that?
But we're meant to be the ones that are... I think he did tell me, didn't he, that I was math illiterate or something. That was the response.
I don't remember that bit, but I do remember him stumbling bad on that one. But the funniest one was where you kept answering, it's just one less degree.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what does that tell you? Like, just on the horizontal, move away. Yeah, one less degree. It's just one less degree. That was funny.
Degree on straight on a plane, not on a globe. Yes.
Yeah, he said you move away 69 miles horizontally. The light in the sky drops 1 degree. What does that mean?
So if you walk horizontally, it means you are going straight line.
Yeah.
Because you have to measure angle.
And there's a 1 degree change. It means it's changed by 1 degree as you move 69 miles horizontally. I mean, you could keep doing it.
That was great.
Yeah, so we do have these very simple geometric conversations, which aren't difficult. They are geometric concepts to grasp and can be done by anybody. Formulate a logical statement through this geometry. I do have that clip ready somewhere. Mike says, I'd pay to watch Rakia play Ruhif heads up, Hold'em poker live. He did say today, Mike, that he was shit at heads up. He admitted he's absolutely rubbish at it. He's no good at heads up. So I did tell him that, like, the best he could hope for now then in any sort of poker thing was second. Second at best, because he knows when it gets to heads up, he's lost. It is quite funny listening to him talking. He was on tilt this morning playing poker. And he couldn't stop. Tells you what sort of people we're dealing with. He was trying to have a conversation with us about angles and pi. While still being tilt. On full tilt he was. Playing heads up poker when he knows he's shit at it. But that's Ruhif. And we're alright. Ruhif doesn't watch this show. It's beneath him.
I was gonna say, right, because of his being stumped by the whole pi situation, it's clear that the people who come here and talk to us, they don't talk to each other outside of here.
Yeah, they can't talk to each other. That's the whole thing
What are
about
they gonna
the
say?
Globe model. Yeah, they can't talk about their model. Because their model's different than that dude's model. And that
Yeah, you
dude's
hear them
model-
contradict each other all the time.
Yeah, if they contradict reality, they're bound to contradict each other when they make up their idea of what's meant to be, how the model works.
So how can it not click for these guys with all these contradictions? Why doesn't it click?
That's the big question, isn't it?
It's got to have something to do with paraconsistent logic.
Yeah, it has to.
An explosive mind, I think.
Yeah, it can't click, or else they would instantly go mad if it did click, or they'd have to accept what they never would accept, which would also make them mad. but then they just get mad over time. Either way, it's going to end up in the same place. Either way, it ends up in madness.
That's interesting.
Yeah, it does tell you that Euclid being an explosive logic unexploded, right? It's a thoroughly consistent. That teaches you that once you do explode the logic and allow a contradiction or something within it, your whole basis of the logic is gone. You can make fairies occur logically with an exploded logical system. You can make Father Christmas real. And that's how I think they've ended up with the globe model. They've only ended up with it because of an exploded mind. And whereas this idea of the exploded mind gives them James Webb and these billions of galaxies and all of that, they imagine it expands and gives them loads more. But really, it restricts them to a model. And that model is so restrictive that they don't even realize all of the contradictions that go along with the model. The only expanding that's ever happened is within the mind. And it's going to lead them to insanity, I think.
There are so many gaps in their model that if they want to cover one gap, the three another are rising. So they have to now cover three at one time. So this is funny situation. Funny. It is ridiculous situation, but it's going nowhere because they are trying to solve problem and more problems arises with allegedly solved problem. So it is without end for me.
Yeah. Well, I used to say that the model that you make up probably has got a few polyfiller gaps, right? You quick polyfiller that you'll fix that one. And there's another one that needs fixing, and I'll just try and make up an excuse. And by the end of it, you should realize that the entire model is filled up with polyfiller. It's just a polyfiller model. There's nothing real there at all. It's made up with everybody's polyfillared sort of replies to make the model still exist. Everybody makes their own. And then you're sort of bound by it. Once you have your own model and you've made it, you're bound by it because it's your accepted truth.
Evening.
Hey.
Hey.
We are live.
Just another example of giving up your sovereignty, isn't it? Your individuality. Join the group.
What's today's live is about?
What have we been going over today? Sort of a bit of everything. Hump. Logic. Bit of trivium.
A bit of everything.
We've mainly been talking about what we've been going over with today because we've had people in over the last few days. They don't like coming and being on live. They don't like being known because they keep having voice changes. But they do that in the daytime. Go on.
I was just gonna say that's fairly strange, isn't it? That those people have to come in with voice changers. Wouldn't we be the ones that would need voice changers? You would think.
Yes, Kevin. I agree.
Isn't that very strange?
I've always thought
It
that
just
voice
like
change is bad.
mind.
Like right now, we have a guy in the text chat who will never ever grow the balls to come into the voice chat to say the shit he's just said in the text chat, for example.
Yeah, it's super interesting.
Yeah, it really is.
Is he got triggered by your proof of vertical and horizontal being perpendicular?
Yeah.
I think that's what he's come in with, isn't it?
It looks that way, yeah.
All right.
Oh dear. I best put it back up on screen then, hadn't I?
As Bev can think of.
So there you go. So it's on the screen now. We've got a guy in Discord that seems to be a little bit upset about what's he saying. He's saying, well, that's not only invalid, it's nonsensical. The word vertical is not a proposition. A little bit strange. He's also put horizontal is also not the negation of vertical. Where's he getting that from?
Negation of vertical? How do you negate vertical?
I don't know. I don't know where that is in Saragaki's thing either.
I mean, I have put not P for horizontal because it's perpendicular to vertical. I would say that definitely negates horizontal from being vertical, yes.
Mm-hmm.
But in we are operating with lines or planes, so it is opposition. Precisely speaking, this is opposite position. So I think that he couldn't express this correctly, but I think that most correct statement it would be that vertical is in opposition to horizontal.
Yes, I'd have a problem with negate, because to me that means that by virtue of having horizontal perpendicular to vertical, vertical doesn't exist anymore. Negating means, backing it out, doesn't apply anymore. I don't know. Could just be semantics, I guess.
It would be denying that doesn't exist, but in opposition it is because, in fact, we are talking about position of line. So this is what matters here. So I think it would be best to say that vertical is in opposition, not.
No, and I mean, if you look at Saragaki's proof is based on things which are equal to the same thing are equal to one another. So he's pointing out that vertical is P and horizontal and level is not P.
Correct.
That's what he's doing. He's just pointing out that the things that are the same are equal to each other. That's it.
Yes, of course, of course.
And Wyszynski doesn't seem to understand that.
But at the same coin, if something is in opposition to other thing, it means that it is not the same in this regard.
Mm-hmm.
So because vertical line is line and horizontal line is also line, it doesn't mean that a vertical line is ceased to be a line because it's horizontal, but it is not vertical. So opposition is between a predication, not the line itself.
I think we might have a case of what happens with an exploded mind. Because this vertical is a straight line perpendicular to horizontal. All of these statements are obviously true. And
Yes,
the
of course,
conclusion
of
at the
course.
end. But Wazinski in the chat is coming up with comments like, he says, where's he put? It's Saragaki's post is not only invalid, it is nonsense. He says that's nonsense. Vertical is a straight line perpendicular to horizontal. Vertical is a straight line established by a plumb bob. Vertical equals a plumb line. Plumb is a straight line perpendicular to level. There's no nonsense there. But we've got somebody in the Discord chat that is obviously, I'd say, gaslighting. Is solo gaslighting though? I don't know what the point of it is.
Maybe projecting, because it has sense. It would be nonsensical if it would be non sequitur, but everything is going from one to another in the proper way. So it is sequitur. So it is going. It does add. Everything adds here. So it cannot be nonsense.
To say a plumb bob is a tool that we use to establish a vertical plane of reference. Would you consider that as a deductive conclusion? It is true everywhere.
In fact, a plumb line is vertical line. This is the same.
I mean, everywhere. What if you go? It's gonna be always north.
Always, every time, yes. Plumb bob will always be vertical. Wherever you get it out.
So that's a deductive proof.
I would say that's a self-evident truth.
Yeah, that's axiomatic.
Mm-hmm.
There's no deducing required.
You just get plumb bob is vertical. That's it. There's no adjustments needed or anything. Same as a water level. It just is level.
It's a permanent concept. You can't just change it. It just is.
I'd say it's elemental.
Elemental as in what exactly?
Wazinski says horizontal is presented as the negation of vertical. It's not. It just says not.
Horizontal. What does it mean negating vertical? How can you negate vertical? Both positions exist.
It just says not though. It's got the tilde at the beginning of it. It just says not. P. Not the negation of, just not.
It's opposition. This is true dichotomy. It means that in that regard, it means that horizontal line is not vertical line. They are both lines, but they differ in that regard. Horizontal and vertical. For
get
me,
the
this
idea.
is simple.
The idea is Saragaki, and this is where they get so upset, because in saying vertical is not horizontal, it doesn't allow for the parallel vertical to the horizontal, which the globe model has. So that may be why he's getting upset, because sometimes he would want vertical to be horizontal. He would want them to be the same thing. That's why he's getting upset.
I believe you're correct, Bev.
I just don't know if I can entertain the idea of deductive premises, considering, for instance, like plumb bobs and water level. If I can use that as a deductive argument to build upon.
Yeah, Wizardski's showing his thing here.
For me, it's always true. It always comes true, right?
A deductive logic will give you a definite answer at the end. Inductive logic will give you a maybe, somewhat.
Yeah, exactly. That's it.
In induction, you have to check your premise, and like experiment, this is induction. You are inducing some principle into reality to check if it works. But in deduction, you are inferring from what you see the principle, which is ruling this phenomenon. What you see.
Exactly.
So this is deductive
So the
thinking.
premise would be like. So premise number one would be level is horizontal, right? And second premise would be, let's say, water level is a tool that we use to establish a horizontal plane of reference. Therefore, whatever. Let me continue. If I can entertain, the idea of deductive premises or not.
We are operating in mathematics rather, and geometry itself. So you can experiment, because you can establish level and establish plumb line, and this plumb line is vertical by definition. So you can create a proof a posteriori. It means that you can say that let's assume that vertical is perpendicular to horizon, and you can hang a plumb line, and you can see that it is in reality. So you can assume and you can check. So both ways are open. Deductive and inductive.
But the moment you use geometry in a logical argument, it will become deductive.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It means like the first premise A, you build on the level is horizontal, right? Well, let's if you even if you can say that a plumb line is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference, right? That's always true. It's there. Say the deductive premise. It's axiomatic, and it's true.
Yeah, but you'd have to do something with them, right? You'd have to end up saying that those two seems to be what definitions you started off with there. Are you defining something as something? Because you have to then do something with that, logically. It's not good enough to just sort of make two definitions. Oh, what have we got here? FE Reality Denial Club. I don't get that. Don't know. Seems a bit contradictory, your name there, mate. I don't know what you're talking about. Did do one today. I said horizontal planes only exist in reality. What's the globe model say about horizontal planes?
They cannot be planes.
I get somebody said they can't find the curvature, but the curvature of what? People are very, very vague about things. We'll be out most of the day tomorrow. I've got to send the car in for service. Oh, happy Bastille Day over there in France, people. And Gadget. We got fireworks and all that going on.
Is it in France now?
Got somebody triggered in the chat. We are just talking about measurements taken in reality and the actual geometric principles used for taking those measurements. Very simple. But appears to be another one of those people with FE in their name. And if we're going off the standard reply, I think that means that they're definitely not flat earthers, doesn't it? I know who this Wasinski is. He gets really upset about t-shirt logic and people talking about logic. So, thanks for coming, guys. You're keeping the chats happy.
This is the problem with the model, right? As you pointed it out earlier as well. When they allow for absurdities like intersecting horizontal planes, they will end up with a situation where they have horizontal being perpendicular to horizontal. Oh, but I thought vertical was perpendicular to horizontal. Well, yes, exactly. That's the contradiction. That's the absurdity. That's the paradox.
But they can't see it.
Can't see it. And it's however you phrase it and tell it to them, they just can't. And I don't understand how.
They're the videos I want to be doing. Pointing out how absurd some of these contradictions that people have to walk around with in their head. It's tough. It must be really, really difficult. Especially for you to imagine that you're correct as well. Every time. When
yeah, on a blatant contradiction. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you can just not see a blatant contradiction that's right in front of your face. Yet you still imagine that you can tell people that they don't know what they're talking about. And they're actually like school children, right? I mean, that's what we've had over the last few days, isn't it? People coming round imagining that they're talking to little children, but not being able to see a glaring, massive contradiction that's right in front of their faces. And that's the globe model 2022. I don't know who's going to be listening to us, but I mean, if you do have a globe model, I don't have a model, but I am quite interested in talking to people about where this model comes from. Where do you imagine you got it from? Because when you scrutinize the model, it's always found lacking at some point or other. It's now. He's getting upset in the chat. Can we, he says, there is no paradox to intersecting horizontals. Saragaki, I think you just told him that there is a paradox there that ends up with, like, horizontal at a point. Bit of a paradox because a horizontal is a straight line. Needs 2 points. So there's got a problem there. But then, like Saragaki did say, you're going to end up with horizontal being perpendicular to horizontal.
Yeah. And at that very same time, you're going to end up with vertical being parallel to horizontal. Imagine that. That's a big paradox.
The only one that isn't allowed is verticals being parallel with verticals. Of all of the weird concoctions that can occur, the one that can't occur is that verticals are parallel to vertical. You can have vertical being perpendicular to vertical and vertical being parallel to horizontal. But you can't have vertical being parallel to vertical. On the globe model, that's the one thing you can't
model,
have.
yeah.
Which is fantastic because perpendicular necessitates you have to have them parallel, at least within the mathematical framework. There is no paradox to intersecting parallels. Who said intersecting parallels? Did you see that? Did you see the mistake he made? Okay, I'll go and get it for you guys in Discord. Look at that. I got it on there. I need to get it on the screen.
Yes, Wazinski wants the line vertical to a point. So I am trying to explain to him that you cannot have relation line related to a point as vertical, because this is nonsense.
It says there is no paradox to intersecting parallels. But it goes against the definition of parallels. They do not meet. So yeah, there's an instant paradox generated as soon as you intersect parallels. That's terrible, that. And then he goes on to say, unless you're stupid as F and can't grasp basic geometry. It's a guy called FE Reality Denial Club that's saying there is no paradox to intersecting parallels. Intersecting parallels. Holy shit.
That would be like perpendicular lines, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, no paradox in calling them
he's
parallel,
now saying what I thought, right? Because you did say horizontals being, and he's put, I meant, where was it? Where does it say? I meant to say horizontals, not parallels. But he did write parallels. So as he was thinking horizontals, he was thinking parallels. Because all horizontal planes are parallel. All horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. So it's quite understandable that he got horizontals and parallel mixed up.
Yeah, because two planes parallel to the same third plane are obviously parallel to each other.
Yeah.
Oh, goes to horizontal. All horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. So what does that tell you?
Yep. All horizontals are parallel to each other. So it's understandable, FE Reality. The statement that you say about horizontals is just as wrong. Horizontals don't intersect either because they are parallel. And he's making a claim now. Horizontals aren't parallel. In reality. Just in geometric proofs and mathematical proofs. And actually in reality, yeah, as well. Provably in reality. But and if you want to come in and challenge us on this fact, come on in, Discord. Next level, Discord. Click the link. Come and join us.
I would especially appeal to the people who have an open mind, let's say, who are not just going to come in with, you're wrong, I have a model, listen to me. You know, that kind of behavior is kind of childish over time. You may want to, you know, put yourself in a position that the learning process can go both ways.
Wazinski is still trying to tell you that there's something wrong with the logic and you need to fix it. I mean, that's how deluded people are nowadays.
Yeah, and once you've told them that their interpretation is wrong, and you've given them the reason for why it's wrong and explained it to them, they're just going to maintain their original position and keep telling you you're wrong. So what can you do at that point?
You're never
Yeah,
going to
the-
give them the answer they require.
Yeah, they just ignore, like Jose. He just ignored what you tell Bev. You told him 3 times his response, and he completely ignored it.
Yeah,
Isn't
same
that
with Rudolph.
Simon face next to his name? Or am I seeing that incorrectly? Looks like Simon Dan's face next to Wazinski's name.
That's a role. That's a name that they have for a role within the server.
It's what we call a familiar. You're either familiar with that or familiar with Logos.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
But so I guess we might have to change that because Simon Dan's going, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's gone.
And he's fucking big gone.
Well, he's never really been able to have a chat. All right, FE Reality says, because on a sphere, every vertical is not parallel, and there's an infinite amount of them. Thus, the same for horizontals. Thus.
Well, you know he must be right because he used thus.
Yeah.
So I stand corrected. Sorry.
Problem is that horizontal and vertical are not established on a sphere. They are established in the air.
Good point. At any point, you can establish a horizontal and a vertical. It's very strange that they like to come and chat in the chat, but never actually come and have a conversation about this. I mean, that would have been very good. Specifically, I think in the Discord chat, you could definitely do two, a geometric proof off within drawings. You could put your camera on and do a drawing of what you think your proof is and formulate it. If then you could easily do that. Has Mobius done a new video?
Did I say this the other day? I don't think we did it in the voice, but I'm pretty sure from experience, just speaking on my own experience here, that some people seem to have misunderstood the term proof by contradiction to literally mean the opposite of what it does. Because that's, to my understanding, that's the modern name we want to give the reductio ad absurdum argument. Show that something is absurd because of the contradiction it leads to, right? Some people seem to have taken it to mean the other thing. That if you can show that there's a contradiction, then that's a proof that the contradiction is true, actually exists, is actually real. I think that's partly what you're up against with some of these people.
I don't think they look that much into logic, you know. I really don't, but I think you might be right, yeah. Some might have heard proof by contradiction means that if you can prove the contradiction, then the contradiction is true.
Yeah, it sounds like that to me in some of these arguments we've had.
Because they know so little of logic. That's just a concept they have.
Yeah, basically, yes.
Yeah, a misunderstanding of contradictions. Because there's no logical framework to tell them that a contradiction is wrong.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why you can have these people say stuff like, there is no contradiction. When you point one out to them, that's their response. There is no contradiction. I'm not sure what goes on in some people's minds. It's hard to hard to track along when there is no logic there.
You don't want to fucking do that to yourself, buddy. You don't
No.
want anything. You don't want to know anything goes on in anybody's brain.
Yeah, thank you.
You'll get lost and never fucking come out.
Well, here we go. Wazinski. He says, in the bottom right, you've even got not P equals P. Which would be true if you hadn't erroneously defined not P to be horizontal. He's crazy.
Yeah, he's grasping at straws now because I've just simply told him that, you know, his original objection was wrong, given him the reasons for why it's wrong, and just stuck to that, like, your objection is wrong. So now he's changed his objection to this, grasping at straws, which obviously anybody who saw the thing on screen earlier, I've written the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, the law of the excluded middle, and the law of double negation. Twice.
As a
just
like
as
a border.
Yeah, exactly. Just like a border around the thing. That's just to make sure that that's part of it, in case anybody wants to know, you know, to be able to point out this is what it is. And then then he's gone and done this.
Yeah. This is the lens that they have to come to. They have to misunderstand the laws of communication. Being around there to show people how vital these basic laws are within the formulation of logic. And yeah, we know why they're doing it, because they have to alter those basic laws at a fundamental level, right at the beginning. That's where this magic trick's performed. To the logical framework that surrounds everything that they're going to formulate their ideas on. Interesting.
It is interesting, the lengths they have to go to. Because then this guy specifically now, right? He's not going to convince me that I've made an error when I know what I've done. And he's trying to tell me I've done something different to what I've actually done. Wow. So he's not going to pull that one through. So I'm thinking, what SE who said it earlier, he's just trying to convince himself. But
have you seen
this
is not horizontal the same thing as vertical? What's that about?
Where do those questions come from?
They're nonsensical questions. It shows like an exploded mind.
He's trying to get you to somewhere, and I don't know where he's trying to get you. But
he's trying to fill his own head with the answers that he requires. So the nonsensical questions are just coming out. That's what's happening inside this guy's mind.
I'm sure that's more than likely.
That's exactly what it is. It's what I've said before too, and SE said it today again, just what Saragaki said. They have to come in here to convince themselves. They read their own words and they go, yeah, Yeah.
Yeah, I went over
Slam
there
the
and
hand
I
on the
told them.
Yeah, here's what I told them. Didn't
I
that
just
sound
have-
good?
You know, I can't put myself in that position, so I have a hard time believing that it's what it actually is.
Well,
Where,
they've had people like Rumpus and everybody set it all up that we are the ones that don't understand. So anything that anybody comes in with, no matter how nonsensical or anything, they can always walk away with that idea that we are the ones that don't understand.
Oh, wow.
Which may be a truth statement, right? Because they're literally talking nonsense that cannot be understood. So yeah, we don't understand it. Like you're expressing your inability to understand it right now.
I guess I'm blocked. I guess.
I don't understand it either. I don't understand why they keep coming in here.
You know, and the thing is, I try to understand if they're making sense in their statements, but I'm just not finding it. So it's not like I ignore what they're saying. I do listen to what they're saying and I read what they're saying, but it's just not making sense. I'm sorry.
Which is a lot of the time, right? You have to be careful because that sort of thing sometimes will lead people to think that they are the odd ones out.
It's true.
Yeah, if there's enough Wazinskis in a room, then you're going to be the one that thinks that you're the odd one out.
It wouldn't bother me anymore.
No, yeah. But, you know, to somebody just coming into this...
Oh, God, yeah.
It's not good, is it?
No, that's big time peer pressure.
And so I don't know who Wazinski is or whatever. We know he's not going to come into the chat. And there are a lot of people out there who probably rely on people like Wazinski to come in here and tell us the nonsense.
Yeah,
I think he...
Sorry.
I was just going to mention, I think he came in around the toothpick tangent time, the twin tangents.
This is the first time I'm seeing him. Or her.
Yeah, it's definitely coming with the problem with the geometric argument, right? Because he's taught nothing else other than the logic and the geometry. Got everything slightly wrong and just goes round and round in circles. It's one of those people that just sticks on one thing and wants to hear you say something. Betty? I don't think so. Maybe, though. Maybe. I've got a really bad understanding of logic, so maybe.
And that's what we were talking about earlier, right? For this to work, yeah, you have to talk to an unsuspecting person, right? That is just wanting to talk about logic. Yeah, let's go about it. Not to an actual globe. They have already thrown the logic out the window. It's not going to be an honest conversation. Which it's shocking to even say out loud. Like, who would just throw logic out the window readily like that? But that's what I've experienced for the last year in here, and it's mind blowing and eye opening for sure.
You think?
Yeah.
Logic has to be abandoned in order for the model to work.
Yeah, that's disturbing. That is the most disturbing thing I think I've come across.
Sad.
Oh, it looks like Ruhif.
And not only is it that logic has to go. They fight for the opposite, the unlogical.
The paradox.
Yeah. They fight for the paradox. Yeah.
They fight for the paradox by denying the paradox exists. See, that's completely contradictory, but as you should expect, the full contradiction. And why is Ruhif posting his video channel, his YouTube channel in here? What's that about?
Is that Ruhif's picture?
It's the one he uses, yeah. He got it from Twitter. Well, I think it first came around on Twitter. That was the first time I saw it. He's hidden most of his videos, though, I think. Or has he opened them back up again? Did anybody click on it? I'll have a quick look. Oh, we finally have a debate scheduled with refracted curvature on McToon's live channel. The topic is show by way of worked example that celestial navigation works on your model. It will take place on the 19th of July, Central, July, 8 p.m. Central US. McToon will provide 2 sets of elevation angles, and refracted curvature will have first choice of the angles. The initial part of the debate will be showing how you achieved your position fix using your model. The second part will be a question and answer between refracted curvature and I. And the third part, I'm hoping, will be a Q&A from the audience. Ruhif? Hope everyone is keeping it flat. Boom. I hope that was us. I hope we got refracted curvature. I hope he heard the new tactic to take. Pie. Hand him pie. Give that man a pie. So if anybody wants to know anything about how they do celestial navigation, Ruhif, the master celestial navigator for the globe model, I'm pretty sure he's got a sextant. At least he must have a sextant. But he does have a theodolite. So maybe he might be using a theodolite. Or, well, I don't think he needs to, does he? He doesn't need an angle measuring device because McToon's handing him the angles. We did have a conversation about this morning. When is that? When's the 19th? Oh, it's a bit off yet. Let us know a bit nearer the time, Ruhif. It's a bit too far off. And no cheating as well. You're getting your early angles off McToon. Or all the working out sums from McToon. I'm keen to know. How many angles did he say? Finally have a debate. McToon will provide 2 sets of elevation angles. What's a set of elevation angles? How many in a set? Does anybody know how many angles there are in a set? Set of angles. Three. Makes a sense.
Two sets of elevation angles. Like just hand over a set of angles
He'll
and
give you
like
3
here.
angles. Yeah, here's 3 angles. Tell
Run
me
with this.
Tell me where you are.
Oh. Oh yeah.
They're gonna do it. They're gonna do it. Both of them. 3 angles. But not triangles. No. Just
no, of course not.
3 angles.
Yeah, you just showed earlier with the infrared camera how it's impossible to find the distance from you to the horizon. So, yeah.
Yeah, just 3 angles. I mean, I'm really looking forward to this. We've been asking how to do this for ages. And we're going to get 2 people. Flat earther and a globe earther. And they're both going to do shit with an angle. My geometric model says it's impossible. But we're going to watch 2 guys with a model do miraculous things with geometry. They're going to apply their model to geometry and do wonderful things with angles.
Yeah, I thought it'd be good.
Yeah. I'll give it a good build-up for you, Ruhif. We can help you out with that. Try and hype it all up. Woo! Ruhif. And I don't know who. Does anybody know refracted curvature? Is he responsible?
Yeah, he lives down the street from me.
Does he?
Oh wow, really?
No,
he doesn't. He's on his boat, is he?
That's probably the best place for him. Yeah.
But again, he doesn't even need to have a sextant with McToon's challenge.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I'm really sorry. I've just been listening on YouTube. I had to get in here and just say one thing. With all these angles that they're dealing with, none of this shit works without their stupid magic book.
Well, I don't know. I don't want to preempt anything.
I know. I'm preempting it for us.
Can I ask you, Rob, since you brought it up?
Yeah.
Since you brought it up, I'm gonna ask you: does it work with the magic book?
Well, that's the only way it works. Like, that's the only way you know where you are is because they've calculated where certain stars are above certain points on the Earth.
What map are you using?
Right, like that's their magic book, is using that model.
If you were just thrown out in the middle of the ocean, blindfolded, not knowing where your starting position was, can you figure your position even with the book?
Not me. No.
I'm just saying, would it work? I'm not asking if you could do it. No, that's not what I meant. Can it be done? Is what I meant.
Have you ever seen
I'm not
anybody
sure.
do that?
No.
No.
But isn't that what they're gonna do?
I don't know. I don't
That's
know.
not what they're gonna do.
You're going off
They're just
hearsay, are you?
gonna match. Yeah. They're gonna match shit off their stupid models. Both of them. Sorry, I had to come in and just say that. Somebody had to say it, and I'm the flat earther.
Yeah, but Rob, I still don't know how either people with either model are going to actually do it.
That's why I had to ask, right? Does it actually work with
I totally
the
get
magic
that.
book?
I agree with you 100%, man. I had to come in and say something like this doesn't make any sense.
Hey, fuck you, Rob.
Oh, what time are we at? Oh, could have been gone for a little bit longer today than usual.
It
Well,
works
the last
because
few
of the
days.
magic book. I think I'm roboting or something. I might be cut out here.
Yeah, maybe a bit. I don't think it even works with the magic book.
I couldn't see how. I mean, I don't know enough about it, but I just don't know how it would be possible. If you didn't know where you started from and where you traveled to and then started using the book, if you were just thrown out there, I would not want to be the first guy to try it out. I think you'd be lost at sea. I'd like to see one of these guys go out there without a radio, without a backup, and commit to something like that. I don't think any one of them would do it because they know they would. Shut the fuck up. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll do it. I'll fucking be the guy.
No, it just, I don't know. But I don't know enough about it, so I could be missing some information. It just doesn't seem possible. And if you're building something, somebody gives you 3 angles and there's 3 different components that need to be set up at those 3 different angles, you can use those angles. But somebody just gives you 3 angles out there. What does that mean?
3 separate angles. I'm pretty sure Ruhif's not got that right anyway. I'm pretty sure that you'd need more than 3 angles, but who knows?
If you have a sextant, you should know.
I've only got one of those little toy ones. You know. It'd be like I don't know, like a P1000 version of the of a sextant. You know. Not really practical. I mean, does it measure angles? Yeah. Could you use it for navigation? Possibly. But is it a sextant like the Globe Gang got? I mean, I bet Sean Hawkins has got a couple spare sextants. He was big on sextants for a bit, wasn't he?
How would you use sextant on a boat when you're bobbing up and down?
Well, you just measure an angle, don't you?
Yeah, but if you're constantly moving, how do you get your set point to measure the angle? I'm just curious. I'm curious.
John, he just told you. You just measure the angle. You just fucking do it, bro.
I didn't get it. Sorry, but.
Yeah.
All right, I haven't heard Bev say it, so I'm gonna steal it from him and I'm gonna say it. Tennis globe.
Wazinski's got something to, go for. I don't see how people can see such simple, basic logic and then have a problem with a border that you've put in there. Because that's all of his specific errors are. Crazy. And if anybody other Globe dudes are watching, maybe we would like to explain what Wazinski's going on about in the chat, talking about Saragaki's basic proof being wrong somehow. Come in for a chat. We're always open for people to talk to us, specifically about logic and stuff like that. Yeah.
Specifically, if you want to come and tell me that my proof is wrong, then bring logic. Don't just bring because it's a globe. That's a really bad argument against an actual proof. I just wanted to mention that.
I pointed out that your purported proof has invalid negations and that it conflates propositions with adjectives. Very strange behavior. Very strange behavior.
He's shoehorned it in here. It also assumes a universal vertical orientation. Hint, that he is coming from a model saying this stuff.
Yeah. But that is an issue of soundness, not validity. Now, doesn't that sound like Betty? Is that you, Betty? Have you been part of the WS group all along? Wouldn't surprise me now having you over here with that logic thing. Wonder how long it took you to get the nerve up to do the logic bit. Yeah, could be it. Hey, Betty, come on in. Come in for a chat. Or just bring your Betty character out again. Go on. Get your balls back and come on over for a chat. Does make sense that he's the one flipping out over the logic, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, that would make sense, yeah.
Who is the logic guy? Yeah. Level bastard in the chat. Think he spotted him. Interesting times. Interesting times indeed. Right. Day is it tomorrow? Euclid Day. Now, I haven't got a clue what we're doing, but I think we're going to go over the Bedford. We'll hopefully try and go over a bit of the geometry and all of that involved with this double hump drop. Maybe the formulation of a Dornagon, the natural consequence of it, at least, and the impossibilities of horizontal not being level. Would that be right? An impossibility of horizontal not being level. Because I think Saragaki's already proved tonight. They are inexplicably linked through equals.
I'd just like to say I don't believe that's possible. Horizontal's not being level.
Yeah. Right. Anybody got any other final words? I'm gonna get the Buster song ready. Anybody got any? No.
I just want to say fuck you, John.
Love you too, Turnip.
You don't understand Triangle one, I think. We'll see how this goes. Matt, I think there's a new Buster song coming. A new cut to one of the songs. I've not decided which one yet. But we've got to make something of this. Whatever's going on at the minute. The breakdown. Maybe another insane one. Because they are going insane. Okay. Join us tomorrow. Euclid night. We'll try and make the best as we can out of the Bedford level misunderstanding about level and horizontal. Hopefully try and get you guys involved with the geometric proofs involved in all of this, obviously, because the Globers are going crazy about it. And then we can do this logic all day. Simple logical statements involving vertical and horizontal. Get ready. It's going to be loads more.
You'd be going crazy as well if you had nothing to bring forth to establish your argument, as you do, as we do. So you can understand the frustration and how it's going to build up and probably into the madness you guys are predicting. Very possible.
Well, I mean, there's only a few people that are brave enough to come around here. The rest of them, like Blue Marble Science, he's done the wise thing. Just ban us. Don't talk to us. Be safer for them. They can live in the land of illusions. And when they talk to each other to bolster their own paralogisms, they'll be happier without us being over there asking them questions. Okay. Thanks a lot. Thanks for joining. Thanks for watching. And join us tomorrow, 8 o'clock UK.
Hey, thanks a lot. Thanks, Bev.
You call it the triangle axiom.
I do, yeah.
Thank you, Mike.
Right, so you've managed to confuse a lot of people within that argument. Weird times, buddy. Because like you weren't trying to say that horizontals are not parallel because you can draw a cross on a piece of paper.
I was temporarily agreeing.
That wasn't the argument.
For fuck's sake.
Because some people have took it as though that is.
I'm sorry. Separate discussion. Happy to talk about that one day. What I originally suggested, and Mike knows this, Mike Jones. We agreed we'd sort of discuss the postulate first. You call it the triangle last time.
I do, yeah.
I discussed the swimming pool. Thank you, Mike. Question.
Weird times, buddy.
Don't understand. Be quiet. Swimming pool. Thank you, Mike. Question. You don't understand. For fuck's sake. I'm sorry. Thank you, Mike. It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. Thank you, Mike. You're just on your own. Well, that I hold to be a self-evident. You call it the triangle axiom.
I do, yeah. Because it's got just about a triangle,
So,
yeah.
The question is, why did you include that axiom? You call it the triangle axiom.
I do, yeah.
Why did you include that at all? You call it the triangle axiom.
I do, because it sort of shows that triangles have 180 degrees, right? Or some are two right angles.
You know? So you're saying... How does it show? Be quiet. Well, yeah, it does. I mean, you can prove that, but why did he include that? You call it the triangle axiom. If you can...
Oh, you can prove it?
Be quiet. If you can prove that triangles have... You call it the triangle. The sum of the angles is two right angles. Why would you need... For fuck's sake. I'm sorry, that's my question. You call it the triangle axiom. You call it the triangle axiom. You don't understand. I was temporarily agreeing. Be quiet. It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. Thank you, Mike. You're just on your own. For fuck's sake, I'm sorry. Horizontal lines can easily not be. You can just, as I suggested, you just sort of get a horizontal line. That I hold to be a self-evident truth. You put two crossing lines on them, and by definition, any two lines, straight lines on a horizontal plane, are themselves horizontal. You know? So that's the problem. You can't. Well, it's not really a problem. Yeah,
It's not a problem because there's only 3 straight lines. How fucking difficult can it be?
Point again is that you cannot prove it. A lot of people, you call it the triangle centuries, millennia, thought you could prove the fifth postulate. You call it the triangle axiom. The question is, do we need the enclosure axiom? Yeah, not on the globe hypothesis. I received opinions we don't need it because postulate 1 will do the job for you. And look, but I simply wanted to ask you why you think the postulate's there, and you have explained that. Not on the globe hypothesis. That I hold to be a self-evident truth. I'm sorry. I'll be perfectly honest. I'm sure there are better people back at the other place, the blue place, who can prove this. And we're happy to talk to you.
No logic, no wisdom, no worries.
And you have explained that.
You're just on your own.
You know?
No reason, no logic, no answers to questions.
And you have explained that.
You're just on your own.
That I hold to be a self-evident.
It's a self-evident truth of reality that all triangles, in reality, have 180 or the sum of 2 right angles.
But not on the globe. Well, it's an assumption.
It's not an assumption, is it?
Sorry. For Euclid, it was an assumption because he knew he couldn't prove it. There was a huge debate which went on for centuries. You call it the triangle axiom.
What, that he couldn't prove that triangles have 180
They tried.
degrees?
They thought there was a question: is the fifth postulate? You call it the triangle axiom. Triangle axiom. Is it self-evident or not? A huge debate.
Weird times, buddy. Weird times, buddy. You've brought an argument into a group of people that aren't ready for it.
Be quiet. You cannot. Euclidean geometry. You call it the triangle axiom. It does not follow. It doesn't work. Not on the globe. I don't need it as an assumption because we can prove it. You can prove it from the first postulate. For fuck's sake. Horizontal lines can easily not be. You can just, as I suggested, you just sort of get a horizontal plane, right? You know, you put 2 crossing lines on them, and by definition, any 2 lines, straight lines on a horizontal plane, are themselves horizontal. For fuck's sake, I'm sorry.
You don't understand.
Well, that I hold to be a self-evident truth. For fuck's sake.
You don't understand.
If you could prove it, it wouldn't be a postulate.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
You call it the triangle axiom.
I do, yeah, because he's got just about a triangle, yeah.
The question is, why did Euclid include that axiom? You call it the triangle. That postulate or axiom. Why did he include that at all? You know?
Because it sort of shows that triangles have 180 degrees, right? Or the sum of 2 right angles.
Not on the globe. You're saying, for fuck's sake. How does it show? I'm sorry. Does it show that? Well, yeah, it does. I mean, you can prove that, but why did he include that? Be quiet. If you can.
Oh, you can prove it.
You call it the triangle axiom. If you can prove that triangles have the sum of the angles is 2 right angles, why would you need postulate? That's my question. I will not verbally disagree with it. What goes on in my own head is my own business. I do not believe that. Be quiet.
You don't understand.
You call it the triangle axiom. For fuck's sake, I'm sorry.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
Yourself, not something to be quiet.
You have a horizontal plane, and any straight line not on the globe must itself be horizontal. That I hold to be a self-evident truth. Yeah, not on the globe hypothesis. I was temporarily agreeing.
Right, so you've managed to confuse a lot of people within that argument.
I was temporarily agreeing.
Because you weren't trying to say that all horizontals are not parallel because you can draw
Not on the
a cross
globe.
on a piece of paper, are you?
If you may.
That wasn't the argument.
Not on the globe.
Because some people have took it as though that is.
For fuck's sake. Separate discussion.
Yeah.
Happy to talk about that one day.
Yourself up, something be quiet.
Point again is that you cannot prove it. A lot of people, you call it the triangle axis. Centuries, millennia, thought you could prove the fifth possible. You call it the triangle axis from the preceding thought. Be quiet. I was temporarily agreeing. Not on the globe. You call it the triangle axis. Not on the globe.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn.
Be quiet.
Just on your own.
Well, that I hold to be a self-evident truth. For fuck's sake, I'm sorry.
No reason, no logic, no wisdom, no worries.
And you have explained that.
You're just on your own.
Not on the globe, no.
No reason, no logic, no answers to question.
And you have explained that.
You're just on your own.
Betty, do you believe the water surface is a horizontal plane of reference?
It's a horizontal plane, possibly. Not on the globe. Let's assume.
Thank you.
The surface of either swimming pool is a horizontal establishes a horizontal plane of reference, right? Let's assume.
Thank you.
The surface of either swimming pool establishes a horizontal plane of reference, right? It's not really a problem. Yeah,
It's
all
not
they
a
say
problem.
is-
Somebody stop the bot. Hello. Anyone here? Hello, Gold. Are you new? Or is name change? I can't check your roles right now. Damn, is my mic working?
Yeah, your mic is working fine.
Oh, cheers. Cheers for that, Tim. What's going on?
Not much. Just trying to get the day go by because it's shitty weather.
Yep, each day shall pass. But, you know, Gold, I can't check their roles right now. New name to me.
I don't know. I checked his roles. He's Gold Plus, so I assume he's not a new guy.
Yeah, he's Gold Plus. He's been here for a while. So, guess we'll go back to silence till somebody shows up or somebody's got something to say. Tim's got like a 20-minute monologue. Go.
Yeah, I mean it's fairly slow hours these days.
That was minutes and about 50 seconds short, though. Just kidding, man. Anyway, Earth's not a ball. Somebody thinks you're on a ball, come in here and discuss. We've got some stuff to talk about with you. If you'll take it honestly and investigate it for yourself and think for yourself, you're welcome here. Come on in.
Yeah, boy.
Hi, it's time for another math easy solution. Today I'm going to go over a video that I've been working on for well over a year, and it's the first video in about 7 months, just because I've been working on this video. It's pretty epic stuff here. And this is hashtag anti-gravity part 6. Objects in rotation defy mainstream, or quote, mainstream physics. This is what I like to call my self-appointed PhD, and also go over the cheat code to life, which I call MES duality, which is some pretty epic stuff. And here is the spinning top from the movie Inception. Your mind is the scene of the crime, and indeed it is pretty epic stuff. So let's just keep going further. So yes, this is what I like to call my self-appointed PhD thesis in the physics of reality. This is me, Matthew Steffo. And just a note, if you don't know, I have a Bachelor of Applied Science in Civil Engineering at the University of British Columbia in 2011, and a Master of Applied Science in Mining Engineering at the University of British Columbia, or UBC, at 2014. So these are real degrees, but the amount of research in this PhD, the self-appointed one, is far greater than any of these combined. In fact, I probably did more research in this one video than in all of my public education combined. So yes, buckle up. It's pretty epic stuff. So now, before I get to the video, I just want to go over some quick just notes, links, and recap of previous parts. So tips and faster playback speed. As per usual in all of my recent videos, take note of the following tips when viewing this or any other video, especially if you don't have time to watch the whole video. You can skip to the end for summary and conclusions, and you can play this video at a faster speed. I can never stress this enough. Top secret life hack: your brain gets used to faster speed. You should try 2 times speed. You can also try 4 times plus speed by browser extensions, hooktube.com, or modifying source code. And here's a browser extension recommendation. Here's a link that I've shortened for you, mes.fm/videospeed-extension. So without this browser extension, I probably would not be able to even make a video of this epicness. And then you can also download and read the notes. Links will be on the description, as well as read the notes on Steemit, hashtag get on Steam. You can also watch a video in parts, because it's pretty long, and yeah, so it would be a tough task to finish it all in one go, but if you can, you can. Just to recap now on the previous anti-gravity parts, the earlier parts of this video series are listed below, as well as my deep dive into the world of real info. And yeah, so this is my deep dive, was this must-watch video that got me into this, quote, alternative just knowledge information world. So watch my 10,000 plus subscribers recap, my dive into the rabbit hole that we call life, and hashtag free energy, and there's the link to it, mes.fm/milestones-playlist. So then on part 1 of the anti-gravity series, I go over the introduction to gyroscopes, Eric Laithwaite, and quote, anti-gravity, that whole phenomena, and then plus random Saturn symbolism, and plus my rant trashing mainstream science. Yes, I was all over the place. Part 2, I go over, or just upload Eric Laithwaite's how he lifts a 40-pound gyro wheel like a feather. And part 3, Eric Laithwaite's reality-defying, quote, controversial gyro lecture. Part 4, spinning wheels processed with 0 angular momentum, 0 centripetal force, and near instantaneous reactionless acceleration. This was just a simple experiment by Eric Laithwaite, which is pretty epic. And part 5, spinning wheels bounce upside down, another pretty cool experiment by Eric Laithwaite. And now, yeah, that was just a recap there. Just going further, so video notes and download and viewing links. So the links to this document in PDF, Word, and Steemit notes, I'll be uploading it, or just putting the links here, updating it after I finish this video. So make sure to check back, or by the time you see this video, it'll be all in the description as well. And then yeah, here's the link to the full video series, mes.fm/anti-gravity-playlist, and you can view or download all the notes. Everything's there, including a bunch of papers and images and videos and so on. mes.fm/anti-gravity. This has everything there. And here's some relevant video series that accompany this video series. So here are the links to my other relevant video series. Yeah, so my 9/11 Truth video series, MES.fm/9/11 Truth-playlist. There's the Free Energy video series, and then the MES Experiments, and then MES Draft Experiments, which is MES.fm/experiments-draft. So these video series are all intertwined. 9/11 Truth is the motivation to research free energy, which inevitably leads to anti-gravity, and all of which require to rethink everything we think we know about science, life, and reality in general. And MES Experiments is my effort in doing just that. Make sure to watch them all. And then the last series, which is a newer one, the Draft MES Experiments, are the nearly 800 experiments as of today, which I film in bulk whenever I'm analyzing any physical phenomena, i.e. the MES certified real scientific method. And now let's go over the introduction. Yeah, this one's pretty deep. So the making of this video broke me. It literally did. The write-up of this document straightened me out. The discoveries made required a journey of self-reflection, which led to the inevitable revealing of the face of the Lord. The people I used to look up to now seem like a distant image in my rear view. Heroes such as Judy Wood and Eric Laithwaite have demonstrated their purpose in life, even if they had not yet fully realized it. What they did was do and say what must be said because it must be said. It must be said not because it is, quote, important, since no thing is important on its own. It must be said because others are not saying it. It must be said because life itself has no meaning if it is not said. It must be said because no one else will say it. It must be said because, well, just because it is wanted to be said. Is there anything more meaningful than saying what is wanted to be said? I've appointed this research document and video as my, quote, Doctor of Philosophy, or PhD in the, quote, Physics of Reality, because, well, I want to. Alright, enough speaking in parables. This PhD documents many of my findings, as well as those of other free-thinking researchers and inventors that are on the face of them so simple, but the implications so grand. The greatest implication is how the entire world has been blind to the, quote, mainstream physics-defying properties of simple spinning tops and gyroscopes. Yes, simple rotating objects. So simple, yet in every textbook in the university in the world, you will not find that they magically rise all on their own. Simple experiments demonstrate, quote, mass transferring, disappearing, reappearing, and generating focused over unity force. Simple experiments that require conventional terms of, quote, conservation of energy, angular momentum, and momentum to come with an asterisk, pseudoscience. Simple, easy to replicate experiments demonstrate that something else is being interacted with. We have been consciously unaware of its presence, but subconsciously we have breathed it on Earth since the dawn of this theater we call reality. Even in death, we can't escape its presence. The ether. You can see the ether, the wordplay in all these words. This video sets a precedent for true scientific exploration, one which lets reality do the talking instead of imposing unproven and disproven theory upon unproven and disproven theory. I'll be referencing this document in all of my later works, so make sure to fully comprehend what is presented. Hope you enjoy. Matthew Steffo, CEO and founder of Math Easy Solutions, or short for MES. Alright, now I'm going to go over the table of contents. And yeah, this is a pretty long table of contents, but I'm going to read it anyways, just for completeness. And if you have times 2 plus speed, it will go by pretty fast. So buckle up. Table of contents, so the important links and notes and recap previous parts I just went over, the introduction I just went over, and this table of contents right here. And then I'll go over the MES Experiments, or the MES Science Experiments video series, and then I'll go over the Draft MES Experiments Unlisted video series, just for putting videos in bulk. That's why I have it unlisted, but you could all go and see what I've done so far. And also important notes on physics and the scientific exploration in general. Go over MES disclaimer on mainstream anything and everything, and then also go over how an quote explanation is not the only possible explanation, and certainly not necessarily a causation. And then go over MES axiom: all quote explanations are just approximations to exact natural phenomena, and then the importance of entertaining different interpretations of physical phenomena, and also the importance of thinking outside of the box. And then I'll go over a section on clearing Eric Laithwaite's name from slander and ignorance, and there was a whole lot of it online and pretty much anywhere that talks about gyroscopes and mentions Eric Laithwaite. Almost every single area does that. And go over how Eric Laithwaite's obituary by Imperial College is, quote, coincidentally missing something. And then also the, quote, royal family's Prince Charles was a big fan of Eric's gyros. And go over how Eric Laithwaite was able to lift heavy gyros with just his pinky finger. And also Harvey Viala's inertial propulsion device, also included in this section. Go over Veritasium's, that big giant YouTube channel on mainstream science. They have, like, I think 5+ million subscribers. And go over their disgraceful and blatant cover-up of Eric Laithwaite's irrefutable anti-gravity wheel. Then I go over Veritasium, how they literally suggest that Eric Laithwaite is a con man using a, quote, trick to purposely mislead people. Absolutely disgraceful. Gyroscopes rise when the precession is hurried and drops when it is slowed. So Veritasium shows that, but then the question arises, how can the center of mass rise without changing the weight? Conventional physics requires weight scale reading to change as center of mass increases. MES bombshell realization. Simple force precession has always demonstrated reactionless inertial propulsion. And then go over Veritasium suggests that Eric Laithwaite is lying about the gyro wheel feeling as light as a feather. And then also go over the gradual evolution of my awareness and mindset. And it has pretty much evolved big time. Then also go over how Veritasium literally is making a mockery of physics, science, and humanity when it comes to the anti-gravity wheel. Then go over MES bombshell discovery. Gyroscopes can rise upwards all on their own. And go over how mainstream sources and even mainstream alternative sources didn't think this was possible. And then go over Eric Laithwaite's missing 1966 first ever televised Christmas lecture. And then go over some more bombshell discoveries. Gyroscopes can also rise downwards. So this one right here is when I was making wherever I thought I was nearing the end of finishing this document, and I realized, they can rise downwards, and then took me a few more months to dive further into that. And then MES bombshell discovery, another one. Removing rotational or precessional friction is key to gyro magical rising. And go over a mainstream Wikipedia overview of Eric Laithwaite's life. And then another section on Eric Laithwaite. He attempts to explain gyroscopic inertial propulsion in terms of unconventional Newtonian mechanics, so his own version of Newtonian mechanics. And then, quote, mass transfer, that's what he calls it, or reactionless inertial propulsion experiment, to go over the one that he made to back up his theory on mass transfer. Then MES bombshell discovery. Gyroscopes can precess upwards on ice with zero centripetal force. Eric Laithwaite's mass transfer paper and universal equation for gyroscopes. And go over Eric Laithwaite. He demonstrates that force precession can generate lift. Can't believe I didn't see this thing for a long time. Eric Laithwaite's initial anti-gravity wheel weighed 50 pounds as opposed to the 40 pounds which I showed in part 1 and 2. Alright, let's go further. And then I'll go over a section on Cambridge University's bogus, quote, repetition of Laithwaite's experiments with explanations. This is referenced in Wikipedia, and it's literally, they had a lady, Emma Wilson, as part of her master's degree or thesis, pretty much try to debunk Eric Laithwaite, and it's one of the most disgraceful things I've ever seen. So first I'll go over a recap of Eric Laithwaite's demonstration of a gyroscope precessing with zero centripetal force, and then give an illustration or a comparison of how a 3,000 pound gyro car precessing about a 10-pound ladder. That's the equivalent of his experiment. Then Emma Wilson's attempt to debunk the undebunkable. Gyroscopes precess with zero centripetal force. That's irrefutable. Emma Wilson's cartoon fake physics. Emma Wilson doesn't address the many factors that affect precession, and my ice experiments validate Eric Laithwaite and debunk Emma Wilson. Shout out to, quote, Whoopi Jump and, quote, Joggle Vision YouTube channels for also seeing through bogus Cambridge fake science. And then famous precessing bicycle wheel experiment, the one on a string, has always demonstrated zero centripetal or centrifugal, whichever one you want to use. They are basically different terms for the same phenomenon. So there's with zero centripetal or centrifugal force. Gyroscopes precess with zero, quote, angular momentum, and that's famous Eric Laithwaite experiment. That's pretty much universally hidden in most mainstream sources when they talk about him. The discovery that put my entire life on hold. This is where things was getting a bit a bit weird and epic. Top secret. Spinning tops prove we live in a dream. Hashtag Inception. Then the question arises: why was the spinning top chosen for the Inception movie? So that's the big blockbuster movie. If you haven't seen it. I've seen it years ago, and it was pretty good for mainstream standards. And then the question, and then I go over a section on why doesn't a spinning top fall, and then show literally every mainstream science article ever written ignores, downplays, or doesn't explain the fact that spinning tops and precessing gyroscopes rise upwards. it's literally ridiculous. They all think it just precesses in a circle, and they ignore the rise upwards. Then go over how, quote, rotational inertia or inertia in general is the least understood and most misunderstood topic in all of physics. Then go over Bruce Eni. He's a pretty good mainstream science teacher, and his brilliant illustrations of mainstream angular momentum and spinning forces. And then go over the centripetal or centripetal real force versus centrifugal fictional force comparison. Again, different phenomena of the same thing. The amazing spill knot device, and then go over how, quote, angular momentum is the rotational equivalent of linear momentum. And again, no mention on Wikipedia that gyroscopes magically rise upwards. This boggles my mind. A brief overview of Newton's laws of motion and Einstein's theories of relativity. Newton's 3 laws of motion, Newton's first law, second law, third law, and also if you see this thing that keeps popping up, that's because this table is automatically linked to the section, so you can just, when you download it on PDF or Word, you can just click on the table of contents, and it will take you straight to the section, which is pretty amazing. And then go over Newton's other law of universal gravitation and show how it's very similar to Coulomb's law of electrical force because, well, everything is similar. Then go over Einstein's theory of relativity, special relativity, mainstream, quote, luminiferous aether or light-bearing aether versus MES true aether. None of this luminiferous mumbo-jumbo. General relativity, equivalence principle, and then equivalence principle and electromagnetism paradox, because there's a lot of paradoxes in mainstream science. Mainstream attempt to unify relativity with quantum mechanics, and then go over mainstream Wikipedia physics was lacking, so I looked for alternative explanations, and then I came across the mysterious and brilliant Owen Lang, and Owen Lang held the top secret, spinning top secret, at least, since at least 2008. So yes, the top secret is it's not a coincidence that the phrase top secret, it's obviously talking about spinning tops, in my humble opinion. And then fast forward to Owen's more recent videos and websites, and then Owen Lang's 4 category of spinning tops. Category 1, gravity spinning top. Category 2, inverted spinning top. This is where things get ridiculous. He literally proved Inception is real. Category 3, asymmetric spinning tops. Category 4, hybrid spinning tops. And then MES Category 5, hybrid asymmetrical spinning top. And then gyro space top, that's what he calls it, or he calls it gyro top or space top. I'm just going to call it gyro space top once I show you his experiment. Can jump back and forth from different categories. Owen Lang's, quote, globe top alludes to the secret behind UFO technology, and it pretty much is a secret. Behind it, Owen Lang's Amazon gyro space top product listed is no longer available, and Owen Lang owes me money. I bought this space top several times, and I haven't gotten anything back. So Lang distanced himself from, quote, angular momentum, and so do I. Owen Lang also distanced himself from, quote, friction, and so do I. And then Owen Lang's inverse law or theory of opposition, the illusion of, quote, angular momentum, the subtle difference between spinning tops and typical gyroscopes, the profound implications of Owen Lang's discovery, gravity equals magnetism equals any opposing force. That is pretty epic stuff here. That's once I show that, and I believe it. This is exactly it. They're all one of the same. They're all different. They're all different aspects of the exact same phenomenon. The ether. Rotation equals automatic balancing. Yes, folks. Owen Lang explains why the gyro space top was invented centuries late. And then I go over Inception is real, and the question arises: is reality just a dream? Why not? And then in later parts, I go over a section basically exploring the genius mind of Owen Lang, and the reason for in-depth exploration of his discoveries is because just his character and how he could discover something so simple yet so ridiculous deserves a study on its own, and it's helped me just think about reality in a much different light. So further exploring the genius mind of Owen Lang, go over a summary of Owen Lang's random websites and online accounts I covered earlier. New Owen Lang online account recently discovered. So yes, he makes many accounts and websites for absolutely no reason. Owen Lang's Kickstarter and the man behind legend. Owen Lang has written 2 top secret ebooks. Owen Lang's new and improved website. And then Owen Lang's patent finally got approved. His patent application and patent granted. Go over there. Highlights from his newly discovered channels. Spinning top-based self-balancing one-wheeled robot. Absolutely amazing. Then I go over MES bombshell discovery. Spinning tops can rise and lift much greater than their own weight and at an increased rising rate. So yes, adding weights can make it rise faster. Nothing makes sense anymore. Bogus YouTube comment section, quote, critics not thinking clearly. This is literally, the one thing I can't stand is when people criticize when they have no idea what they're talking about. Processing gyroscopes rise even when hung on a string. MES bombshell discovery, replicating the rising gyro on string experiment with a counterweight makes it drop. And then the bogus quote critic returns, trying to downplay Owen Lang's discovery. Which, just because it looks simple does not mean the implications are not simple. They're absolutely monstrous. Owen Lang still won't respond to me about purchasing a billion gyro space tops. Yes, he won't. Automated electric gyro space top. And then go over highlights from Owen's Kickstarter campaigns. High school teacher baffled by the anti-gravity space top. Kickstarter quote critics repeating typical unthinking appeal to authority talking points. It's like everybody's a robot. Highlights from his new Google site. Owen Lang references my MES experiments part 1 video of rising gyros. And then Owen's updated theory of opposition and the Lang force. So yes, I made it onto his own site. It's pretty epic. More highlights from his new site. Highlights from his patent. Then go over highlights from his top secret books. New theoretical top, flying tops. And then another one, asteroid turning top. Spiral precession is true precession, not circular precession. Yes, quote, angular momentum can't explain the gyro space top, and also no upwards force can be found to explain how a spinning top rises. Theoretical, quote, Lang forces or horizontal centrifugal forces that create upwards torque. Let's go over his theories on spinning tops. And Owen Lang mistakenly assumes that faster spinning speeds equate to faster rising. That's not the case. Then MES bombshell discovery, faster gyro spin speed does not necessarily mean faster rising. So yes, anybody that goes into theory without experiment, even if it's a great Owen Lang, I'll find contradictions. That's what I'm good at. Gravity as a, quote, soft anchor and theoretical Lang axis. Multiple or distributed theoretical Lang axis and force. MES gyroscope experiments appear to contradict Owen's theoretical, quote, Lang forces. So yes, like I stated, this is one thing I'm good at. Anyone that has any theory or argument or claim, all I do is try to find contradictions. Especially because from my mathematical background, if you can find one contradiction, it means the whole thing is wrong. or probably wrong. And then go over Owen Lang's inspirational and heartfelt top secret poem. What's popping up? Yeah, this is a very heartfelt poem. It's pretty epic stuff. And then go over Owen Lang's a section on Owen Lang's battle with Wikipedia to get the gyro space top published, and then go over how Wikipedia, basically the way that you can get on Wikipedia and how you can't get on. So Wikipedia, quote, orphan articles. So they orphan them if they have no links from other pages. And Owen Lang's communications with Wikipedia from August 2015 to June 2016. Owen's orphan articles considered, quote, spam and a hoax. Wikipedia is not a place for original or non-mainstream research. So you can't publish anything unless you have a link to a mainstream journal or mainstream website. So essentially, if it's not mainstream, you're not going to put it on there, like literally. Owen Lang's didn't help his case. So yes, he tried to edit. LOL. He tried to edit pretty much. The top of the page of Wikipedia, and is absolutely hilarious. So if I was in Wikipedia's case, I probably would have blocked them too. So Owen's further communications with oblivious admins, unless the people editing the pages are oblivious to the topics at hand. Please help by posting on Wikipedia or emailing mainstream outlets on my behalf, even just putting links to my gyroscope rising experiments, because that's a source. That's rising. Then also... Then I'll go over a section on Francis McCabe, the late great Francis McCabe, and his 1,000 times plus torque over unity large gyro wheel and its implications, and then basically show how precession gives the illusion of, quote, angular momentum. And then the magic potential of gyro over unity power. Again, whenever you're talking about over unity, especially 1,000 times, you better listen up. This is where gyros get practical. Manually powered gyro precession over unity power generator, just a possible example of it. Francis McCabe's 88 times torque over unity oscillating gyro piston prototype. And then basically practical implications of this prototype include over unity gyro piston powered car, over unity compact gyro piston powered bicycle, or over unity giant gyro piston power plant. yes, indeed. And then go over how Eric Lathwaite demonstrated force precession gyro torque over unity in his 1974 lecture. It just required the eyes to see and the mind to comprehend to see that. MES bombshell discovery: downwards torque induces force precession, which induces rising torque ? Indeed, I think it does if you read what I said slowly. Pushing it down means it pushes it sideways and upwards. MES bombshell discovery, another one: gyroscopes can rise upwards faster when weight is added and can rise even on a needle. Amazing. Francis McCabe demonstrates precession requires no additional power input, even at torque over unity. And MES bombshell discovery falls in line with Francis McCabe. Just no needing extra power. Gyroscopes exert, quote, inertial forces with zero loss in spin speed. Essentially the easiest demonstration of, quote, free energy. Wikipedia deletes Francis McCabe's Wikipedia page a few days ago. Actually, it's going to be a few weeks ago, but when I made this a few days ago, and fortunately I archived his Wikipedia page. I literally archived it like a week before it was deleted. Coincidence, but also sad to see his page deleted. Ridiculously sad. Then go over inertial propulsion and how inertial propulsion and inertial lift are facts of life. These are irrefutable. I cannot believe nobody has made this as obvious as I'll make it. First, I'll go over the importance of gyroscopes. Force precession causes rising or dropping. That's pretty much inertial propulsion. MES experiments demonstrate inertial propulsion and inertial lift. Precession direction and gyro spin direction tend to line up opposite of vertical force. This is one of the most important things of this entire video. Let me just highlight this. I think my pen's working. So I'll just circle that. So this is what you should get out of it. So precession and gyro spin directions want to line up. But opposite of vertical or applied forces. That's from the Owen line inverse law, which I'll get to. So yes, pretty epic stuff. So that's an important part of this video. And then I'll go over Eric Lathwaite demonstration of gyro inertial lift through forced precession. MES bombshell realization: very little forced precession is required to generate lift. All you need is just to touch a gyro and it just moves, i.e. over unity. And then the inertial propulsion invention by Alex Jones, not the Disinfowars guy, but the guy that thrust Eric Lathwaite into the magical world of gyroscopes. And it's not a coincidence, his name just has to line up, because reality is not real. The famous Sandy Kidd invention that generates lift through forced precession. Important note on Sandy Kidd's invention, but yeah, I believe it's pretty much the same as all my other gyro experiments, which I'll show. YouTube experimenter, quote, whoopee jump demonstrates horizontal inertial propulsion, and then the question arises: disappearing and reappearing mass during natural and forced precession causes, quote, action without reaction. Is that the reason for it? Just mass moving around magically? I think so. Then go over again Harvey Viela's inertial propulsion device, which I mentioned briefly above. And then I'll go over a new phenomenon on spinning tops, or just a different type, but very similar to gyroscopes and spinning tops. Tippy top and the phi top, or egg-shaped top, demonstrate gyro magical rising while changing spin axis. First, I'll go over mainstream bogus review of phi tops and tippy tops. And then I'll go over the another big YouTube channel, and this one's from the PBS YouTube channel, or funded, sponsored by the public broadcasting station of the U.S. The, quote, physics girl, and how she enters, quote, Veritasium and Cambridge University level of mockery of physics. It's an absolute disgrace what these clowns are doing, and how people could just gullibly just take it in. And nonetheless, so this is where MES MES makes an appearance. Because these big YouTube channels aren't doing their job, or are they? MES real science low friction ice experiments. So this is real low friction one, not like the one the PBS will show. And then MES bombshell discovery: frozen phi top and tippy top rise on ice. MES semi bombshell discovery: phi tops and tippy tops have difficulty maintaining risen position after rising. Tippy top in slow motion shows amazing spin axis change, reverse spinning, and upwards launch. MES bombshell discovery. Tippy tops require adequate friction to maximize spin speed after rising upwards. So yes, tippy tops require friction to spin faster when it rises. Opposite of what basically mainstream physics would have you believe. MES bombshell realization. Spinning tops tend to rise faster than similar processing gyroscopes because rolling generates forced forward precession, or quote, hurrying the precession. MES bombshell potential discovery. Is a non-rolling spinning top just a gyroscope? I think it is. Tippy top and phi top experiments with a magnetic stir just for controlled spins. Frozen tippy top on ice drops its stem at low spin speeds on magnetic stir. Then go over amazing phi top rising demonstration on magnetic stir. Yeah, it's actually quite amazing. It's a sight to behold. And then quote, physics girl could have saved me time by just using wooden or plastic tops on ice, because she's literally saying that tippy tops and phi tops don't rise on ice, and I show they do. Oh man. Okay, and then the great Owen Lang also sees past the bogus quote friction excuse for tippy tops and phi tops. So yes, if you have the thought pattern of mentioning friction as an explanation for anything, please leave my channel. Never come back ever. That's one of the most misunderstood and worst used words ever. Saying friction does not mean anything. Anyways, yes, I don't like the word friction. If you can't describe it properly, just hold up. Anyways, then go over the gyro compass and how it's the embodiment of the magical properties of gyroscopes. And gyroscopes spin and precession direction tend to line up and opposite of vertical force. So that's the important one, and essentially the gyro compass. MES bombshell discovery. Gyroscopes with a tilted stem rise until spin and precession directions are aligned. And MES bombshell discovery, another one. Gyroscopes with a tilted stem hung by a stream can rise even from negative angles. So yes, I've experimented pretty much anything and everything of gyros. Tippy tops and phi tops demonstrate stable spin, precession, and alignment at higher center of mass. So they want to raise their center of mass and not necessarily maintain the same spin and precession alignment, because they could do so at lower center of mass, but they want to do it at the higher center of mass, but still align the spin and precession. So that's the key. And then amazing and underappreciated gyro compass. MES gimbaled gyroscope demonstrates the mechanism of a gyro compass. So I don't know why this thing keeps popping up. Okay. A gyro compass is just a gyroscope that is forced to precess with Earth's rotation. Super precise and durable gyro compasses are used in many ships at sea. And go over Francis McCabe, how he demonstrates first ever mechanical demonstration of, quote, inertia. And then also I go over a tiny experiment, or a pretty simple experiment, how balls inside a spinning sphere align with the spin direction. So again, alignment with rotation, or applied force, or spin and precession direction is the key. And then MES preliminary definition of inertia, or quote, inertia sheds light on its mystery. And has to do with, quote, coherency. Anyways, keep going further. And then I'll go over a quick overview of mainstream, quote, explanations regarding gyroscopes and objects in rotation, and pretty much show they're all baffled by, objects that rotate. So big mainstream science YouTube channels can't get basic rotational physics correct. 14 plus million subscribers, Vsauce, or quote Vsauce, doesn't know gyroscopes can rise on their own. 270,000 subscribers, Steve Mold, 270 plus thousand subscribers, Steve Mold doesn't know gyroscopes lose spin speed from twisting. And go over 455,000 plus subscribers, quote, stand-up maths is baffled by the tippy top. And also go over a 1890 book by John Perry on spinning tops and how he understood hurrying the precession as the key to rising the spinning tops. But again, besides hurrying the precession, even he thinks there's friction or something is causing the rising, which it does not. But it can hurry the rising. Doesn't mean it's the cause. 199 plus thousand subscribers. Walter Lewin, a famous mainstream physicist, online cautions students about the most difficult concept of all: gyroscopes and torque. 5 plus million subscribers, quote, Veritasium can't find a physicist that can explain a simple spinning disk. Veritasium, unreal. Mainstream science websites baffled by objects in rotation. Quote, American scientist, big science publication, doesn't know how gyroscopes work or what inertia is. And then the most difficult concept in physics is spinning tops. Not nuclear physics, but spinning tops is what the consensus seems to be. Then I'll go over how even historical, quote, scientists baffled at spinning tops. And then And then bicycles, even bicycles are still a mystery to mainstream science. You can't make this stuff up, people. And then I'll go over a summary of my self-appointed PhD. That's pretty much all the stuff I cover there. And there's a summary, all in bullet form, as well as a summary of MES bombshell discoveries and realizations. So you can skip there and whenever, just to see the quick summary of everything there. So I'll already went over that. And then I'll go over my breakthrough MES duality concept. And just for making this video, it's pretty much the journey of making it was pretty epic. And then an elaboration of this realization, the ramifications of this concept, discovery of hashtag MES duality, how we discovered it. And MES duality is a realization that the apparent duality in all things is an illusion. So yes, it's MES duality is a realization that duality is an illusion. Not necessarily the duality, it's an illusion. And then the statement, all is all in all, and thinking otherwise is, quote, sinful. And the ripple in the ether of duality, again, in terms of cryptocurrencies, the ripple, XRP, and the ether or Ethereum, and duality or Bitcoin, digital ones and zeros. So yes, if I understood this concept years ago, I'd be I'd be much wealthier. Then go over the all-seeing and all-knowing I, not the I that you see with, but the I as in me, as in you, as in we. Pretty epic stuff. And then the areas of further research. So this is pretty much, I put a bunch of references and links, which I'll read over, but I will not go in depth as I do in the above, but I just want to put them all in here just for reference for myself, as well as you if you want to research further. I believe these are literally the best sources to go over, because I've pretty much listened to or read up or watched infinite amount of videos, and these are some epic questions that need to be explored through these. So yes, areas for the research. The real physics of spinning tops require re-examining all of science. Multiple spinning wheels, reverse spinning wheels in bicycles, gyroscopic stabilized bike wheel. It's pretty interesting. Bicycles can't balance when steering is locked. Hence, forward momentum is not necessarily a reason why bicycles can balance. And bicycles can balance even with a quote negative caster trail or counter-rotating wheels to cancel the gyroscopic effect. They can even balance without even a person. It's automatic. Bicycles and humans balance on a treadmill without needing forward quote momentum. So yeah, that was a very interesting concept. I never thought of that. Even when I've been running on a treadmill, I realize, how do you balance even without forward momentum and running? Pretty interesting stuff. Mainstream science can't get curling physics right, literally. MES interesting discovery. Spinning tops can precess in reverse direction and likely due to rolling. Another interesting discovery. Tippy tops that are rolling in opposite direction of precession can precess in normal direction once flipped upside down. Pretty interesting stuff. And I believe, that has something to do with the curling physics that mainstream science can't get right. Gyroscopic effects without circular motion. Examples are vibrating gyroscopes in electronics and nature, and also vibrating inverted pendulum stabilizes upside down. That's very interesting. And then John Hartman, another great YouTube experimenter, and his square gyro shows that you don't need circular motions to have a gyroscopic effect. Very fascinating stuff. And then also go over Tadashi Tokioto's toys and chirality, which is chirality is pretty much the tendency to prefer left or right-handedness in just any concept, even chemistry or physics and so on. And then show how the rattlebacks rattle backwards and forwards, depending on how you turn them, sometimes even both. And then first ever chiral tippy top, so that it rises if you spin one way, but not rise the other way. And then Tadashi states that, quote, physicists deny its existence. LOL. What does that mean? MES possible mechanism for tippy top chirality. I believe I have a clue of what it is. Then mechanical demonstration of phase transition. And then Euler's disk. Interaction between spinning, rolling, vibration, and sound. And then mainstream, quote, open problem of magnetic colliding abacus, or just that counting tool where you slide balls or beads to one side and you can count or do calculations. Ancient style of calculation. So and then also go over Tim Roat's Grand Illusions and Grand Toy Collection. The Hui stick or whammy diddle or doodle generates rotation from vibration. And then the amazing magnetic carousel top. This one is one that I uncovered or realized later in this video, and this is one of the most fascinating things types of spinning tops I've ever seen. So yes, that's definitely worthy of further exploration and circling with the pen. Intermediate axis theorem or tennis racket theorem, and then go over microgravity, space station, fluid-filled spinning, and symphony of spheres. So yes, microgravity is pretty interesting stuff. Medium thickness fluid-filled bottles are unstable when spun on small axis. Thin fluid-filled bottles are stable when spun on a small axis. So yes, the medium thickness, it's unstable when you spun on the small or just the thin side. And then, but if they're really thin fluid balls, then they're stable. So unstable. Very fascinating. Symphony of spheres, water bubbles inside air bubble, inside water bubble. And this is, I believe, an illustration of what reality likely is, just ripples inside a giant water, which we call the ether, or I call it. The Magnus effect and Coanda effect and lift. The Magnus effect, and also go over long exposure photography, which is pretty amazing. And the Coanda effect, go over Schiller and optics as well, photography and videography by detecting light refraction. The mainstream science of lift is still largely a mystery. Literally, even lift is a mystery in mainstream science. Just because you can build a plane does not mean you understand how a plane works. It's pretty standard stuff. Victor Schwaberger, go over vortices in nature, the Weisenberg effect, how stirring water creates a vortex that pushes water outwards and inwards. Again, this is, keep this in mind as well. Circle this. This is likely what magnetism is doing as well with the ether. Weissenberg effect. Some liquids spiral upwards when stirred. That's a very interesting effect. And then go also over the anti-gravity slinkies, beads, and liquids. So yes, toy slinkies levitate during compression. Absolutely fascinating. And then chain of beads falls by first rising upwards. Absolutely ridiculous. And then also go over the K effect, which is more fluid anti-gravity magic. And then go over contactless rotation via the Igley wheel or Edgley wheel or Psi wheel or Psychic wheel. Yeah, many people claim they can just use their mind to turn the wheel. Not sure about that, but you can. Well, I have an Igley wheel, and yeah, you can turn it by putting your hand in. Pretty interesting stuff. I believe it has to do with electromagnetism because all is electromagnetic in nature. Then the pendulum inertial propulsion. I had no idea that, yeah, you can generate inertial propulsion with pendulum, apparently. Then magnets and rotation, free energy, and the late great Bruce De Palma. Go over some drop tests for objects in rotation and or magnetic repulsion. Yeah, I go over an interesting thought experiment, or just of how objects that are dropped at different types of objects will react. And then I'll go over Bruce De Palma's spinning ball drop test that claims a spinning ball moves faster. So spinning ball moves faster in space or vacuum or whatever you want to call it. You just put it inside a vacuum where you take the air out, and yeah, he claims it goes faster, and I believe he's right. Then Boyd Bushman's conjoined magnets and repulsion drop test claims to drop slower. And then also go over how dropping a magnet tends to align itself with Earth's magnetic field even in mid-flight. Fascinating stuff. And then rotating alternating magnetic polarity generates rotation and heat in metal. Smashing metal spheres generate loud sounds and heat. So again, what I want to illustrate by putting these references in there is because is that, well, magnetism, rotation, and heat, etc., and even sound are all interconnected, and I believe just different phenomena. Different aspects of the exact same phenomena. And then go over true anti-gravity demonstrations and inventions. John Hutchinson's electromagnetic levitation, transmutation on many types of materials, and which Judy Wood had referenced as appearing on the 9/11 site. And then go over hurricanes and tornadoes. Use more than just, quote, wind to lift heavy trucks and trailers, because everything's electromagnetic in nature. Russian inventor demonstrates high voltage and rotation can generate anti-gravity lift, and I believe he has actually produced it. It seems pretty legit. And go over sound levitation, cymatics, and amazing field geometry. Yeah, with sound. It's very fascinating. And also go over the Tesla coil can generate loud sound and even modulated to play music. So yes, electricity, sound, geometry, all one and the same. And then basically all these experiments and then my entire PhD paper, or self-appointed PhD paper, what ends up happening is is that basically what I've done is raise up this question: what exactly is gravity, mass, magnetism, electricity, light, nature, or reality? What is this? Because if the mainstream's all falls short, then it just opens up the Pandora's box to explore further. So then so basically we're going to have to explore the concept of, quote, center of mass, and then Eric Laithwaite's table of scientific analogy, and also fourth law of motion, intractance, or the resistance to change of acceleration. I'm going to go over John Duffield's theory of everything and my impetus to study gyroscopes, and then David LaPointe's game-changing primer fields. This is where it gets very interesting. Bowl-shaped magnetic fields versus typical bar magnet model. Magnetic bowls have a flip point and an ability to eject matter. Magnetic bowls can repel non-magnetized steel balls. Then go over the fundamental primer field model of a photon and all matter. Primer field magnetic bowls can contain rotating plasma ball of energy and create energy ejections. Primer field electromagnetic model can replace unnecessary conventional mainstream quote black holes, dark energy, and dark matter. Hashtag dark physics. Saturn's hexagon is no longer a mystery. So yes, this is where things got ridiculous. If you saw my part 1 video, I show Saturn's hexagon, and to me, that's not a coincidence. There's a hexagon on Saturn's north pole. Okay, that's enough for me to that was enough. I was done. Yeah, I knew there was something special about it, and yeah, so it's apparently no longer a mystery, as the primer field magnetic bowl-shaped model of magnetism can generate hexagons, like exactly like the Saturn. Very, very fascinating. And then primer field's view of light, primer field's view of constructive versus deconstructive field interference, over primer field's view of the double slit experiment, and the infamous, quote, particle wave duality, and show that's pretty easily explainable when you view photons and matter as these primer fields, where it's just field interactions. So they go through a slit, they can interact with themselves, and hence behave like a wave or a particle. And as Ken Wheeler says, a wave's not a thing. It's what something does. Anyways, going further, primer field's view of the atomic and the galactic. And then go over how Walter Russell and his inverse primer field experiment, which you could show the reverse of the primer field. It's very fascinating stuff. So you can have a current that can generate a ball of iron that just gets magnetically attracted inside. So then the question arises, what is the true magnetic field model? Then first I discuss that permanent magnets are formed by electrocuting metal, literally. Putting electricity to metal, and all of a sudden it becomes a magnet somehow. A typical mainstream magnetic field model, go over how iron filings become bar magnets themselves and in a fixed position upon a magnetic field. So they may not necessarily be the true magnetic field model, or a different aspect of it that they're actually indicating. Recall David LaPointe's primer field, or a recap of it. So yes, I just updated that. So recap of David LaPointe's primer field shaped magnetic field model, and then go over how the amazing ferrocell exhibits a different magnetic field. Inventor of the ferrocell, Tim Vanderelli, and Ferrocell USA. Go over a comparison of a ferrocell versus typical iron filings, and then show how ferrocell has moving nanoparticles, and ferrocells showcase path of quote magnetic fields, question mark. Magnets in repulsion under a ferrocell exhibit an extra, quote, black hole, or, quote, sink. Fascinating stuff. Magnets in attraction under a ferrocell demonstrate field lines repelling, and the top view of magnets are very similar for different shapes under a ferrocell, even for the center of empty space of ring magnets. So yes, again, illustrating that it's we're dealing with the ether, not actual magnetic field inside any of these objects. It's not contained in them. Then I'll go over how a proper magnetic setup can exhibit rotational light effects when lasers are directed to a ferrocell. And then Prime Kerr's amazing BitTube channel demonstrating the ferrocell. And you could also purchase or create your own. I have one. I'll probably have to make a bigger one, or buy a bigger one. Make your own ferrocell with a drop of blood. Absolutely amazing. This Ken Wheeler guy. It's ridiculous. So Ken Wheeler's true magnetism theory, I believe Ken Wheeler, if you haven't seen him on YouTube, it goes by the name of Theoria hypothesis or something like that. But before I get to his magnetism theory, I have to make a MES criticism of Ken Wheeler's incoherent rants, both in his videos and his book on magnetism. It's absolutely unnecessary and and takes away from his discovery. It's literally, who does this guy think he is? Is the most incoherent rants, especially towards mainstream physics. But nonetheless, what in the world's wrong with this guy? Oh, sigh. So yes, great minds can also be not so great elsewhere. Anyways, going further, MES quick summary of Ken Wheeler's theory of magnetism, dielectricity, the fundamental counterspatial field modality. This is what needs to be understood, I believe, for understanding all of physics, including gyroscopes. Dielectricity, so basically MES bombshell realization, counter space is located in the same place as thoughts and abstractions or emotions and so on. In other words, they're everywhere and nowhere. So that's, once you understand this concept, then everything starts to make more sense. The torus ring slinky analogy of the ether and 4 etheric field modalities. Dielectricity, magnetism, electricity, and gravity, where electricity and gravity are just hybrids of magnetism and dielectricity. And the fundamental one, yes, dielectricity. And I refer this to as etheric or aether. He calls it ether with an E, just an E without the A. And I use aether for, as I'll explain later, well, just for the wordplay and patterns and numerology and so on. And I am a big fan of wordplay. Alright, going further. So one counter space and infinite space. And then go over the bismuth element, or a chemical element, and the hypercube and, quote, anticube as examples of dielectric counter space. Nature's 2 principles of operation, force and motion, and inertia and acceleration. So these 2 principles, these two together. Ken's genuine model of a permanent magnet, which took me forever to understand what he's talking about, but I believe he's, unfortunately he's right. This madman is right. Experiments with magnets, ferrocells, CRT, or cathode ray tube, and even gyroscopes validate Ken's magnetism. Comparison between magnetic models, and then the sport of basketball matches with Ken's magnetism, #MES duality. And yes, out of this entire video, personally, this is the most epic for me. This validates my concept. And yeah, sadly, unfortunately, I don't think anybody else will view this as important as I do, but how it matches up with Ken's magnetism is absolutely unreal. But understanding MES duality, and it's pretty straightforward because everything has to match up, even sports, even real-time sports. You can predict the future if you can predict yourself. Anyways, going further, highlights from Ken's magnetism. So water drop analogy, let's go further for reference. A water drop analogy of quote wave particle duality of light. All magnets line up with gyromagnetic or quote gyromagnetic precession at angle at 21.246 degrees question mark. So yes, yeah, he states a lot of statements, but doesn't clarify or make them easy to understand what he's talking about. So I'm always trying to decipher through hundreds of videos and hundreds of rants in his book and whatnot. So yes, black holes are giant magnetic poles. Yes, they are. Charles Steinmetz' century-old model of electricity as made up of magnetism and dielectricity, and they just happen to line up with iron filings, field geometry line up with Steinmetz's dielectric conjugate of electricity. Then also show how wood patterns appear to also show magnetodielectric field lines. So yes, that's fascinating stuff. And then large magnet can attract, quote, like pole or similar magnet as centripetal magnetic vortex. Yes, indeed. So not necessarily like poles are repel or opposites attract. It's not that straightforward. But it is more straightforward when real magnetism is understood. They go over the golden ratio, magnetic polarity phase shift. Yeah, actually, I just changed that headline to make it a bit better. Golden ratio field pressure mediation, magnetic polarity phase shift, and magnetic exposure seed growth. So that's very interesting stuff here. Magnet covered with ferrofluid glides on glass frictionlessly. And then the question arises: is friction magnetic? I believe it is. Even though this one right here isn't actually part of Ken Wheeler's magnetism, but I put this here anyways because it fits along with, well, magnetism in general. And yes, friction magnetic, I believe so. And then simple Moire patterns demonstrate amazing magnetic field interference patterns and simple demonstrations too. And then the conservation of ether or aether, that's my preferred for wordplay and so on. And that was the original. To replace, quote, conservation of energy. Yes, conservation of the ether, not of energy, whatever energy is. All right, and then I'll go over Ken's mini gyroscope's analogy of magnetism and quote field incommensurability or basically the repetitive nature of any phenomenon. As you break something down further and further, the same exact pattern happens, and so on, or just like fractals. Gyroscopic coherency and applied counterspin causes quote force cancellation. Yeah, so now the question mark. This is where things got interesting for on Ken's theory of magnetism, and this was the first time that I heard some very unique and different takes on gyroscopes, and I believe he's onto something here. And then go over basically how the key to gyroscopic magic is counterspace. I believe this part is correct over there. So yes, it took me a lot of deciphering Ken's rants, but I believe this is on the right ballpark. Yeah, even though he doesn't elaborate much on gyroscopes, exactly how does this quote force cancellation happen, or especially any of the experiments that I'll show, which is fascinating stuff. But I believe this might be, and I have an illustration of what might be the closest fundamental explanation or illustration of what may be happening with gyroscopes. Absolutely fascinating stuff. And then further I'll go over how magnetism and similar field geometry appearing on all of nature, because I believe everything is electromagnetic and all is basically the ether. And then basically stay tuned for #antigravity part 7. Fascinating stuff. So yes, almost an hour long, and all I've covered is the table contents and introduction, and just the the introduction. So yes, very fascinating stuff. But if you had ×2 plus speed, this will all fly by fast. Yeah. So as much as I am making this video for people to watch, I'm also making it for myself. So that's why I'm going through this all in full detail, especially the table contents. And now let's go over MES experiments, which is my MES Science Experiments video series. Alright, so let's just jump right in. So earlier this year, and right in the middle of making this very video, I felt the need to upload my science experiments separately as a series of their own. The purpose of these experiments is to provide simple, standalone experiments that demonstrate physical phenomena in as clear and irrefutable terms as possible and without any theories. Thus, as Dr. Judy Wood would say, let the evidence speak for itself. And here is the link to it. There's a short URL, mes.fm/experiments-playlist. Here's a screenshot of it. And there's me a few years back zooming into a gyroscope, or at least a Photoshop of that. Alright, and here I quickly just updated the screenshot to make it a bit more clear. And yeah, so far I have 8 experiments on here, and every one of these experiments is absolutely bombshell experiments, and which I will be going over throughout this video. And I also have many more experiments that I will be uploading after I finish this video. Now let's go over my other video series, which I made more recently, Draft #MES Experiments, and these are unlisted video series where I just put every experiment that I filmed on there, all in bulk. So in conjunction with my above MES experiments, I've also just uploaded hundreds of draft experiments which I've filmed and reviewed in order to get a hands-on feel for many physical phenomena. I've tested many gyro-related objects in many different conditions to rule out or validate any particular theory I have in mind. Although there are hundreds of videos, sifting through them may obtain some hidden gems. And here it is right here, and it's the URL, short URL is mes.fm/experiments-draft. So yes, fascinating stuff here. And yes, there's some amazing frozen phi-top. There's a phi-top, just an egg shape, and there's some other rising gyros experiments, and so on. And now let's go over some important notes on physics and scientific exploration in general, just before I get into this video. So it is important to always have an open mind to new ideas, both from mainstream and alternative sources, but ultimately it is important to have a logically thinking mind. Here are some notes to help and some tips. So first of all, MES disclaimer on, quote, mainstream anything and everything. As always, whenever I cover random topics or make references from, quote, mainstream sources such as the bracket Orwellian, pretty much is Orwellian, Wikipedia, I do so to build mainstream context and also for finding different avenues to dig further into. Thus, if you find any references questionable, please let me know, as I could always use further video material. Now, another note here is, end quote, explanation is not the only possible explanation. It's certainly not necessarily a causation. So you have to separate the two. Basically, one's a theory, one is what's actually happening fundamentally. Yeah, with as little assumptions or even no assumptions. Yeah, let's just read further. So an explanation depends on the language used, the assumption of the validity of concepts used, and the assumption that the combination of the language and concepts are correct. For example, pushing an object forward, pushing it forward causes the object to move forward because a, quote, force is exerted in a forward direction. The simple, quote, explanation of an object moving forward when pushed depends on the terminology of, quote, force, object, forward, etc. The concept and definition of, quote, force itself, and the assumption that applying force will always yield a motion in the direction of it. So you can't just state that is the explanation. That's just a possible explanation until further notice. Then the question arises, what about different types of objects, directions, materials, interactions, or even definitions of force, motion, objects, etc.? What about other equivalent, quote, explanations, entirely different terminology, or even contradictory explanations? For example, does a ball being dropped in a vacuum drop at the same rate, or does it differ under different conditions? So here's just an illustration of possible ones. So here's a ball just falling down like this. Here's a height. Here's a time. So you drop a ball and it goes falls down with this time period. And then when it's height of 0, when it drops, it goes over here. But if you spin it, does it drop faster? If you have that fixed magnets at opposing polarities, does that go down slower? And then here's yeah, this one's a theoretical experiment that I want to perform. Basically, get two magnets in repulsion and spin them fast and see what happens. Anyways, does a spinning ball drop faster than a non-spinning ball? Bruce De Palma claims it does. Do two magnets attached together in opposing polarity fall slower? Boyd Bushman claims it does. And do two magnets in opposing polarity but spinning fall upwards? MES thinks it's worth trying. What about different materials, elevations, drop speeds, electromagnetic setups, etc.? Thus, any and all, quote, explanations should be viewed as attempts at grasping the actual causation or mechanism for any phenomena. Viewing otherwise, especially in regard to mainstream explanations from authority figures, is akin to religious faith and doctrines. Doctors or professors that profess during seminars or seminaries. Notice again the wordplay. Doctrines, you got doctors. You got professors that profess at seminars or seminaries. So it doesn't matter if you are having faith in religion or science, it's still religious faith if you're not paying attention. Yeah, just to make you aware. And now we'll go over MES axioms. So all, quote, explanations are just approximations to exact natural phenomena. So that's my axiom, I believe. There's exact natural phenomena, and then anything else modeling it is just an approximation until you get to the exact experimentally. So this axiom or self-evident truth is a statement which I view as inherently valid. All explanations are merely approximations to nature. The better the explanation, the more accurate it is. Note that all scenarios need to be accounted for to avoid being locally accurate but globally inaccurate, as shown in the figure below. So for example, let's say we have a natural phenomena here in black, like this. And let's say I have explanation 1 over here. And this explanation is locally right here, but it's globally wrong everywhere else. Let's erase this. And then here's explanation 2. So then if you're trying to experiment with it, and you see this one is slightly better accuracy just overall there. But then as you see, it's locally correct here, but then it strays way off over here. And explanation 3 is close to all of them, but it's not locally better than at specific areas. This one's explanation 1's better, this one's explanation 2, but overall explanation 3. But again, none of them are the exact truth, otherwise it would match up with experimental data, assuming again experimental data is accurate or properly done. So explanation 1 is very accurate initially, but inaccurate globally. Explanation 2 is very accurate in the last phase, but inaccurate globally. Explanation 3 is globally accurate, but locally not as accurate as explanations 1 and 2. So you're going to have to merge the ideas of all three, or even a fourth, and so on. So thus, even globally very accurate explanations or theories can still be relatively inaccurate locally, and fine-tuned or revamping the theory is required. Note that even the experimental data collection of the natural phenomena needs to be accurate and fully tested, otherwise perfectly valid theories and explanations can be made, but for non-existent phenomena, such as the mainstream narrative behind gyroscopes. Okay, and now going further, so let's look at the importance of entertaining different interpretations of physical phenomena. So when describing a physical phenomenon, it is always important to first think for yourself as to the behavior of an experiment, then consult with as many different interpretations as you can. For example, a simple ball that is dropped from a height will always bounce less than its initial height until it is stationary at the bottom. The mainstream, quote, conservation of energy assumption states that the total energy is transformed to kinetic, the total potential in terms of height, it's transformed to kinetic energy and vice versa, but due to, quote, friction and, quote, air resistance, the ball always reaches a shorter height than its previous. So it goes here, goes back up, goes back up, goes back up. So that's an explanation, or a, quote, explanation or a theory. But another way to look at this is that manually lifting the ball to its initial maximum height requires less energy than the combined energy required to manually lift the ball to the later, shorter heights. Is this then hashtag free energy? Question mark. For example, here, let's say you have your input energy initially, then you drop it, and it bounces up and back down. But the manual effort of lifting the ball to this height, and then to this height, and then this height, each one manually, it's actually a lot of energy. Would that be greater output than input? So again, it depends on what your theory states. So now this is some epic outside of the box thinking, folks. So now, yes, those think outside the box. Is a matchstick burning itself to create the flame, or as Bruce De Palma viewed, is the matchstick acting as an antenna receiver releasing energy from the surrounding etheric energy underlying all of life, like a phone interacting with a Wi-Fi internet field? Now that is a question for you to ponder. Is the matchstick an antenna, or is the energy inside it somewhere? Anyways, yeah, that was just some food for thought. And now let's go further, and I'm going to go with this section, and it's about clearing Eric Laithwaite's name from slander and ignorance. So when Eric Laithwaite first stated that a gyroscope processes with no centripetal, centrifugal, or angular momentum, that was enough for me. I literally, nothing else was mattered. This was equivalent to coming across the front cover of Dr. Judy Wood's book, Where Did the Towers Go? Each time, or better put, in both cases, I knew instantly that an adventure would ensue for me because what they demonstrated was the impossible. The impossible became possible. Both cases, I realized that I knew. There's no other, I just knew what they were talking about. It was epic. I realized that I knew and could easily prove that they were right, and hence the entirety of the world was wrong. Think about that. Knowing you're right and the whole world's wrong. That's some pretty epic mind patterns. But in the case of Eric Laithwaite, although he was ridiculed and smeared by the, quote, royal fake science institutions such as the, quote, Royal Society, it became apparent that even Eric tried to stray away from his initial enthusiastic discoveries, that Newton needed correction. And yes, Newton needs correction indeed. In this section, I go over the mainstream narrative of Eric Laithwaite's, quote, controversial life and clear up much of the slander, lies, and ignorance that is thrown at him. And let's go over this one. So Eric Laithwaite's obituary by Imperial College is coincidentally missing something. Obituary is just the letter, statement written after a person dies and then written about their life and so on. So for over 50 years, Eric Laithwaite was obsessed with gyroscopes, and for 20 of those years, he was a professor at Imperial College. Yet in one of the most pathetic displays of history rewriting, Imperial College does not even include the word gyroscopes or gyroscope in his obituary or post-death article regarding his life. So here's Imperial College. You can go search gyro 0 for 0. It does not include this here, and this was written January of 1998 or December of 1997. So yes, you can search it. There's nowhere there. There's Eric and so on. And and interestingly, the only reference to some sort of gyro-related concept is over here. Unusual forms of mechanical propulsion, and that also includes a note on narrowly escaping injury after an accelerated flywheel he was testing, and so on. But this guy's literally was his entire life was about gyroscopes, or a big giant part of it, and that's the one where he's known for, especially infamously known for it. And as he got the brunt of the mainstream science hammer. Anyways, let's go further. So the, quote, royal family's Prince Charles was a big fan of Eric's gyros. And yeah, I want to include this interview. It's pretty interesting. In a 1980 interview, Eric mentions how even the, quote, royal family's Prince Philip was interested in Eric's gyroscopes, and in particular handling the 50-pound gyro. Yes, he wanted to lift it himself, and actually, I believe it's, I got these names mixed up. It's Prince Charles, except I think it's Charles, also Philip is his middle name. But anyways, here is a great interview here. I'm going to play this interview just to get a glimpse of some of the interactions that Eric Laithwaite has had. And this interview is from 1980, so let's see over here. Okay, let's play it.
Well, someone you did have not so long ago as a visitor was Prince Charles. Tell us about that visit.
Well, Prince Charles came at his own request. He'd seen the Christmas lectures at the Royal Institution in 1974, and my wife and I were invited to a party at Buckingham Palace beginning at 10 o'clock in the evening. It was an amazing party by any standards. There were about 500 people there, and you knew about 409 of them by sight. They were all in showbiz, mostly so, or racing drivers, or all in wrestlers, or people like this. And you saw the most amazing combination of people. I remember seeing Sir Harold Macmillan talking to Ernie Wise, sitting on a chaise longue, and you said, this isn't possible, we're not here, you know, he's dreaming. And we stayed until 2 o'clock in the morning, and nobody seemed to be going to bed, and I was sure we were dreaming. But eventually, we thought, we see what you have to do. You go to the royal person you think has invited you, and I'd assumed it was Prince Philip because I'd been on his committee for 6 years in the 60s. My wife said, couldn't it be the Prince of Wales that invited you? I said, George, it could too. So we went and stood in an obvious place, and he came over because he'd said, when we arrived at the party, that he'd love the Christmas lectures, and would I be doing any more sometime? And I said, I hope so. And he said he'd love to come. So at the end of the evening, I said to him, if we may return to the conversation we started earlier, was it the gyroscopes that interested your Royal Highness? He said, of course. I said, then if you want to see the gyroscope experiments, you don't have to wait for me giving a public lecture. I mean, you can just come. He said, great, how about March the 6th? And the date was then February 11th, and I thought, well, now I know I'm dreaming, because he can't make appointments like that without his diary and his secretary, unless, my God, you know, I'd have done something terribly wrong if I'd not asked him, which I would, because he had the date already. He said, all right, about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And so it was that he came and saw the gyroscopes. Now, the authorities, meanwhile, I had to go and tell the authorities, in particular, we'd just got our new rector. Lord Penny had retired, and Sir Brian Flowers, who was then, just taken on the rectorship. And so I had to go and see him almost the first week he was here and tell him that the Prince of Wales was paying an unofficial visit. And he said, yes, well, there is a precedent for this sort of thing. Princess Margaret once arranged to come at short notice, and we had an emergency meeting of the Board of Governors, and we entertained her to lunch, and I said, Rector, stop. I don't want you to think I'm telling you how to run your business, and it wasn't my idea that he should come. He invited himself, as it were. I said, but with the best will in the world, he doesn't want to meet the Rector or the governing body. And he just wants to come and see the experiments and go, because I think it's his afternoon off. But by all means, you know, find out. He said, I'll have the secretary ring the palace. And the palace said, no, he doesn't want to meet the governing body, he just wants to come. So it was a highly top secret thing, because if the students had got to know, they'd have had their closed circuit television going, they'd have had all the lights and the razzmatazz. So I kept him with his back to the second year lab that was being run, and no student recognised him from the back. It was fantastic. I was also told from on high that I wasn't to ask him to manipulate the 50-pound wheel, which you can lift above your head if you know how, with one hand, or almost on your little finger. So I showed him this, and he was terribly excited. And he said, I said, now I've been strictly impressed on me. I'm not to ask your Royal Highness this, but off the record, would you like to feel the force for yourself? And he said, of course. I said, it'll take me about a quarter of an hour to teach you. It did, in fact, only take 5 minutes, because he's as quick as his father on the uptake. And after 5 minutes, he was lifting the 50-pound wheel above his head and excitedly said, "What will you do next?" I said, "Well, I'd thought of making a rowing boat that would row across the Serpentine with oars that didn't touch the water, meaning they'd have wheels on the end instead." He said, "Promise me you won't do it until I can be there." I said, "I promise." In fact, he said, "If you can make it a two-seater, I'd love to row with you, and then if you sink, we both sink." And in 1975, as Eric Morton would say, I really needed that. No, sorry, Ken Dodd. I really needed that because I was getting an awful lot of stick from the establishment for dabbling in a subject that wasn't mine. It was mine because the equations are the same as they are electromagnetism, and that's why it is my subject. And Michael Faraday taught me how to do it. So he left. We made him a presentation model of a gyro that he admired very much, and Colin Jones, the head of the workshop, presented it to him personally. And he left. Now, we've corresponded since, and the allegiance still stands that when I make the first demonstration of the fact that the laws of motion need updating, I shall be before anyone else, because I've promised him.
You've been talking.
That was a great interview there, and you could hear said that he was planning on making a rowing boat with just the gyroscopes, in other words, paddling on the ether, which will show that it's actually very plausible and very straightforward to do. So yes, that was a great interview, and I just want to put some notes here. So Eric even mentions that he could almost lift a gyro wheel with just one finger. In fact, his pinky finger, as he pulled out there. Absolutely fascinating stuff. And here I just have the transcript there. We can manipulate it with just his little finger, just for reference. And yeah, and furthermore, yeah, he wanted to make a rowing boat with oars that don't touch the water, i.e. paddling on the waters of the ether. Fascinating stuff. Yeah, and also here, very interesting in wanting to update the quote laws of motion, and in even making a promise with Prince Charles that he would show him the demonstration first before anybody else. And later, as I show in this video, the laws of motion were pretty straightforward. Everybody was already seeing that they needed updating. They needed a mind to comprehend what's going on. So, yeah, basically, Prince Charles snuck into Eric's lab to play with his gyroscopes and 50-pound spinning wheel, but Imperial College won't mention the word gyro in its obituary. Alright. Yeah, so in that interview, he mentioned he could lift with his pinky finger. So Eric has showcased lifting a 40-pound and 50-pound gyro wheel as if it was as light as a feather, and then even made the remark that he could almost lift it with just one finger. Yeah, with one finger. And it just so happens that I have found a photo of him doing just that, although with a smaller gyro. And yeah, and he's lifting it with his pinky finger. And he is lifting it with his finger. So here's this one here. Yeah, here is the link to it, and this is from a gravity/anti-gravity paper that David Pratt wrote. And you can see here he's lifting this one. I believe it's about a 20-poundish, maybe 24 pounds. It seems like that weight. And you can see him literally lifting it with one pinky. Absolutely magic. So this is one of Eric Laithwaite's gyroscope demonstrations. The top is spinning at 2,000 revolutions per minute and is rising quite rapidly up a helic path. So yes, it starts rising up magically. So I couldn't find the exact figure for the weight of this particular wheel, but I believe it is similar or the same as the one he used in his 1974 lecture. So it should be, or it should weigh about 24 pounds or 10.88 kilograms, including the shaft. And yes, Eric is an absolute magician here. And going further, I found more mention to him lifting the gyro wheel with just one finger. So this is from Harvey Viala's inertial propulsion device. So furthermore, a patent on an inertial propulsion device by the Harvey Viala and family mentions that Eric Laithwaite lifted a 40-pound wheel over his head with his little finger. Question mark, yeah, that's very interesting. This is from the patent, actually. And here they spelled inertial wrong. I'm not sure how that gets by. So anyways, on page 17 or page 64 of the PDF, consider the demonstration that Dr. Eric Laithwaite once gave. At the end of a 3-foot rod, he raised a 40-pound rotor over his head with a little finger on his right hand. How has this done? The answer is by applying a small horizontal torque to its axis. During that time, the torque was applied, the weight essentially disappeared, and all the weight Dr. Laithwaite had to lift with his little finger was the rod that weighed 3 pounds. If the rod itself were spinning and processing with the rotor, with only the hand grip not spinning, then Dr. Laithwaite would have had to only lift the weight of the hand grip. Yeah, which would be only a few ounces. Suppose the forcing torque could be sustained such that the weight remained at essentially 0, then it would only take a small rocket to lift the 3-pound rod with its 40-pound spinning rotor attached to it. This would require a small, quote, brute force rocket, but the weight needed to be lifted is reduced by a factor of more than 10. Of course, it would require an additional mechanism to implement the application of a continuous torque on such a rotor. But yes, this is fascinating stuff. So lifting a 40-pound gyro wheel with just one pinky finger, amazing. Yeah, so note that Harvey Viala is a retired rocket scientist and also has worked for NASA. Yet, like many other scientists, he realized that the world of gyroscopes was being overlooked. Here's a great documentary of his life, as well as the inertial propulsion gyroscope from his patent, or device here. So yeah, his patent is actually, in my opinion, overly complicated. But anyways, here is the device he's made, and I'll show you a quick video of it. But just to give you an idea of what's happening, he has a ring here that starts to increase its slope across here, so then it's going to provide force or friction opposing the precession in red of this gyro wheel, which spins this way. So it spins that way, and then it precesses this way, but then this force is acting against it, and that magically moves it forward. So let's just go and play that. Alright, so let's just play this very interesting video from his own YouTube channel. Subscribers 8 on one of them.
It turns out that this device is the very, very first approach that controls gravity. Gravity is a downward force, and this converts to a sideways motion. The active mass goes in uniform circular motion on the chassis, but now the chassis is moving under it as a reaction to the motion of the active mass. And inertial propulsion does not use a propellant. It uses energy of a solar cell to turn the rotor. The rotor is balanced to 10 parts in a million, called a super high precision gyro. This traction ring is such a high precision device, it's actually a hoop for crocheting. This here is just a brass bar, and this is a 3/16 aluminum tubing and simple wheels. They have a lot of friction. I built what I could. You can see it's on a track that's calibrated. My memory's not that great. That's calibrated either in inches or kilometers or light years. I just forgot. But you can see it moves forward about 2 inches and backward about 1 inch, and that's because for half of the cycle it's in traction, the other half it's in precession. This is traction, precession, traction, precession. During traction it has full inertia. During precession it has only about half of its inertia. You can see it moves forward maybe 3 inches and back 2 inches or something. And you can see that there's a point of a dead stop. Now, if it had a second rotor, it'd never stop. If you had 4 of them, it'd go 10 feet a minute or something like that. I feel like God.
Alright, so yeah, as you can see here, I just want to go quickly one more note here. So notice here, rolls here, then falls down, then it goes up. So this is the outer side is the higher slope, and then it goes down, then it starts going up. So you can see here,
if you had 4
and it drops like that. So yeah, it's just a note there, and then it starts moving forward there. Alright, so I'll be going over that later in this video, how inertial propulsion works, because even his devices, I view just highly inefficient, but still proves the point, but overly complicated. And also very interesting that he worked on the Space Shuttle and Surveyor spacecraft, which went to the, supposedly went to the moon. Anyways, let's go further into this. And yeah, note the mechanics in the above inertial propulsion system, which are very real and which I'll cover further in this video. Essentially, hindering precession by the raised curved platform as the gyroscope precesses about it over here. So right here, there's a difference in height here because this one's going to be higher. So when it precesses this way around, as by this circular red arrow, So as it goes there, this increase in slope will hinder the precession. While an extra wheel is clipped on the gyroscope and rolls on a platform, as you saw in the video, causes the gyroscope to magically move forward so when it's hindered. So it's processing freely across this side with zero centripetal force that I showed in my earlier video, and then all of a sudden it starts to pump this way once it's hindered the precession. Very fascinating stuff, which I will go over later in this video. Yeah, so basically it's essentially, let me close this. It's essentially utilizing the ability of a gyroscope to magically disappear, quote, mass in precession and then reappear without reaction when the precession is hindered. It's very fascinating stuff, and I'll be going over this in great detail later in this video. I just wanted to bring that up just because he discussed how Eric Laithwaite was able to raise a large gyro wheel with just a pinky finger or a little finger. And now we'll go over the video that pretty much thrust me into the world of gyroscopes, and that was going over, well, when I came across Veritasium's big giant YouTube channel, absolutely disgraceful and blatant cover-up of Eric Laithwaite's irrefutable anti-gravity wheel. So this video was what catapulted me into the gyroscope research field. How can such a huge YouTube channel give such a bogus misrepresentation of gyroscopes' irrefutable anti-gravity properties? So here is the video. Let's just go over it a bit. Alright, so here's the video. Let's just play a bit of it.
Standing on the scale, the wheel is spinning. Yeah, it still weighs 91 kilograms. You've made your prediction. Let's see what happens when I throw it up over my head. In 3, 2, 1. What do you think? I don't know about you, but to me it looked like a shaky mess. Let's watch that again in slow-mo, and I will graph the scale readings. As you can see, during the lift, the scale oscillates around 91 kilograms, the same as it read when I was stationary, so it seems the apparatus doesn't get heavier or lighter when it is lifted while spinning. The only large deviation from the average comes at the end of the lift, when I let the wheel fall so the scale reading drops, and then I slow its descent and so the scale reading rises. So the question remains, if the wheel doesn't get lighter, why does it feel lighter? This demonstration was first performed by Professor Eric Laithwaite. Listen to how he describes it.
So here goes 40 pounds of wheel as light as a feather. This is not a conjuring trick. This is a fact of science.
He sure makes it look easy, doesn't he?
Watch it again carefully. A fact about a spinning wheel so far everyone has missed.
Professor Laithwaite claimed the gyroscope's properties couldn't be fully explained by Newton's laws of motion. I disagree. But in order to understand why the wheel feels so light, we first have to consider why it feels heavy when it's not spinning. So two-handed, that's as far down the shaft as you can hold it? Yep. Holding the shaft horizontally, you clearly need to provide an upward force equal to the downward weight of the wheel. But this is not enough, because with only these two forces, there would be a net torque causing the apparatus to rotate. So you need to create a counter torque in addition to supporting the weight of the wheel. This requires pushing down with one hand and pulling up with the other. And the upward force must be greater than the downward force by an amount equal to the weight of the wheel. So the force on each of your hands is significantly greater than the weight of the wheel. Now once the wheel is spinning, the torque due to its weight now causes it to precess rather than fall to the ground. Therefore no counter torque is necessary. You only need to supply an upward force equal to the wheel's weight, so it feels lighter. Now the trick to lifting the wheel over your head is to push it forwards as you release it. Laithwaite knew this. If you force a gyroscope to precess faster, it lifts up.
Hurry the precession and it rises.
But the weight doesn't change. Similarly, if you slow the precession of a gyroscope, it goes down.
Slow the precession and it falls dramatically.
Hard to show it to you, Rod?
Yeah, show it to me.
It's hard to go back to the way that it doesn't want to precess.
So you can't say it becomes as light as a feather when it's rising.
It certainly doesn't become as light as a feather. I can say that too from having felt it. But it does feel lighter. And I think maybe part of that has to do with the fact that I'm not having to counter the torque with my hand. You know, all I have to do is support the weight of the disc, but I don't need to provide any torque with my hand to counter that gravitational torque, which is what makes it feel so awkward when you're trying to hold it when it's static.
When you apply a torque, as you were, then there's a force up on one side of the hand and down on the other side. And if you decrease the force on both sides, then it will actually feel lighter.
It feels lighter without actually getting lighter.
Yeah, yeah. What it does is to decrease the apparent weight that you're feeling.
Alright, that was one of the most painful videos I've ever seen in my life. So, let's just go into everything horrible about it. Yeah, so the question I have to ask is, are you able to see what I'm able to see in that video? Can you see the cover-up? So, is this a sick joke? This is as clear as the cover-up, or as the cover-up gets. Veritasium literally cuts out the part in which Eric Laithwaite could barely lift a non-spinning wheel with two hands directly above the center of mass. Why is Veritasium discussing this bogus, irrelevant, harder to lift when torque nonsense? What is this? This is absolute garbage of the highest degree. This is literally one of the most pathetic displays of fake science I've ever seen in my life. Okay. So Veritasium literally suggests that Eric Laithwaite is a con man using a quote trick to purposely mislead people. Veritasium is literally claiming Eric Laithwaite performed a quote trick in magically lifting the gyro wheel over his head. This makes me sick. So he says that this is a trick, that he pushed it, that's why it went up. Okay, and then going back here, so he's saying that lifting it here is hard because there's torque coming down that side. What in the world is he talking about? And then he shows this idea. He's pushing the gyro wheel with his hand there. Okay, so Veritasium is actually suggesting that Eric Laithwaite spent his entire life obsessed with gyroscopes at the ridicule and detriment of his career, all because of a quote trick. A trick to do what? What does this have to do with lifting this up magically like a feather, and with one finger, as Eric has demonstrated and claimed to do so? So first of all, he's saying that the trick is pushing it. Okay, so gyroscopes, here's my video where I just changed everything. Gyroscopes rise when the precession is hurried. Actually, I'll show that after. Another part of his video he went over is that gyroscopes rise when the precession is hurried and drops when it is slowed down. So yeah, I'm a bit flustered going through this this disgrace of video by Veritasium. So the only accurate thing covered by Veritasium is the magical property of gyroscopes rising when precession is forced and dropping when it is hindered or stopped. But even this property is casually downplayed without any explanation, while making bogus statements that the weight doesn't change. What does that mean? When a gyroscope rises. So for example, here is it's precessing around this way. He pushes it in the direction of the precession, and then it magically rises. First of all, why does he have a counterweight? That's a good question. Why does he have a counterweight? And also, why does he have a weight scale that's not that accurate? This is just 0.1 grams, and especially for a very lightweight gyroscope. This is not sensitive enough. And why is there a counterweight? This is not what Eric Laithwaite had. And then, but then here, as you stop the precession, it goes down magically, and slow the precession, and it falls dramatically. So, am I the only person that finds this amazing? We'll get to more about this. So now the question arises, because he's saying the weight doesn't change, even when he lifts that heavy gyro wheel. I'm not sure how much his weight, but he says that the weight doesn't change. So how can the center of mass rise without changing the weight? During the making of this video, I had the realization that even Veritasium's statement that forced precession makes a gyroscope rise, but, quote, without losing weight, is highly flawed and entirely misleading. So it goes over here. And here's just a transcript where he was talking about it, how forcing the precession, it rises, but the weight doesn't change. Okay, think about what he is saying here. What does the gyroscope itself rising have to do with weight? In mainstream or bracket mainstream physics, the weight of the gyroscope, if the weight of the gyroscope were to increase, there must be a quote, force exerted upwards to lift it. Firstly, it is not clear where the center of mass in Veritasium's gimbal setup, where it is, but it is the same as the gimbal gyroscope setup that I have. So I think it should be located somewhere as shown below. So the center of mass should be somewhere there. Again, they added the counterweight to make the center of mass really close here, so it doesn't rise much. It's just disgraceful, but detailed. So the center of mass is close to the fulcrum. That is not thus it is not rising as fast as it would be without the counterweight. An increase in the center of mass should be associated with measured weight changes and depends on the precision of the weigh scale or the precision of the weigh scale and the rate of rising. Yeah, the weigh scale used by Veritasium is not even precise enough to detect imbalance in the horizontal force applied. So, like the one I have, if you just touch the gyroscope, you can see weight changes. So, literally, what are they doing? They might even have just had it frozen. Because I wouldn't even rule that out by these cover-up artists, in my humble opinion. So, which explains why no weight change was measured, i.e., Veritasium is literally tipping the scales in favor of misleading, bogus, fake science. Again, adding counterweight, it lowers the center of mass, so there isn't much change as it rises, and having a not so precise weigh scale, or likely even just freezing it. As for it's not even sensitive enough to detect a manual push. It's supposed to fluctuate greatly just by touching it. Anyways, as for Veritasium's large gyro wheel weight measurements, the weight fluctuations were too large to gather any coherent understanding of what is going on. But in any case, what's he trying to say? That the weight doesn't change except when it... Yeah, I quickly just updated the photo to include here. So he's saying that the weight doesn't change when it processes or force processed upwards, but then the weight does change as it drops, and then it increases as he's giving force to it or cushioning its fall. So in other words, the center of mass weight changes when it's coming down and up, but not when it's processing. So that's a key point right there. Why would the weight change why would the weight not change during precession, but when the mass is moving up and down outside of precession, it changes? Think about that. That's absolutely profound. So why can't he just use a similar controlled small gyroscope setup and at various force precession speeds using a precise weigh scale to actually understand what is happening? Is real science too much to ask for a 5+ million subscribers fake science YouTube channel? Yeah, why doesn't he just use a similar to the gimbaled one, but a better scale and with no counterweight and actual turning or seeing the weight change at different speeds and so on? If he is arguing that the weight doesn't change, then how is the center of mass rising without any change to the weight measurements? Has the world literally gone mad? So conventional physics requires weight scale reading to change as center of mass increases. Consider the weight scale reading of jumping. So here's jumping. You have to push downwards. So you need to push downwards, and then Newton's reaction theory requires pushing upwards. In other words, you're pushing the ground, so the weight scale is going to increase as you lift up higher. So let's just erase these. Yeah, so jumping off the ground requires exerting a force on the ground that is greater than the weight of the person. Thus, jumping is due to the reaction of applied force from pushing off by straightening knees and feet, etc. Thus, in the process of applying the force to the ground, the weight scale reading will increase. Then, as lift is being generated, the weight scale reading will decrease with upwards motion until reading 0 when airborne. So here, the weight scale is going to be 0. Here's going to be the highest. And here's going to be gradually getting lower and lower as the person's jumping. And yeah, in fact, NBA players such as Zach LaVine and LeBron James can have a jump force of over 1,000 pounds as they jump super high and do acrobatic dunks. So here is an ESPN Sports Science video. It's very interesting. This is about Zach LaVine and his amazing dunk skills. And then here they measured that he has a jump force of 1,400 pounds of force. So again, well over his body weight, and then he can pretty much fly. Let's go over here and watch the segment of the video. It's pretty amazing.
Show off some ridiculous dunks, including the world premiere of the Sports Science Slam. To pull off this dunk, wireless motion sensor data reveals that LaVine initiates his leap using an
Yeah, notice here he as a knee bends right here, and then he straightens it out, and then that pretty much is the launch pad for him to fly off.
optimal 90-degree knee flexion. This helps him push off the ground with 1,400 pounds of force. Based on our calculations, that means pound for pound, LaVine actually jumps with more power than LeBron James. This monster leap allows LaVine to grab the bounce pass 9 feet above the court. Then, as he continues to ascend, he transfers the ball to his right hand using a motion that lasts less than a quarter of his flight.
So yes, fascinating stuff. So yes, this is an example of, quote, action has equal reaction. The jump force is so high that it allows NBA players to jump ridiculously high. So you push down high on the ground. If you had a weight scale, it would measure high weight. And then you launch upwards as you straighten your knees. And then you just launch upward because you don't have the mass to withstand this kind of force. So yes. And this is more clearly demonstrated by a simple balancing toy rocking back and forth. So here's this one right here that I filmed, just to show you that even this one with a tiny bit weight changes with a very sensitive weight scale. All right, so let's just go to the video and see what happens there. So here's the video, and let's play it, and you can see the weight fluctuate. Also increase the speed. Okay. So notice the weight is fluctuating up and down as the center of mass is increasing. And this is pretty amazing how it's balancing. And so on. Let's just increase the speed. So you can increase the speed here with the that web browser extension. And as you see, it's going to be fluctuating until 63.36 in about 2 minutes. And increase the speed more. And also I'll just use shortcuts to increase and decrease. So here if I press U, it slows. There it is, increase. And it's going to be going close to 63.36. And I'll just stop here. So as you can see, it gets closer and closer. So again, using a sensitive scale, even just a tiny bit fluctuation will have a weight change reading. So how can the Veritasium's pushing the gimbal setup? Let's go back here. Yeah, how can the weight not change when he's pushing it, when even the tiniest amount of the weight scale, of the rocking person back and forth changes the weight? So how can this push it and doesn't change? Unbelievable. Anyways, I'll be demonstrating weight loss in later videos. This was near the end of my video research that I came across this realization. So the weight fluctuates by about 5 grams and ultimately stabilizes at 63.36 grams once the center of mass is stationary. So the balancing toy man rocks back and forth because the center of mass is actually below the feet. It's actually very interesting. It's actually below the feet because of these heavy balls on the side. And whenever it swings, it rises higher and thus wants to move back to the lower center of mass position, essentially like a pendulum or swing. And here's the idea of a swing. So as this rocks over, so the center of mass is high here, it always wants to go back down to the lowest center of mass position. So a weight scale reading should measure the highest highest weight as the swingers swing downwards. As it's swinging downwards, that should be the highest because it's pulling down. It's basically pulling down on this whole frame and so on all the way downwards with highest momentum or velocity or inertia, whatever you want to call that. Yeah, so the weight should be measured at the highest as the swingers swing downwards at the lowest center of mass and have the lowest weight reading as they swing higher upwards and thus become airborne, so that they literally have no force on the frame. In this case, it is the mass or, quote, inertia of the swingers themselves causing upwards movement, thus countering their own weight. And now here's a MES bombshell realization. Simple forced precession, the conventional one where Veritasium was showing, has always demonstrated reactionless inertial propulsion. The center of mass is changing without weight change. Or, assuming there's no weight change there. Or better yet, without weight increase. That's the interesting part. So as will be shown later throughout this video, forced precession can indeed generate lift, and hence a weight scale would measure less weight as it rises upwards off the ground. Whether lift is generated or the gyro just magically rises as in the demonstration by the clueless clowns at Veritasium, forced precession by a horizontal force is generating vertical upwards rising motion, but without an expected increase in weight as would be expected. Expected from simply standing up quickly on a weight scale. And just fix up the corrections. And this is why I do the videos, because I can go and correct my own spelling and words and whatnot in sentences. It's pretty much self-review. A quote lift is analogous to jumping off the ground, and quote magically rising is analogous to simply standing up from a crouched position. So that could be magically rising, or jumping is lift. Yeah, but unlike their counterparts of the jumping off the ground or rising from a crouched position, in both cases the gyroscope is rising upwards without any reaction to any downwards weight scale reading increasing force. So reactionless proportion has always been demonstrated right in front of our eyes. The gyroscope is rising without expected weight increase, as opposed to trying to find if the weight decreases, which is nonsensical in terms of mainstream physics, which Veritasium supposedly is on the side of. So what good are eyes if the mind can't comprehend? So that's a good question. So Veritasium suggests that Eric Laithwaite is lying about the gyro wheel feeling as light as a feather. And here's the screen grab of the transcript. Veritasium is taking a slander of Eric Laithwaite further by alluding that Eric was exaggerating, misleading, or lying when he said it felt as light as a feather. Like, unbelievable. So here, he says, certainly doesn't become as light as a feather, I can say that. Oh my goodness. As Eric mentioned earlier that he can lift the gyro wheel with almost one finger, and given Veritasium's horrible quote explanation video, frankly I believe Veritasium is straight up lying to our faces. And now this is the gradual evolution of my awareness and mindset. Here's in the comments that when I first came across this last year, I was absolutely shell-shocked. So also, as I mentioned earlier in this video, the making of this video involved a gradual evolution of my mindset, knowledge, and awareness, which is none more evident than in my earlier scorching comments toward Veritasium. And now I was absolutely enraged. There's such an absolutely disgusting and pathetic quote explanation, or more accurate cover-up of the existence of anti-gravity. And even more disgusting is this pathetic channel's outright slander of Professor Eric Laithwaite. He is literally carrying the weight while it quote processes, and while it it behaves like it weighs nothing. Veritasium is an absolute disgrace to humanity. And some person was saying, as in, this guy's probably on something. And then someone replied on a different comment, it is still unexplained. Why are we so stupid? I'm disappointed about science. We really know nothing. And then Emmanuel replied, what is clear, though, is Veritasium is an absolute pure evil joke in their attempts to cover up anti-gravity. So yes, those were my scorching comments, and I've actually changed a great deal. You'll see through this video. So these were some scorching comments, but my mindset has shifted in trying to explain how, quote, scientists could push such bogus cover-up of gyro magic, either intentionally or not. So a lot of times it's hard to tell if it's intentional or not. Although I'm confident this particular video was as clear as a cover-up as it gets. But now, regardless of such a blatant cover-up by Veritasium, the question arises, why don't people see through this bogus non-explanation? Literally, quote, anti-gravity is demonstrated right before our eyes, even if some, quote, authority figure says otherwise. I don't care what anyone's definition of, quote, anti-gravity is. Lifting a spinning gyro wheel like a feather passes my definition. I literally don't care what any university, any professor says. That demonstration by Eric Laithwaite is anti-gravity, by my definition. Veritasium making a mockery of physics, science, and humanity. So Veritasium coincidentally left out the part of Laithwaite's pound wheel demonstration that showed he couldn't lift the wheel vertically with two hands, as opposed to Veritasium holding the wheel sideways for some absolutely bizarre reason, to fake that there's a torque or something. And let's go over here. Yeah, so this was the Eric Laithwaite's original video, and you can see here he's trying to lift it with two hands and he's having trouble. And let's just watch the video that I uploaded to Anti-Gravity Part 2 to see the difference. So yeah, here's the video. Let's just play it.
This is an experiment with a spinning wheel. A rather large wheel, 13 inches diameter, mounted in a ball bearing on a shaft 3 feet long. I am going to hold it like this and swing it in a circle and lift it with one hand, but only when it's spinning. First of all, let me weigh it to show you just how heavy it is. As I talk, you'll see that lifting it is quite an effort. It weighs about 40 pounds, and I can't lift it any higher than that without a lot of strain. So now we'll spin it up to 2,500 revs a minute, at which point it becomes a live thing. Then I shall lift it 5 feet in 3 seconds by going round in a big circle.
I'm doing it, I shall talk to you so that you shall tell from my voice that I'm not under any stress of any kind. I shall let go with my left hand, and holding this remote end of the shaft only, I shall lift the wheel through 5 feet, all on its own with no effort on my part. All I do is apparently just to steer it along the path that it's already decided it would like to go. Then there's the question of how you stop the wheel.
So yes, now that's a real experiment. And yeah, actually going, let's go back. He has some interesting points afterwards as well.
That speed, that wheel has enough energy to throw itself 200 feet in the air. Did you notice that as it went round in a circle, there was no centrifugal force trying to pull my arm out sideways? Let's just do it once more. To save time, we've already spun it up. So here goes 40 pounds of wheel as light as a feather. This is not a conjuring trick. This is a fact of science. Watch it again carefully. The fact about a spinning wheel, so far, everyone has missed.
Yep, yeah, notice the part where he says that there's no centrifugal force, so the 40-pound wheel is not pushing him outwards. Another part where disgraceful Veritasm covers up. So notice how he's lifting it. He's lifting it vertically up with 2 hands and having trouble, and a lot of strain, so he can't lift it with 2 hands, okay? Not with torquing it sideways, whatever Veritasm is doing. Can you see the cover-up? Do I need to state any further? Like, literally, do you need to see any further? What is this? This is absolute disgraceful garbage. What is this clown doing? What is he literally doing? Can you see it? Do I need to spell it out for you? If you think there's nothing wrong with this, just please leave my channel and never come back ever. Disgraceful here. MES bombshell discovery. Gyroscopes can rise upwards all on their own. Veritasm accused Eric Lathwaite of, quote, pushing the gyroscope, which makes it magically rise upwards, whereas without this magical, quote, push, Eric couldn't lift the same but non-spinning gyroscope with 2 hands vertically, none of this torque thingy. But even without this non-existent, quote, trick, gyroscopes can rise upwards even at extremely steep angles. So here's my, this is one of the most game-changing experiments ever done. So yes, superposition gyroscope says upwards even at super steep angle. Absolutely amazing, and it works for any gyroscope. This one takes longer if you have a less precise. Actually, rises faster, strangely. Alright, so let's just go over here and play this video. It's pretty epic. I just want to make another note here with that browser extension here where I can increase the speed, but also, yeah, if I click here on the browser extension here, you can also add shortcuts to it. So you go settings. And yeah, so here if I press P, it goes to 3 times speed, and U goes back to 1. You can go all the way to a maximum of 16, and I have press these 2 buttons, it increases by 0.05. Absolutely amazing. Let's just play this. So you can see here, I'm increasing it, speed. And yeah, just a note, yeah, without this browser extension, I would not be able to make this video or even discover this finding. This was actually because I was watching at fast speed my gyroscope videos, and I realized it rose a tiny bit. So then I explored further, and here I am. Yeah, look how steep this angle is. Yeah, let's just go back here. Look how absolutely steep this angle is. And also, another thing is I can rewind and going back by a second or whatever you want by pressing these buttons. It's absolutely amazing. So, going back here, as you can see. This is about 60 degrees-ish from the vertical. Absolutely amazing. It's just slowly rising. And yeah, it's absolutely amazing. Look how long it balances as well. And notice that the base rotates as well. It's free to rotate with it, and that's the key to rising. It just won't fall down. It just won't fall down. It's like it's glued to the bottom somehow. Unbelievable. Looks like maybe even rose a tiny bit just before falling more. Alright, there it is. And I just want to see how long it lasts, just to show you. And yes, I'm playing around with it. Let's increase the speed further. So there's even 8 times speed. You can lower the quality to avoid breaks. Let's go to 36. Yeah, to avoid lags. Let's go faster and faster, see how long it goes for. So yeah, what I'm demonstrating here is that all that rising, it doesn't lose the spin speed, which I'll show later. So you can see this. Let's go, it's almost done. Let's see. It's almost done spinning. There it is. Yeah, 1730. Oh, absolutely amazing stuff. So, after breaking the mainstream laws of physics, which we just did, so again, there's the base is free to rotate. So that's absolutely amazing. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? The gyroscope is magically rising. Literal sorcery right before your eyes. Yeah, but even sorcery requires a mind to comprehend and eyes to actually see what you're seeing. And yes, go further. So mainstream sources and even mainstream alternative sources didn't think this was possible. This discovery was entirely accidental. I had no reason to even consider gyroscopes magically rising because there was virtually no source online that even made mention of this. From Wikipedia and every university in the world to even the great Eric Lathwaite, this simple property of gyroscopes was hidden in plain sight. Imagine if Eric Lathwaite demonstrated just this, just that simple experiment during his Christmas lectures. How would the world have been changed? So imagine he had a giant gyroscope and it just goes up by itself. And yeah, a giant gyro wheel that lifts itself. Now that is some real science. MES note, this photo appears eerily made for this exact Photoshop. Even with this kid bracing for the fall. Absolutely amazing. And then this photo is actually from, I got it from over here. So Eric Lathwaite's missing 1966 first ever televised Christmas lecture. Interestingly, the above image is actually from Eric Lathwaite's 1966 Christmas lecture, which just so happens to be the first ever televised one for the, quote, Royal Institution. It is also part of 31 episodes that are now missing. And here's the write-up about the missing lectures. Here, missing lectures, you can help unearth missing Sir David Attenborough footage and other iconic science shows. We are in the process of making the entire BBC archive of these broadcasts available on our website for the first time. However, 31 episodes broadcast between 1966 and 1973 are missing, including the missing episodes and footage of Sir David Attenborough not seen since it was first broadcast live nearly 50 years ago. Going further, yeah, the Christmas lectures have been delivered every year since 1825, making them the longest-running series of scientific lectures in the world. They were the first science program broadcast on the BBC in 1936 and having featured on TV ever since 1966, and it just happens again. And then notice also the 966, otherwise 666, which I'll discuss later. You'll see that everywhere. They are also the second longest continuously broadcast science TV show. The Christmas lectures' aim has always been to present an accessible and entertaining way to engage with science. 31 missing lectures are made up of 5 complete series of 6 lectures, plus a single episode of Sir David Attenborough's much-loved 1973 series on the language of animals. And here's 1966 Engineer in Wonderland by Eric Lathwaite. So if you can find that, let me know. And also here's some other interesting ones here. The Intelligent Eye, Richard Gregory, Time Machines, George Porter, Monkeys Without Tails, A Giraffe's Eye View of Man, John Napier, Sounds of Music, The Science of Tones and Tunes, Charles Taylor, The Language of Animals. That's Sir David Attenborough. Interesting. Yes, how does he get a Sir in front of his name? I would like one. Okay, anyways, how can I help? You can help our Missing Lectures campaign in several ways. Have a search through your attics, basements, and rarely used cupboards to see if you have a recorded copy of any of the missing lectures. Ask your older relatives if they might have copies. Spread the word about the campaign on social media using hashtag MissingXmas Lectures. And if you have missing lecture or any other related material, get in touch with us at over here. ri@ri.ac.uk or call us at this number. If you have any of these episodes, yeah, please contact me as well at contact@mbs.fm, especially the Eric Lathwaite one. That'd be pretty interesting. Alright, so after breaking the laws of physics by making gyros rise upwards, now I realize that you can also make them rise downwards. So MES bombshell discovery, gyroscopes can also ride, quote, downwards. My first major discovery was that gyroscopes rise magically upwards. But much later on, and in the making of this very document, I came across another discovery that literally flipped even my own already flipped view of gyroscopes. The above experiment showed that gyroscopes rise upwards when they should instead fall, but the following experiment does the opposite and drops when it should rise or not move. So here it is right here, gyroscope on string with balance counterweight drops when horizontal. So this should be the perfect balance position. It should not precess or move anywhere. It should just stay about this one. But let's see what real science does. So here's the video. Here's halfway through, and this was the end of the previous experiment in this video, part of my draft series. It's unlisted, but I'll be making it into a MES experiment later on. Okay, let's just fast forward. So yeah, it should be balancing like that. All right. So let's see what happens. Also, just make a note, I have it on string, just because you can make it go down, but also the string, is similar to the free to rotate base, has very little rotational friction. Keep that always in mind. That's why I have it on string. So it's slowly processing. Let's speed it up. Says gyroscopes require a lot of patience, and you can tell that this is normal speed, increased speed. A lot of times you will not be able to notice that they're doing magical stuff if you don't have the patience, or the times 10 speed. It's going down. What in the world's happening here? Yeah, it literally wants to flip upside down or flip like this. Why? Notice the big precession circles now. Yeah, just ignore the family members in the back. This is very interesting how precession circles stop moving outwards. It might be to do because as the string gets tied up, then it becomes some sort of some sort of significant rotational friction. It's preventing it from rotating because it keeps getting wind up like that. So it's very interesting. So yeah, as it's stopping it, as well as the spin speed lowers, it's going up now. That's very interesting. And then as you can see, the string's gonna prevent it from turning anymore, and then it's gonna start throwing it. So if it starts throwing it, let's see what happens here actually. Speed it up. So yeah, it starts going up now. Now that's interesting. See how it's going up a tiny bit because the string got wind up and now it's forcing the precession. Always keep that in mind. Forcing precession goes up. Countering precession goes down. And then it's getting unwound, so it should going back down. Speed it up more. Let's make it 360 just to lower the lag. It's fixed in counterweight. Alright, and I just hear it playing around with it. Alright, let's just go back here. So, what do we just see right there? So we have a gyroscope that should be balanced, and then instead it falls. Yeah, so note that the counterweight setup is such that the that the gyroscope hung by a string should remain level horizontally, but instead it magically drops as it also magically precesses. Because yeah, everything's magic. Anyone that says precession's not magic, get out of here. So yes, it goes down here when it should be level. What in the world's happening here? Adding a counterweight or counter torque, so you're adding a weight to make it want to rise or be level, to act against gravity has a reverse effect on gyros. In other words, welcome to a wonderful upside down world of gyroscopes. So yes, gyroscopes have the ability to appear lighter and heavier. And yeah, note that the gyroscope with counterweight precesses in reverse direction relative to precession without the counterweight. So if you didn't have this counterweight, instead of going counterclockwise, it would actually go clockwise and go upwards. And again, wanting to line up precession and the spin direction, which I'll get to later. Yeah, but in both cases, the gyro appears to want to align spin and precession directions. This is essentially like a, quote, gyro compass, which I will cover later in this video. Yeah, that you could use it to detect the Earth's rotation and where the North Pole is, or South Pole. So let's go further. Yeah, so as I alluded to earlier, yeah, the key to gyro rising or even dropping is the minimizing rotational or precessional friction. So MES bombshell discovery: removing rotational or precessional friction is key to magical gyro rising or dropping. So in both cases, gyros rise upwards or downwards. The main factor that makes this possible is low, quote, rotational friction. So here is the first MES experiment here. Here's just a thumbnail. So if you put the gyroscope on a fixed stem like this, where there is some rotational friction, then it does not, then it won't rise. But on this side, it will rise magically, where the base is free to rotate. Even on the surface, if you do it on a surface that's low friction, it will rise. High friction, it won't rise. All right, so here's the video right here. Let's just play it. All right. Here I'm demonstrating this one is low friction, and then on the reverse side of it is high friction. Yeah, see, it takes a steeper angle to make it fall down. And let's speed this up. Alright, so on the high friction, and it just falls down. Even steeper angle, less steep angle, and it just falls down. And then low friction, even after it's already lost spin speed, and it goes up. Amazing. Here I just stopped it, and let's repeat the same experiment but on a fixed stem. So there's a fixed stem, so there's some friction. And it just goes down. It still can maintain the horizontal for a decent time. There it is, falls down. And the same one without even having to respin it on a rotating base. And yeah, magically it rises. Alright. And then later in the video I just repeat the same test on these like fully spun up. And let's just go further. So yeah, that was absolutely fascinating stuff there. So yeah, it appears that the tiniest amount of friction, both in preventing gyro magical rising and hindering mental friction, hindering, quote, scientists from actually performing these experiments, may very well be the culprit for covering up gyro magic for all of these years. Yeah, so basically, I shouldn't be the one having to do these experiments. You should be able to find this in your local university, which you want. Likewise, hanging the gyroscope with string provides much less rotational friction than any typical gyro gimbal setup that pretty much just the mainstream uses is this. Which if you were to balance it here, it will just spin, it won't move anywhere because there's decent rotational friction. Even if you try to minimize this setup, it just inherently has a lot at the bottom here, at the top, on the sides. Just very, very, relatively high friction relative to a free to rotate base or string. Yeah, so here's that video here. So here's it balanced, and let's just see what happens when you spin it up. And yeah, it just doesn't move. And then I stopped. Yeah, let's just see how long it takes. It doesn't matter what you do, it just won't move at this balance. And yeah, I didn't have patience to wait longer, but yeah, just, you have to trust me, it doesn't move. I'll be uploading a longer one later. So I should have recorded the precession longer, but in any case, the gyro wheel just spins with no precession when it is perfectly level. Thus, even the smallest amount of rotational friction of the gimbals is enough to prevent precession and thus prevent magical gyro dropping. Yeah, and now I'm just going to go over a quick mainstream Wikipedia overview of Eric Laithwaite's life here. So here's a quick overview of the character of Eric Laithwaite's life by the oblivious editors at Wikipedia. It's absolutely just disgraceful how unoblivious these people are. So Eric Laithwaite, Eric Roberts Laithwaite, born June 14th, 1921, died November 27, 1987, was an English electrical engineer known as the father of Maglev. Maglev is derived from magnetic levitation for his development of the linear induction motor and Maglev rail system. So yes, he is big time in there, but gyroscopes is where his heart laid. He also worked at applying linear motors on the tracked hovercraft until its cancellation. In the 1980s, he was involved in creating a device to extract energy from sea waves. See patent there. Although the technology was successful in trials, it could not be made storm-proof. Hence, it never became a commercial success. Laithwaite was an able communicator who made many television appearances. Memorable among these were his Royal Institution Christmas lectures to young people in 1966 and 1974. The latter of these made much of the surprising phenomena of gyroscopes. surprising and mainstream physics defined. In 1974, Lathwick was invited by the, quote, Royal Institution to give a talk on a subject of his own choosing. He decided to lecture about gyroscopes, a subject in which he had only recently become interested. What in the world are they insinuating? His interest had been aroused by an amateur inventor named Alex Jones, who contacted Lathwaite about a reactionless propulsion drive Jones had invented. MES note the name, quote, Alex Jones just had to pop up. Also note the disgraceful downplaying and unreferenced assumption of his experience with gyroscopes, and even to insinuating that Alex Jones is merely an, quote, amateur. Like, what is going on here? He's an amateur inventor, just because that might not be his profession, inventing stuff. Does not mean anything. He clearly shows that he can have action without reaction. So anyways, after seeing a demonstration of Jones' small prototype, a small wagon with a swinging pendulum, which advanced intermediately along a tabletop, Lathwaite became convinced that he had, quote, had seen something impossible. In fact, he did. In his lecture before the Royal Institution, he claimed that gyroscopes weigh less when spinning, and to demonstrate this, he showed that he could lift a spinning gyroscope mounted on the end of a rod easily with one hand, but could not do so when the gyroscope was not spinning. He said when it's processing, and also, when it's spinning,
sorry,
he can lift it. It doesn't matter what the weight, even if the weight doesn't change, it does not matter. He can lift it, so some sort of magical things happening. But yes, it does lose weight when it's rising. During rise, as I showed in the center of mass demonstrations above. But when it's processing, the weight scale, even if it doesn't change, it behaves massless, which is amazing. So this was part subject of the BBC Science Horizon project Greenglow, the quest for gravity control. At this time, Lathwaite suggested that Newton's laws of motion could not account for the behavior of gyroscopes, and that they could be used as a means of reactionless propulsion, which is obvious. The members of the Royal Institution rejected his ideas, and his lecture was not published. This was the first and only time an invited lecture to the Royal, or quote, Royal Institution that had not been published. They were subsequently published independently as Engineer Through the Looking Glass. MES, the quote, Royal Institution is a disgrace to humanity. Absolute disgrace. Yeah, so despite this rejection and the fact that Lathwaite later acknowledged that gyroscopes behave fully in accord with Newton's mechanics, he continued to explore gyroscopic behavior, maintaining the belief that some form of reactionless propulsion could be derived from them. This is one of the most pathetic and misleading and disgusting statements ever stated. Lathwaite set up Gyron Ltd. with William Dawson, and in 1983 applied for a patent entitled Propulsion System, and there's a patent for it for the US, UK, and PCT application for patents, respectively. A United States patent number, so here, was granted in 1999. Again, notice the 666 there. But anyways, this is one of the most disgusting piles of garbage ever written. As I will demonstrate further, Eric Lathwaite developed his own theory of, quote, mass transfer to explain the fact, not belief, of reactionless propulsion. Eric claimed this concept was in accord with Newton's sacred, quote, laws, but nonetheless against mainstream physics. He had his own interpretation of it. But because he assumed the notion of, quote, conservation of angular momentum, because he assumed that. So he just assumed that, and then he thought that was good enough for Newton's, quote, laws. But even this, quote, conservation principle is as non-existent as, quote, angular momentum, as I will demonstrate later in this video. So yes, even Eric Lathwaite shouldn't have even given the notion that Newton's mechanics are right in any fundamental sense. And yeah, this is an absolute disgrace of a statement there by Wikipedia. Although Lathwaite is best known for his ideas concerning gyroscopes, he also had an idea concerning moths. It was that they communicate via ultra-shortwave electromagnetic phenomena. Inventor in the Garden of Eden, in his book there, page 999. Yeah, page 199. He persisted in his belief even after the pheromone which they could actually use has been isolated and could have been bought, quote, over the counter, seemingly contradicting his account. However, he had argued in 1960 that there must be two different mechanisms for detecting pheromones, i.e. the orthodox account of chemical gradients effective only at short range, and two, some method for long distance detection greater than 100 yards, even when the wind was in an unfavorable direction. And the only credible solution that had to be electromagnetic, probably infrared. This explanation did not account for where the necessary energy might come from, a matter later taken up by P.S. Callahan, though he too suffered considerable controversy, largely due to all contestants overlooking Eric Lathwaite's distinctions. MES note, everything is electromagnetism in nature, including moths and how they detect flight and communicate. So anyways, Lathwaite also had a habit of championing the ideas of amateurs. What in the world's going over those of experts? Such ideas include the ones that there are 3 types of magnetism. A very interesting statement there. I believe that lines up with Ken Wheeler's magnetism. And that the, quote, 196 problem is not a problem terminating after relatively few iterations. In fact, the current count runs to millions of iterations with no sign of termination. That's an interesting math problem there. MES note, when, quote, experts are referenced, bogus fake science usually follows. Anyways, let's go further. Lathwaite retired from Imperial College in 1986 and was offered no other research post until 1990 when he became visiting professor at the University of Sussex. He was persuaded by George Salazzo of PRT Maglev Systems in Chicago to submit a proposal to NASA for an electromagnetic launch assist track originally inspired by John Mankins of NASA. He died within weeks of the contract being awarded. The initial stage has been successfully continued by William Dawson, and the contract with PRT for this development is still active. The track uses both levitation coils and linear induction motors, and it can be seen in the quote magnets episode of Modern Marvels on the History Channel. So here is a magnetic launch system. That's pretty amazing. It launches it there. Here's his published works, a lot of them here, and references. Put the links there just for reference. And then the references here, and then there's the one I'll be covering soon, which is, just keep scrolling, it's right here. Repetition of Lathwaite's experiments with explanations. And just note, these, quote, explanations are on par with Veritasium's bogus fake science. And yes, I'll be going over these quote explanations in a later section. But now I'm going to go over Eric Lathwaite and his attempts to explain gyroscopic inertial propulsion in terms of unconventional Newtonian mechanics. So he developed his own version of it, not to be confused with the mainstream version of Newtonian mechanics. If you had just read the Wikipedia article, you may have the impression that Eric Lathwaite quote, retracted his views on gyroscopes and Newtonian mechanics, but nothing could be further from the truth. Eric's demonstrations that gyroscopes process with zero centripetal force or angular momentum, thus effectively behaving massless, are irrefutable and right in front of your eyes. However, you just may need to remove the mainstream fake science indoctrination from your eyes to see it. In later years, Eric claims that Newtonian mechanics still could apply to gyroscopes by assuming that momentum can interchange between linear and angular momentum, so long as the total, quote, momentum is, quote, conserved. Here is the Wikipedia reference that claims Eric, quote, retracted his views on gyroscopes. Note that the video is not available on YouTube because the $5 billion plus USD taxpayer-funded BBC or British Broadcasting Corporation has a copyright claim on knowledge, literally. They have a copyright then, and they take infinite money from people. Hashtag defund BBC. So here's a Wikipedia reference there, and there's YouTube, and then what you get is that this video contains content from BBC Worldwide, which has blocked it on copyright grounds. Absolutely ridiculous. Luckily, it is available on Daily Motion, and here is the later experiment by Eric Lathwaite that demonstrates mass transfer that he has in there. Yeah, so although it's on Dailymotion, that website's actually pretty horrible to use, the user interface. So I'm just going to go through this link. If you click it, and it goes to my local download backup link, and it goes right here on OneDrive. So let's just play parts of it, which I find quite fascinating right here. And here's how he got started in the gyro field.
But his life was about to be changed forever.
Oh, no.
One fateful day, this man phoned Lathwaite to say he had a remarkable new invention. Lathwaite invited him to Imperial College. An amateur inventor, Alex Jones, had brought Lathwaite a crude device which he said broke the laws of physics. Other scientists of Lathwaite's eminence might well have dismissed him as a crank, but Lathwaite was curious. Jones's device consisted of a weight hinged to an upright stand mounted on wheels. Just swinging the weight from side to side, said Jones, would propel the device a few feet forward, with no drive to the wheels, no external thrust. Laithwaite knew that was impossible, but Jones told him it wasn't, if the weight was a spinning gyroscope. Laithwaite vividly recalls his reaction.
When Alex switched his machine on, it was quite disturbing to one's upbringing. The gyroscope appeared to be producing a force without a reaction. When you see something like that, you say, well, that shouldn't happen. And once you see something like that, then you hope, don't you? You just got to find out. I thought I'd seen something that was impossible. Like everyone else, I'm brought up on Newton's laws of motion. The third law is supposed to have said for every action there is an equal and opposite reaction. Therefore, you cannot propel a body outside its own dimensions. This thing apparently did.
So Laithwaite immediately set about investigating more impossible things a gyroscope might do.
I started to do experiments of my own. One of them was to make rather large spinning tops, with most of their mass in the rim of the wheel. And these very definitely did something that looked impossible. And by 1973, Sir George Porter asked me if I'd do a discourse at the Royal Institution.
The Royal Institution is one of Britain's most august centres of scientific learning. Tradition of inviting some of the nation's leading scientists to give a discourse about their work. The great scientist Faraday himself had been a frequent lecturer, but such was Laithwaite's standing that he too had been asked more than once to follow in his footsteps and address the cream of Britain's scientific establishment.
I've given a number of discourses.
Laithwaite decided to discuss his new research on gyroscopes.
I was very excited about it because I knew I had something to show them that was startling. And I did it rather in the spirit of, come and look what I've discovered, come and share this with me. My closest friend. It was only afterwards I realised that nobody wanted to share it with me. Well, tonight one of the
His mistake was to appear to challenge the very foundations of science, even Newton himself.
A gyroscope is a curious device in which conventional physics seems to go out of the window. First of all, we spin up the wheel, and it's then what I call live, as opposed to when it's not spinning, dead. So what I'm going to do is to hang this large weight on, and then as it's rotating, hang on the weight, it precesses, it has angular momentum about the vertical, we catch the weight next time round, hop, and the angular momentum just simply disappears, it seems to evaporate. It makes you question the validity of Newton's third law. Action and reaction are equal and opposite. And this is another experiment that appears to defy conventional physics. And you see, this is not doing what the physics book says it should, because the mass centre is certainly not the centre of rotation. And that's not what is supposed to happen.
He only learnt afterwards how his audience were taking it all.
No way. There were several things in the lecture that were pure heresy. It won't go away. That is a ridiculous thing to see. To say that an object can rotate in a circle and not produce the full amount of centrifugal force, the man's obviously a lunatic.